Good morning, everybody. Today is February 20th, 2026. What we will do on this live stream is best analyze the intraday stock market using cyclical analysis, time confirmation, and more to find the real direction, trend direction. Let's do a quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments, and this video is for information and educational purposes only, and I am not a financial advisor. All right. Time is 9:20 on the board. We have some major news that came out overnight.
Rick Santelli here live at CME HQ on this important Friday
says
for
fourth
some
quarter
key
U.S. GDP is up 1.4%, badly missing estimates. Inflation is firm at 3%.
First look at fourth quarter GDP.
Stock futures decline after weaker than expected GDP report.
Yields moving lower, and
the volatility index is at 21.
Big disappointment. We're looking for a number around the 2.8 area. Comes in at 1.4.
IWM turning down from yesterday's tip at 4.
The first quarter of 25 when it was negative, slightly negative, around a half a
262. Look at how crazy IWM is too. Alrighty. Nvidia
Then the sequential look at the final
back
read
down
last
to
quarter,
186 from
2.4 would be the lowest
189.
since also the first quarter of 25 when it was
QQ
0.6.
is at
If you look at the pricing
600
index,
below
not
yesterday's
good
low.
news here. 3.6. We were looking for 2.8. 3.6 is 0.2 lower sequentially, but much higher than expectations. 3.6 would equal where we were in the first quarter. We got down to 2.1 in the second quarter of 25. Of course, last quarter is higher at 3.8.
Down goes
we look
tick.
at the PCE core pricing index,
Down
2.7, one tick
goes
hotter than
tick.
expected, 2 ticks cooler than the rear view mirror, which was 2.9. Personal income up 0.3, exactly as expected. And last look, it's upgraded to 0.4. On the spending side, looking pretty sharp here, up 0.4. And last look, downgraded from 0.5% to also up 0.4. That 0.4, by the way, is 1/10 better than expectations. Now, if we look at real spending, accounting for inflation, it was up 1/10 as expected, but that's 0.2 light to history. It equals September. To find a lower number, you're going back to May of last year when it was slightly negative. Now, let's get into the meat on the bone. PCE pricing index month over month is 0.4%, 1/10 hotter than we were looking for, and it's double the rear view mirror at 0.2. 0.4, well, that would equal February of 25. To find a higher number, you're going all the way back to January of 24 when it was up 0.5%. Now let's look at the longer look year over year. Comes in at 3% on year over year PCE, and I'm sorry, year over year, PCE is 2.9. Excuse me, 2.9. If we look at month over month core, up 0.4, like I talked about, and year over year.
Good morning, Scott.
3%.
Good morning, Horatio.
3%
Good
will be the
morning.
highest level going back
Hidden
to
Hash. Good morning, Force.
April of last year. So if we look at these numbers and take them all in stride, I think the market did a good job of divining. And I would have to say that many, including Steve Leisman, thought this number would be higher than expected on the PCE front. And indeed it is. But if we look towards history, we have made a little bit of progress on some of the numbers on the GDP side, but not much progress on this side of the equation. On the week, well, where were 2 years last Friday? Last Friday, a 2-year close at 341, Joe. That was the lowest yield close going back to SEP of 22. Right now, it's hovering at 346. And if we look at the 10-year at 406, it closed last Friday at 405. That was the lowest yield close going back to the end of November of last year. So markets are taking this somewhat in stride. If you look at the pre-opening equities, the Dow futures are basically on the lows of the session, down a little over 110. Back to you.
and chief economist at RSM US to join me now to help set up the action today. So, Joe, thank you so much for joining us this Friday. All eyes on the economic data coming up today. Let's start out with your expectations for GDP before we get into PCE. Now, consensus views are that we will see GDP grow. You have a little bit of a lower expectation for growth than the consensus view. You're expecting 2.6% growth for Q4. Why is that?
So remember, we had a very long government shutdown during 2025, and I expect that to shave 1.5% off the top line growth. So while we have 2.6%, we've been there for a long time, even when the consensus was closer to 4%. So over the past week, as we've gotten trade data and a very useful reminder around what a government shutdown means, because we're experiencing a partial government shutdown right now, the market consensus has come back. But, I've got to tell you, Diane, that there's a risk here that we may get a much weaker print below the 1.8% long-term growth trend. So we'll want to watch the composition of growth inside GDP. And I want to remind the trading community, GDP does an absolutely indispensable, or provides absolutely indispensable insight.
What a suspense
production,
open.
Consumption, and investment.
What a
but
fucking
it doesn't
suspense
always
open.
do a very good job of telling us how we live right now.
She
That's what the juxtaposition
fucking
of the
crazy
data this morning. GDP versus the PCE price index.
GDP came in terrible. PCE came in all right.
Core 2.9% with risk.
Good news, bad news, bad news, bad news. What news?
Likely is going to provide that additional insight that says, hey, yeah, the
good morning, Priscilla. Good morning, DSD. Good morning, Russian. Good morning, Alfonso.
That's going to bolster GDP
market
in the
is
first
opening
half of
in
the year.
2 minutes and 25 seconds.
If the public, capital market professionals, and some policymakers now believe that 3% is the effective inflation target, gentlemen, we
the video earnings
very different economy.
Next week in 5 days.
Okay, so 3%. I have heard that number float around from different economists and other industry watchers as well. If that's then the new floor, what does that mean?
Well, if you're a fixed income investor, capital preservation is usually your number one objective. What that means is interest rates are going to need to go higher. You saw Federal Reserve Governor
what a volatile open
yesterday begin to slowly walk
we did a poll yesterday in the WhatsApp group, and that shit was
rates.
leaning one-sided, and I can't believe
because
they fucking actually went that side. But now the market is opening. Market could
is going to accelerate, but
diverge,
it's going to also
accompany
drop.
I don't know.
Longer in rate.
We'll see.
So we're now moving into
GDP
a more
data.
interesting period here in
morning,
2026.
Rich. Good morning, Henry. Good morning,
the market
Rito.
is going to have to take a step back and acknowledge what's happening in the greater macro economy.
Rito said, "Are we in the 3/3?"
The micro economy, especially among very
on
angst-ridden households.
QQQ, not on IWM.
A situation where they basically are having an issue keeping up with the cost of living.
Yeah, that makes
sense.
Things are mixed. I just wanted to take a look at where yields are. The yield on the 10-year.
Oh my God, I thought it just opened.
Morning, which I guess makes
Time
sense
is 9:29.
Data, off basis points sitting at 405 on the 10-year.
Time is 9:29.
So what's the message from the bond market right now?
Good morning, Vinny.
So the message from the bond market until just the last couple days has been one of risk aversion. There's real concern out there that as we proceed through the structural transformation of the economy, driven by artificial intelligence, a transformational yet disruptive development that's going to touch every corner of the economy and every aspect of life and society. That things such as insurance, wealth management, and software companies are potentially going to face significant disruption in the near term. We saw yields actually fall. Now we got a lot going on, really. Today we've got the risk
okay.
the GDP,
Oh, where are we on SPX?
We got the president tweeting right now
okay.
live in real terms.
Bears are coming in on SPX. IWM in the air.
From the government shutdown,
pushing down, trying.
going on in the Middle East. So I'd say right
now, ooh, GDP open, folks. Today is Friday.
Introspective approach to how we want to manage capital is really on the table this morning, Diane. What a day to be alive.
For GDP, could you potentially see heavy lifting done by the consumer business investment?
Shit, son.
Pretty strong consumption numbers.
You don't know me. You don't know me, son. You don't know me.
Clearly, AI-driven cap expenditures. When you're thinking software, equipment, intellectual capital, we should have a very another strong to or decent to strong quarter. Now, again, in the government sector,
bouncing at the bottom of the CPI candle. IWM never went to the bottom of the CPI candle, and SPY is testing yesterday's low.
The noise caused by trade policy, which has disrupted net exports for the entire 2025 year.
930 bounce trying.
What we call core GDP.
Algo range at morning open.
Private demand from domestic purchasers. That's the better underlying trend. I think if you're worried about a number that's either too high or too low, that's the place you want to go in terms of your alternative metric.
You don't know me, son. You don't know me. Look at that fucking gap, though. Gap here, gap here. That's disgusting. IWM flying up. QQQ is bounce trying. Alright, wind direction is now showing north, off of 930. That's what it's doing. Bottom of the CPI candle is bouncing on QQQ trying, and IWM is flipping whatever it did in pre-market, at least for now. 930 trying, 930 to 932. 935 is here in 30 seconds. That's what it's trying. With the VIX spiked up at 21. With the VIX at 21. You don't know me, son. QQQ going up. IWM trying up. SPX gap down and trying to go up above the gap fill of yesterday. Yo, volatile open. Alright, 21 pulling down the VIX. Time is 9:30 and not down. Alright, time is 9:35 now. Wind direction is north. Going mad fast. Going mad fast. You don't know me, son. These cycles are about to be crazy today. Today is Friday.
Welcome in Kevin Hinks for our pre-bell playbook. And so, Kevin, we've gotten
options expiry as well
this morning. I mean, GDP rose just 1.4%. Pretty wide miss. Well, we also saw at the same time inflation actually holding pretty firm. So, I mean, right now, how do you make of what do you make of this conflicting data, and what does this mean for overall just the Fed?
Good morning, Jen. I think two things. We got two very big numbers today. Now, I think the most important was
GDP
the
number.
fourth quarter GDP. Now, this is the first look. Normally, we would have gotten this a while ago, right? The first look at fourth quarter GDP. It came in 1.4%. That's much lower than the 2.8%
bottom of the CPI at the top of the
street
CPI
was expecting. Personal consumption expenditures did come in line about 2.4%. Now, like I said, this is the first look at fourth quarter GDP, and it was a bit of a disappointment. So that is something that the markets are going to have to work
just
through.
like that in the heartbeat.
The 10-year yield? What does that
just
do
like
to
that
the
at open at it in
chances of a rate cut? Does it move closer as the economy is, well, not as strong as expected? Remember, last quarter, GDP was 4.4%. Now, let's get to the inflation data in the personal income and outlays. Here's the problem. We can go through this. Like personal income up 0.3 in line with expectations. Personal consumption expenditures up 0.4, a tenth higher than expectations. PCE price index month over month up 0.4. That's a tenth higher than expected. And year over year, 2.9%. That was a tenth higher than expectations. They thought it would go down to 2.8%. Core PCE, something that the Fed looks at, is up 0.4, and the
wind direction is north PCE, right now.
3%. Now that we have those numbers, something to think
so
about.
Strong into
those
935.
are the December numbers, delayed because of the government shutdown. So, Jenny, you can make the case. These are 60 days old, and inflation, like the last CPI I looked at, we got at 2.4% in headline year over year, and unemployment have all, mean the economy is actually, inflation is coming down, but this is an old number. So frankly, I'm not sure how to interpret this. Do we look at where we are in terms of CPI and the last look at 2.4%, or do we look at this number, which is as much as 60 days old? Now, the overall market has drifted a bit lower, but it's already off its lows. And I think there's a little bit of hesitation on whether we give this 60-day-old data real credence in the market today, Jen.
I know, because I did see also it's hugely propped up by like some of the government spending, and some of these issues have already been resolved a bit. And so I do understand. I mean, you look at these numbers this morning. You have fourth quarter GDP a miss, PCE price index on a month over month miss. That price index year over year was a miss, and the core PCE price index also on both a month over month and year over year basis also missed. And so this is objectively bad data, but I guess I am also in the throes of how much does this actually matter to the markets, because I know that we're poised for a lower open here, but we're not selling off substantially by any means.
Right. In a high frequency market where we get so much data with such real-time numbers, we should be able to get more real-time economic data that we can actually look at, interpret, and trade the markets off of. I think the fact that we're getting what can be for December, if it's measured in mid-December, that's 60 days old. So it's just very difficult for me to put any real trading credence in a number that's 60 days old, Jen.
I completely agree, and that's why I feel like the market is even kind of acknowledging this in real time. But meanwhile, we know concerns about the U.S. tensions with Iran have sent oil prices, all over the place. We know President Trump said, at least yesterday, that he will reach a decision on launching strikes in Iran over the next 10 or so days, and it seemed pretty ambiguous. But what really does this mean for the energy market and oil
this
prices?
downward, this might actually not. This is from yesterday's report.
Well, all you have to do is look at crude oil, which is down only slightly today, but back up around $66, and you know that there is premium, risk premium, uncertainty put in the crude oil market. President Trump has moved another ship into the Middle East. He's talked about the next 10 days will be key, and he's giving diplomacy a chance, but at some point they'll give up. And this is, remember, a lot of times countries like Iran, countries like China, they are stalling just to draw out these negotiations. So it's difficult to say. There's certainly a lot of uncertainty, and commodities go up during uncertainty. So I think in a crude oil market,
nuclear off
that is still, in terms of supply and demand, very favorable for lower prices. There's a significant amount of risk premium put in those futures.
And absolutely, we're seeing that still here in real time. But last but not least here, wanted to get your thoughts on the Supreme Court, which will convene this morning for the first time in weeks, with markets hugely focused on any decision around tariffs. So I was reading this morning.
Shit is wild.
How important really could this mean to not only the overall market,
playing with
but
a $4 range, all the CPIs move right at market open.
That have still, I think, weighed on sentiment a bit for months now.
This shit is fucking wild.
Well, there's a lot of mystery around this, because if something happens today, it'll be around 10 o'clock Eastern, around 9 o'clock Chicago time, if something happens. But we thought it was going to happen about a month ago, and it didn't. There's two things we're waiting for. We're waiting for some decision on tariffs and President Trump's ability to impose tariffs. Remember, we've collected, if the numbers are right, about $293 billion in tariff revenue. Does that have to go back? The Trump administration claims that if they get ruled against, they'll find another way.
Shit is so confusing.
But there's also the Lisa Cook decision. And, can President Trump fire someone for cause on the Federal Reserve? So there's two rulings that we could get today, but we also might not get them.
QQQ is bullish right now, but
that this would be a fairly high priority decision by the Supreme Court.
Nuclear off of jobs data,
to make the right decision.
Not jobs data, GDP, just like that.
If something happens, it should hit their website
VIX
around
went
10
to
o'clock Eastern.
21,
Jen, we don't
now
know
at
if it's going to happen, so we'll watch and see for sure. It'll be interesting.
Roof
I know, I was
testing.
saying that we can get a decision today. We could not, and I'm like, so I'll be tuning in at 9 a.m. of course our time. But it did seem like there's still that uncertainty, which is just funny to me when they're meeting for the sole purpose of sort of consolidating and figuring out some of these tariffs. But we will be watching and
algo range to 940 and 940 bounce and test the roof at 940 is rejecting into 940 and 943 is here in 2 minutes. Sorry, 945. Oh my. All right, this is what's really going on. All right, we'll draw every single out. We'll draw every single time. All right, we are in one single 5-minute candle, and we're cycling and testing everything.
Welcome back. The Trump administration rolling out Trump accounts, a $1,000 Treasury investment for newborns to help jumpstart long-term wealth for children. American children born between 2025 and 2028 are eligible. And we want to tell you that Fox Corporation has announced it is going to match the $1,000 contribution for eligible employees who participate.
What we are doing is we're playing with the CPI candle somehow.
Altimeter Capital founder
and Gap
chairman and CEO Brad Gerstner with me right
Gap
now.
did
Brad,
not fill an
IWM. And you know what? Congratulations on this brilliant idea. It is so smart, and I love it. But before we get to that, I've got to get your take on this data. We just got this economic data out. It just crossed.
This shit looks very fast on SPY.
Came in at 1.4%.
Might just be nasty as shit.
Close to 3%. The PCE came in up 0.4% versus an estimate of up 0.3%. Brad, your thoughts?
My thoughts are steady as she goes, Maria. Great to be here this morning. Inflation is well anchored.
945 is here in 25 seconds. Algo range broke out. 940 running into 945. Sean.
You already talked about. The fact of the matter is we're at the beginning of an AI super cycle, an incredible industrialization and build out going on across the country. We have a lot of the government's policies on both tax policy, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime that are starting to kick in.
They're about to go gap fill or some shit showing. That's
that
fucking
will
nuts.
accelerate GDP going into the
Moving
first and second
$5.
quarter of this year. You heard that corporate profits are strong. Corporate confidence is very strong. I'm seeing a lot of enthusiasm and a lot of leaning into the economy. So I think that, it looks really positive, but we can't take it for granted. I think the new Fed chief is going to find room with inflation so well anchored to give us a couple rate cuts that, again, will help those Main Street Americans who are trying to buy a house or refinance a loan on their small business. And that's what this president promised, and that's where we're headed.
Yeah, and that's certainly what we are seeing, the expectations for rate cuts and going into the State of the Union address. The president has a great story to tell with how steady she goes and how strong this economy has been. The market is down today, and it worsened after the numbers, but everybody knows the way to create long-term wealth is to have a stake in equities and invest in the stock market over the long term, which brings me right to the Trump accounts. Tell me the most important takeaway that our viewers need to understand about the Trump accounts.
Every
10 minutes.
Under the age of 18 is
elongated Musk rocket.
To open an account. Go to
TrumpAccounts.gov
and open an account. It takes 1 to 2
minutes.
Don't leave your
bearish
kid behind.
into 930,
Every kid under the age of 2 is going to get jump-started with $1,000 from the U.S. Treasury, and every kid born in the future is going to get that account and the $1,000 from the Treasury. If your kid is under the age of 10, they're likely eligible for $250 from Michael Dell or
rocket.
or myself, where I've adopted the State of the Union. You just
Yo,
Fox is going to contribute to the accounts.
That is so fast.
We have thousands of corporations that are doing what
fast.
Fox has done, which is exceptional. And today we're going to talk at the National Governors Association, Ray Dalio and myself, about the 50-state challenge that Scott Besson has kicked off, which is to get every state, their philanthropists, their corporations, all moving in the same direction and contributing to the accounts of the kids that live in that state. So, for example, the state of Texas is going to contribute $1,000 to every child born in Texas. Oklahoma's announced an initiative. West Virginia just announced that they're going to offer tax deductions for your contributions to your Trump accounts. We have a multi-front effort here to get every state involved. It's incredible momentum. This is going to change America. Every president for the last 4 decades has promised to narrow the wealth gap and get Main Street into the game, and we've done nothing. We have now created a change to the social contract, universal private ownership from birth, where every one of these kids on July 6th from the Oval Office, we're going to ring that opening bell, and you're going to see every one of these kids own a little bit of NVIDIA, a little bit of Microsoft, a little bit of Walmart. It's a game changer for the country, and it's going to dramatically narrow the wealth gap.
I totally agree. You've got a goal is another $100 billion by July 4th. You're going to talk about that when you do this 50-state challenge with Ray Dalio, and you talk to the National Governors Association today. But, you know, this is how you change sentiment, and you get people to understand, sock it away.
Time is 9:45.
Save, and they don't have this
1/3, 2/3, 3/3 on the video to break in
an overall
HOD.
deficit and huge debt load. So this has so many legs to it in terms of a positive implication for American citizens, these Trump accounts. Have you seen a big reaction?
No, it's been incredible, Maria.
We got super cycles coming in. Break yesterday's high. This is another 1/3, 2/3, 3/3.
Of the Super Bowl out of 100 ads.
Going bullish using all this shit somehow.
We have upwards of 2 million kids who've already claimed their accounts, and we're just getting going. And what's interesting, Maria, is these are families that are filing their taxes early because they need to get a refund. They're in the bottom third of the income bracket, and they're converting at a 94% rate into these Trump accounts. That is when they're offered, when they're filing their taxes in their Cash App or in Intuit, they're electing to open these Trump accounts because these families know that the best way to get their kids into the game to have a better future is to get them compounding from birth. This is not about helping rich folks. This is exactly what we should be doing in this country. We're getting everybody into the game. The 70% of Americans who did not have assets that compounded are now in the game, and it's going to be a complete game changer.
This shit needs to be studied.
Is incredible, and we're seeing
Elon Musk
You'll hear
needs
the
to be
president
studied.
talk about it in the State of the Union address, I believe, on Tuesday, where I will be. And it's just so encouraging.
Someone said that the other day. These recoveries need to be studied.
Media,
Yeah,
the families that
motherfucking
are
anti-fucking
with
human
foster
psychology.
kids and low income.
That's
this
crazy,
is
though.
Game changer. Getting all these kids
The majority
in the game.
was
NVIDIA, OpenAI, and
shorter
Volatile.
than the
The future of this
CPI or
country
fucking
as
GDP,
owners.
and the fucking GDP just flipped it from the
Exactly.
floor
I
at
love it,
9:30.
Brad. Congrats. Great idea. I
And
will
now
see you
what?
at the State of the Union, and I look forward
Majority
to hearing more
fucking
from the
what?
president
Like, I don't know.
Tuesday night on this
Shit is
issue.
stupid.
Brad Gerstner, thank you.
Oh
I'll
my.
See you soon. We'll be right
All right,
back.
cycle building. This shit is so. Doo 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 doo. Doo-doo. Alright, SPY. I need some food. Oh, President Trump. I forgot. Let's get that up. Where is Trump? Alright, things are bearish slightly. Trump live stream. Not on yet. This is the 3/3 bearish cycle. Let's see where this goes. 3/3 bearish. Associated Press. Shit. I don't even have time to look at the fucking news right now. Three-third can cycle. Maybe. VWAP. We were at VWAP. Okay, bull trap, man. Sheesh! Sheesh! Man. Alright, we'll see. Time is 9:50. What a crazy ass spike on QQQ though. What the fuck? Someone out there with the motherfucking rocket button. Someone out there with the motherfucking rocket button. Just like this. Just like that. Artemis 2 mission. Motherfucking Artemis 2 mission. To the moon. To sun. Yeah. Man, we need Trump on now, bro. Alright, come on, baby. President Trump. All these bears or all these bulls? What the QQQ? Showed bearish midday yesterday, and they were fucking popping. So there were more puts on QQQ. There were more puts on SPY. 9:30 open AM range. That's fucked up. CPI candle top. That's fucked up. Yo, this shit is nasty. Candles coming in. Right. Candle color look like, oh, easy up, easy fucking fall down, but nah, it's just cycle fucking crazy. Before something. It's a little fucking sus. Yeah, I'm tempting. I'm so tempted to call this shit something, but I'm fucking not. I'm just gonna we need the president on. Maybe the market's waiting for the president to come on right now. We're right at the middle. The market went up from 9:30 to 9:40 and pulled back from 9:40 to 9:50. That's 10 minutes each. Yeah, we need the president on. Market waiting for President Trump. It's weird. I had the live stream up earlier, but it's not showing now. Weird. (9:30). President Trump was supposed to come on today. 9:30. This shit is so fucking weird. It's like a bear trap and a bull trap, just like almost yesterday. So far. It's so fucked. Look at the video. This shit could turn into a bull trap. Let's see. Roland said more data at 10 a.m. What data is that? Man, look at the video right now. Jensen Huang, godfather of all AI! Jensen Huang, godfather of all AI! Alright. Terminator 14. Time is 9:55. It's been 10 minutes. 10 minutos on the video. Man, look at all this shit. For what? For what? Market whiting for what? VIX getting crushed for what? Market staying up for what? Man, the video about to fucking drag this bitch for what? SPY about to be bouncing for what? IWM is where for what? That's the real question. What, dude? This white line on IWM, we drew this shit like 4 days ago. I don't even know what the fuck it was. It's a previous all-time high breakout point or some shit, some stupid ass thing. I remember I drew it, but I don't remember. I don't know why I drew it exactly, but it's been fucking using it like fucking stupid ass. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Everything above destroyed. Everything below destroyed. Little cycle, but very, very volatile as hell too. Come on now. Come on now. Time is 10. 10 a.m. is here. SPY really looking like it wants to bounce. The video looks like it wants to not. IWM looks like it's confused. QQQ looks like it's waiting for something. SPX looks like it's crazy. Nah, Suki, you're about to get a timeout, bro. What are you talking about? Jeffrey Hilton, Fei Li. Now you talking about godfather of all AI, Jensen Huang, baby. Don't you ever, baby. Godfather of all AI, America #1, Jensen Huang, baby. What the they fucking lied to us. What live stream? There is no presidential live stream. What the fuck?
Okay, odd headline we got out of Washington. So President Trump responded to former President Obama's comment over the weekend that aliens are real. What did...
Oh. Okay, let's focus. Time is 10. Market is testing the roof. Jeez, folks. What the fuck is going on, man? they talking about with this alien shit now?
Did the president say? What did President Trump say about all this?
Quite the progression, actually, throughout the day from President Trump today, Jesse. He started the day by accusing Obama of revealing classified information when he said aliens were real. That all happened on a podcast when Obama said that. But now the president announcing, actually just a couple of hours before your show, Jesse, that he is going to direct agencies, including the Department of War, so the Pentagon, to identify and release any files about aliens and UFOs. And the president actually had joked that a move like that would get Obama out of trouble if he declassified information that aliens are real. But really a stunning post from the president. But I was even talking with someone about how the press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, had said she wanted answers on this. And of course, she has the president's ear. And then we saw this post come after he said that he had no opinion on the matter. So quite the transformation throughout the day here, Jesse.
And the conversation will continue on that.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our...
Yo. The fuck are they talking about aliens though? What the fuck? Oh my god. Fucking data candle. Oh my god. Bruh. Oh my god. What the fuck? What the fuck? Divergence cleared in one fucking candle, but what the fuck? Yo, what? IWM actually though. One fucking nuclear and two nuclear. Mega nuke. Wow. You know what's fucking crazy? I said in the alert room at 9:54, dangerous to call anything right now, and at 10 I said SPY's doing the Friday bullshit. Looks like in my opinion, this shit is crazy. Mac, the RSI candle is showing 3/3 bullish, and I typed the IWM 1 rocket candle at 10, and I said divergence at the roof at 10, and there was no time. Look at the 10. Look at the candle at 10. Can you fucking believe it? Like, that's what I typed in the WhatsApp group, but I have no fucking time because I have to look at the fucking candle and I have to type it out. And by the time I type it out and I try to even do anything, time is fucking 30 seconds or 1 minute after when I thought about it initially, what I typed out in the WhatsApp group, right? And then the fucking candle's already just fucking there, nucleared up. like, bro, but look at the exact fucking time. Like, I did say bull trap at 9:51 Ken, and then at 9:52 I said Ken 50-50, right? And then I said at 9:54 dangerous to call anything anymore, and I said SPY's because they did the setup up and they did the setup down, and then at 9:54 it's like dangerous to call anything, and then at 10 it was like right here because of IWM, I guess. It was like they're in the 3/3. Candles breaking out, cycles confirming up, bullish, but like they spike out 1 minute later and then they motherfucking dump it later. So it's like, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I'm doing the best I can as fast as I can for sure. Because why? I'm not saying this shit right at 10:03, 10:02. Like, I'm saying it at 10. Right? I can't even talk. As they're doing it. I was about to say, I need to go smoke a cig. When this green candle came, I was like, this is some bullshit. But I'm about to go smoke a cig because this is some bullshit. All right. I ain't gonna lie. I thought the video was about to hold up here. It could hold up here, but this is some bullshit, so. Things are moving so fucking crazy. This is 10:02, so it's 10 a.m. This is not 10:05. 10:05 is down here. Time is 10:04 now, right? 10:02 rejected into 10:03. So what time is 10:03, guys? Can you guys please tell me, right? What time is 10:03? Is it 10:05 or is it 10, right? Let's just do the fucking mathematical calculations in our head. Does that make sense? At 10, right? At 10, they're breaking out at 9:59. 9:59 broke out into 10. 10 a.m. broke out into 10:01. 10:01 broke out into 10:02. 10:02 held and rejected into 10:03. So that means it broke out at 10 into 10, and 10:05 is rejecting from 10. Like, this shit moves like a motherfucker, but people are just hoping and fucking looking at candles, and they're like, ooh, wee, ooh, la, la, ooh, kinda, ooh, wee, 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 and they're not giving a fuck about the actual time. The actual fucking 1 minute time candle suggests on the higher time frame, the 5 minute candle. What a dump. Bull trap. Jesus fucking Christ. Maybe. I don't know. What the fuck just happened though? Yo, it's so dumb. All right, I'm thinking bullshit because of NVIDIA, but like this shit could do whatever it wants. This is Friday news or Friday fucking whatever the fuck. I really thought tariff news fucking came out or some shit in the Supreme Court. That's what I thought just now when the candle was massive green. I don't think so. It's some. Oh my god. All right, what the fuck? Okay, this might be something. This might be something. Right now it's showing this spike up as the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 from yesterday's move. This shit is crazy. Empire State Building. Oh my god. But I swear I set it at 10, not 10:01. Like that. Look at that fucking god candle though. Like, oh my god. It's a 3/3, right? It was 3/3 bullish, and then yeah, sure it was 3/3 bullish. So they pulled the fuck out of it. And now what the fuck are we doing exactly? We're at the midpoint. I need to go smoke a cig. I'm stressed right now. This is crazy. Is anyone else feeling the heat? I can't go smoke a cig right now. Is anyone else feeling the heat right now? This shit is hot. This shit is hot. This shit is hot. This shit is hot. Oh my god. Ain't no way. Nah, bro. Ain't no way. Because I've been in a situation where the news just reverted it up 180, but it's like 180, 180. It's like motherfucking 380. It's like Tony Hawk fucking 720. Alright, this bitch is doing a Tony Hawk 720, bro. Tony Hawk 720! That's fucking nuts. Someone said Elon Extendo rocket. Thank you. Elon Extendo rocket, bro. That's fucking hilarious. Wow. Insane. This could be the spike or it could not, but what is true is that was just the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 of yesterday's entire move. And they gap filled. Look, SPX fucking gap filled. Oh my god. Wow. Look, SPX gap filled in one god candle. 6,880. That gap that they made yesterday and never filled, never filled, never filled, showed bearish. That's something though. Fuck are we doing right now? Fuck are we doing right now? That's crazy. Alright, now it's 50-50. It could bear trap here too. Or it could bull trap again. Dude. Dude, that 3/3 though. I mean, I don't know whether that's the end of the 3/3 cycle setup or not, or whether that was the bullish cycle start or the 2/3 going into the 3/3. That just happened. So you know what I'm saying? Setup was there. It's just it fucking happened instantaneously. 1 minute we were at 6,870. 1 minute we were at 6,990. That's a 30-point candle in 1 minute. If anyone noticed. 35-point candle, and then a 40-point candle, and then a 15 probably. So insane market volatility. Wow. Insane market volatility. Zero DT, they might just cooking off the bears while they're cycling off with it, but yeah, this shit is nuts. 690 just like that tomorrow. 607. Wow. 599 to 607 today on QQQ. Can you fucking believe it? GDP data. You know, the crazy thing is though, the majority was SPY, SPX short. That's what the options data showed, but oh my god. That's something. Damn, that's crazy. Some people had some nice ass exits at the top. Someone said I had 5602 from yesterday and got 3K profit at the top. It's fucking nuts. You got it 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 in fucking 2 minutes. That's crazy work. Right. All I can say is right. The setup has played. The setup has played. So now that the setup has played, it's very important for the market to decide what it wants to do. The box at 6904 may be also coming back into play if it wants to, but it already reached today. They could pull back and hurt anything above this trend line too, or they could just delete bears too and then delete everything too. But I mean, they just did setup on setup, so let's see what the next setup comes and see what they build after the setup is played using setup. That's how it always is. Alright, well, let's see. Man, but I ain't gonna lie, after that, I gotta go smoke a cigarette because that shit was nuts. Nuts for the Bulls. After, it was nuts for the Bears at market open. That shit was nuts. Trump Governor's Bowl. Where they at, though? Where they at, though? Where they at, though? Alright, give me 1 second. Time is 10:15 here in 58 seconds. I'll be back in 3 minutes, right? 40 people that left, 20 people that left. I'm telling you, there's a lot of, you know what I'm saying? Can't on this, can't on that, ooh la la, but like, yeah, that's how life is. I don't care. It'll always be like that. Nothing ever changed. Since day one. Someone called me Confucius yesterday, bro, because I literally said, hey, please respect my boundaries, and you know, why do I have to apologize because you never listened to what I asked on the live stream for 7 days in a row? And the guy sent me a paragraph and called me Confucius. Very, very sad to see because it was someone that's been with us for a very long time, and I kind of like the guy in the YouTube chat, but yeah, I don't do disrespect. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna take you know, I respect people for sure. If I said something that's disrespectful, I agree with you, but like I said on the live stream yesterday, there was 23 people before that happened, and I only said what I said because you know all that happened, and you know people that's been with me understand. You know what I'm saying? From the bottom of my heart and the bottom of their heart, it's just now let's not drop names. Alfonso, please delete that. But yeah, I ain't gonna be called names, bro. We all human beings, right? I respect everybody, right? But I don't need to be called someone's son. You feel me? Like I know that some people here are older than me and they could be my father and they could be my grandfather, but at the end of the day, I have my own father. I have my own grandfather. I have my own life. I have my own shit. You have your own shit too. There's no need to be like, oh, I'm old enough to be you. I'm old enough. None of that. You know, you distracted. God is good all the time. It's just you gotta love what you gotta love, brother. Holy, time is 10:14. The Bears are actually coming through, but ha ha ha. The cycle today is fucking stupid nuts. Up, down, up. This is first of all 0 DTs, like but I don't know what they're cooking, to be honest with you. Maybe I'm hoping right now, but I feel like they're cycling here because in the video, I mean, if the market was truly bullish, we would just be over 690. We would just be over 686, 688 right now, hovering since 1010. But now it's making, it look sus as fuck. Why? Because of this trend line. What if this trend line turns into a trap, right? Because the setup played out and the minority is, down in the 1/3, 2/3, and the majority is in the 3/3, and then the 3/3 majority gets trapped, and the minority is in the, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying it's gonna reject, but all I'm saying is, like, setup was there, and the setup happened so fucking fast on candle that it's almost impossible to see why and what happened. And you know what I mean? Once they see why and what happened, it's too fucking late, because you know what I'm saying? It already happened. And what has happened is building what has happened. And what's happening is happening. Oh my god. It's happening! They're dumping! They're dumping! They're dumping! What the fuck? They pumping and dumping! Yo! What the fuck? Guys, this market is great, alright? This market is great. I don't know what the fuck, I don't know what the hell you motherfucking talking about. This market is great, alright? I love this. Alright, I love this motherfucking market. Alright, it's bearish, it's bearish, it's bearish, it's bearish. They're bull trapping in the 3/3. They're bull trapping, bull trap in the 3/3, 3/3, bull trap, 3/3, bull trapping. Oh my god, let's see. Oh, shit! Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, folks. Let's see what happens, folks. Alright? I'm telling you, bro, some big ass shit is going on. Alright? Not just fucking IWM, not just fucking candles, but NVIDIA. Not just fucking something. Alright, this shit could trap. Alright, me being this excited is something wrong right now, right? I ain't gonna lie, but alright, I'm gonna mute up and I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'm gonna go smoke a cig. All right, I'm back. It's been 45 minutes since the market opened, and it's been bullshit.
Congress returns in session this Monday, but negotiations are still at a standstill to get the Department of Homeland Security back up and running after funding the department lapsed last Saturday. The GOP says Democrats are using this partial shutdown to stall a Senate vote on the Save America Act, the legislation which would require proof of citizenship to vote. President Trump doubled down on his push for voter ID during a speech in Georgia yesterday. Watch.
We want voter ID. We want proof of citizenship. For you to vote, let's prove that you're an American. So please, proof of citizenship. They're fighting that. Republicans have to win this one. We'll never lose a race. For 50 years, we won't lose a race. We want voter ID. We want proof of citizenship. And we don't want mail-in ballots except for the military far away, except for people that are ill, disabled, or people that are away. Even for a vacation, we'll be generous, okay?
Very practical ideas there. The president also wrote on Truth Social, quote, "We are going to have the Save America Act one way or the other after approval by Congress through the very proper use of the filibuster or, at a minimum, by a talking filibuster." The legislation has backing from 50 Senate Republicans. Add on J.D. Vance, you've got 51. That's enough to clear at least one procedural hurdle, but not enough to overcome a filibuster, which requires 60 votes, of course, without Democrat support. Joining me now is Florida Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna. Congresswoman, good to see you. Thanks so much for being here. And you want the SAVE Act tied to the reauthorization of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, FISA, right?
I think that that's probably going to be the avenue of approach here. What's so crazy, Maria, is that at any time Senator Thune can embrace the talking filibuster, but I'm also hearing that within his chamber and his thin majority that there are senators not supporting it. So that is definitely a realistic approach in the event that they choose to not do the right thing, which is embrace the talking filibuster.
So, I mean, the talking
Spike
filibuster,
everywhere.
Through that, how would that play out? In other words,
Spike everywhere,
you're
IWM.
having an opportunity for Democrats to actually make the case. Why would you oppose
David said he's coming back and needs to get his oxygen.
Having proof of
Guys,
citizenship?
stop the cigarette talk in the chat, all right?
Well, what it does is it basically will force them to
allocate
a certain amount of floor debate time, which they only have a set amount every year. In my opinion, they should probably change that too, because Senate and really the House of Representatives has one job, that's to debate and to vote. And if they don't want to do that, we're in big trouble. But exactly to your point, it basically forces the Senate to debate to the point of exhaustion, and then they can't obstruct any ability to prevent the vote from coming to the floor. And then at that point in time, they would actually be able to vote on it. You know, this is traditionally how the Senate was supposed to function, and then a couple decades ago, it somehow changed. But as Senator Mike Lee has stated, again, going back to what Senate was supposed to be,
it really looked like it was going to fucking
I think
trap.
people all learn bad habits, but they need to course correct. And I would actually push back on Senator Thune and say that the
I guess Spy looking exactly the fucking same
is
thing.
one of the top issues in this country.
The whole market probably looking exactly the same right now. This is
to allocate
big
time in order to bring forward that debate. But in the event that they don't, the president does have the option of really asking the House of Representatives.
Fridays come in the most craziest, but why didn't they do this shit yesterday, right?
Must-pass reauthorization, and in my opinion, that would force them to pass it.
Well, I mean, we know that this is one of the top issues because we know that more than 80% of Americans believe that we should have a proper ID to vote. What's your take on what your colleague Jared Moskowitz said to me this week?
I don't want to call this shit. I don't want to call it nothing.
I agree to it as long as it's just a driver's license. I made the point. No,
Michael,
the
I've been
this
shit
process
data when they just
has been abused.
So
here's a bit of that with your colleague from Florida just this week. Watch. Are you going to vote yes for ID to vote?
I'm for photo ID.
Like this when I got caught up on the other side. I said this shit in pre-market,
no problem with photo ID. What's being proposed is a separate, completely different identification just for voting.
Now, wait a minute, because the SAVE Act, the Save America Act, is requiring voters to show ID to vote. And they also require a citizenship so that you stay with the law and, in fact, only have American citizens voting. So, again, will you vote yes to that act?
Yeah, so, again, there's no evidence that non-citizens
if they show a red candle, I'll just be pissed off.
vote in American elections.
Because you have to understand, like, look at the fucking candle. Like, that's the only reason. That's the only reason that 10-15, and I noticed, I was like, yo, if I'm like this, you know what I mean? That could fucking mean. But
you can use your driver's license or your state-issued identification to vote.
Pissed off, right?
The SAVE Act goes way beyond that.
I'll be red-faced.
It would affect women
you have to
whose
understand
birth
why
certificate
like,
doesn't match their
oh my
driver's
god!
license.
Just look at the fucking
It will depress turnout by requiring people to go and re-register to go get this new voter ID.
Congressman. That's not true.
This is about depressing turnout. It's not about making sure non-citizens vote. Let them use their driver's
6,896, so it's a 40.630. 30.
For ID to vote. Period. Congresswoman, what do you want to say to that?
Bears are in danger on SPY, QQQ, and IWM showing, and the video too.
Is not accurate in regards to wanting to depress voter turnout, and then also that it would make it more difficult for women to be able to vote. This seems to be a
Chris
very
Nero said positive gamma building on calls.
That's
you're talking about IWM.
And I think what they're trying to do is really rally their base
gamma
against it,
on
even
SPY,
though their own base
QQQ,
supports
IWM last night in the WhatsApp
voter
group,
ID.
right? I don't know if you
what they're trying to do is fear-monger people into thinking that Republicans are literally.
I don't think you saw it because I saw it checked in the midnight. Who saw it? Who didn't?
So what I always say to that is, if you really believe
IWM is the only thing that has positive gamma. A lot of calls right now.
I think that the president might address
SPX and
this during his State of the
SPY
Union
was filled to
address.
the brim with
But again,
puts.
the way to secure elections to ensure that all Americans, regardless of party affiliation, believe and feel that their vote counts is to have voter ID. And so I've been championing that. As you know, Maria, I was willing and ready to shut down the government, but the president did say that he would help us with this. And as you're seeing, he's doing just that.
Yeah. So what else are you expecting from the president for the State of the Union on Tuesday night?
I think that he's really going to help set the messaging leading into the midterms. I'm feeling that he might talk about, the filibuster, the Save America Act, obviously what he's been doing with capping prescription prices, and then also to banning insider trading. When we first came on the show a couple months ago and talked about this being a massive issue within Congress and wanting to root out the government corruption that currently exists, insider trading is, again, one of these issues that is largely supported by the American people. And I think for so many years, the president has been taking incoming from the media.
What?
And they really try to spin everything that he does. And it's going to be interesting to see them try to tell the American people why banning insider trading is terrible because President Trump is pushing it. And I think that you'll
They blamed it on us. They said the retail has been okay with that. Huh?
Activate the base.
No, we haven't.
We'll have follow through and wins for the American people. And so I'm looking forward to it. Very happy about what he's doing with his economic populism. And I think another thing to remember is that capping prescription pricing, something that he pushed with the favored nations billing and pricing for it. I think that that's incredibly important. People forget that. But again, this is about codifying what he's done to ensure that it can't be undone.
I don't understand IWM.
Well, it's a great point. And your colleague, Brian Stile, has been on the program.
There's some people that do understand IWM.
I was really struck when he said there's a lot of trading going on in Congress, which, of course, is highly inappropriate. Congressman, the president is also giving Iran a new deadline to make a nuclear deal or face consequences. Here's the president yesterday. Watch this.
What is the goal if there is a U.S. military strike?
Well, we're going to make a deal, or we're going to get a deal one way or the other.
But with a military strike, is it to wipe out their nuclear program?
I'm not going to talk to you about that, but we're either going to get a deal or it's going to be unfortunate for them.
All right, first poll of the day, folks. Who the fuck are they trapping right now?
15 days. Pretty much maximum.
Based on candles, based on cycles.
The U.S. on the global stage right now, Congresswoman, the president apparently or reportedly weighing a limited military strike to pressure Iran to make concessions. The Journal is reporting, quote, the opening assault, which is, if authorized, could come within days, would target a few military or government sites. People familiar with the matter told the Journal. If Iran still refused to comply with Trump's directive to end its nuclear enrichment, the U.S. would respond with a broad campaign against regime facilities, potentially aimed at toppling the regime. Meanwhile, Russia is urging restraint from Iran, it claims, but it says it will keep up its relations with Tehran. How do you see all of this in the middle of the president's Board of Peace meeting yesterday, the inaugural meeting?
Look, President Trump has taken a very different approach on foreign policies than any other leaders, and it's worked out best for the American people in pursuing peace over intervention. However, I want to remind the American people, the president has not been wrong on Iran. I know that before a lot of people were fear-mongering, saying that this would lead us into World War III.
And we have
I also want to remind the American people that Iran, on multiple occasions, not just publicly said that they are going to try to assassinate the president, but there were massive security issues with them taking action. And so I think that the president will get what he wants. I think that they know that he's not playing games, but I also understand his foreign policy and the strategy behind it. So I'm backing him with whatever he decides to do, but I would like to see his efforts play out and work out on behalf of
Chris said, am I the
and
Chicken Little? Nah, there's two more people in the WhatsApp group that voted.
We'll be watching all of that.
You
Great
and
to speak
Scott
with you. Thanks so much for being here. Anna Paulina Luna in Florida.
Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
Alrighty. 2 says the Bears, and 8 says the Bulls. 25% percentage population poll. We'll see.
Keeping an eye on shares of Blue Owl, you can see it and other.
What the fuck? Where is the president when we need him live the most? Man, maybe he's not today. They forced the presidential live stream before this move. That is so fucked up. All right, they fucking faked the presidential live stream before this move, and now the presidential live stream probably gonna happen an hour after. Oh god, it's the timing of it, man.
Kevin Hinks over in Chicago, who joins me now for a reaction and an update on the new home sales and UMISH. But just before I get to that, Kevin, we have just learned that SCOTUS has actually come out with a decision. And we are awaiting what that is. If I can just get that up right now. We are waiting to see what SCOTUS has to say on the tariffs. Just before I get to that, just talk us through what you're seeing as far as new home sales and UMISH right now.
Good morning. Yeah, we're waiting for that. It looks like something is happening.
Yeah,
the market's rallying
growing.
about 0.5%. So
Looks like
something
the
is
Bears
coming
are
out
coming.
from the Supreme Court, and the market is reacting to that. But until then, new home sales a beat. 745,000 versus 735,000.
Man, I just want you to break the goddamn floor, to be honest.
Consumer sentiment.
Where?
556.6.
Love said I'm wanting an absolute Elon Musk skyrocket right now. Dude, the motherfucking thing is dropping right now, though.
We also got a PMI flash that was slightly worse than expected in the 52s, but right now I think this market is going to consume and digest Supreme Court data. That's the data. I'm not sure that's what's
market. But we are showing
moving the market, Sam.
We are getting that confirmation now, Kevin. Just getting you across the details now. The Supreme Court issues its decision on tariffs and has indeed struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court on Trump's global tariffs now. So we have seen that the court holds that IEPA does not authorize the president to impose those tariffs. So we are seeing stocks rallying across the board right now, as of course we did start to the day slightly lower. So we are seeing a nice pop for equities right now. Just looking across some of the other asset classes, if we can perhaps bring some of the futures products up and look at what we're seeing on perhaps the 10-year. We have been talking to a number of analysts about what we could potentially see as far as some of the metals trade as well, if this is indeed struck down, particularly if we would see any sort of unwind across precious metals. Right now it looks like gold is holding pretty steady there, just above that 5K mark. Not a huge movement, it seems, on the 10-year right now. So it looks like maybe the markets are continuing to digest this, Kevin, as we speak. Obviously, there is going to be some sort of reaction here until we hear of a potential plan B, because it has been very clear from the U.S. administration right now that even if we do see these tariffs being being struck down, that they do have alternative measures. But a lot of the conversation has been, with respect to this outcome, would we see refunds? What would that mean for the deficit? Some of that spending, particularly because of the revenue that's been collected. There's been a lot of conversations this week around the fact that the U.S. has actually been picking up the tab here. It is not the foreign exporters. It is the U.S. businesses. It is the U.S. consumers, to which Hassett then responded this week saying that some of these Fed writers who found those details and some of that data should be disciplined. That is embarrassing. So I'm just wondering, as we continue to await to assess the market reaction here as, investors digest this news, some of your thoughts and takeaways initially.
My first reaction is I'm a little surprised that the market is rallying off this news. The U.S. has collected about $293 billion in tariff revenue. What's going to happen with that? Now, all along, the Trump administration has been saying that they have a plan B if this were to be struck down.
Some weird ass shit.
There's uncertainty that this throws into the market. So we don't know what's going to happen here. Do they have to refund? Once they get it, do they have to give it back? I think, is it the whole 293 or is it some smaller number? People are saying it's the 150 to 175 billion may have to be, returned. But the Trump administration has always been saying that they have a plan B ready, a way to get around this if the Supreme Court rules against them. But this is incredible. My gut reaction as a trader was I'm surprised the market's rallying on this, but it is.
Somewhere here too, so.
Yeah, I think that there had been expectations that we would see an initial pop just on the fact that these were going to be struck down. I suppose what needs to be seen next is the details, as you say, of what the alternative measures here. Maybe we'll get an update via Trump's Truth Social. Perhaps we'll get an update at State of the Union address next week. Who knows? But certainly,
she said, "Who knows?" Oh God.
The view out there that we would see a bit of a pop as far as stocks are concerned if
it's
this
presidential.
was very much struck down in the Supreme Court today. But, interesting timing as well as we go into the weekend. Let's see if we get any reaction today. But just moving on, obviously, with respect to some of the data that we've been getting as well. I mean, when you look at some of the GDP numbers, 1.4% on that quarter. I mean, some of that had to do with the trade deficit, which obviously has to do with, some of the tariff conversation we've been talking about, the fact that we still saw that blowout to 70 or so odd billion dollars, widening despite these duties. I mean, still this seems to be feeding in and dragging on overall GDP headlines.
Magic candles coming in.
The government shutdown as well. What's your take on what we're seeing as far as some of this data this morning?
There's no technical analysis here, just candle.
So many ways that this number could have been
just cycle building on candle.
The big jump in our trade deficit. Number two, President
cycle
Trump
inside a cycle, inside a cycle, inside a cycle.
It took the government shutdown
building liquidity before something
off of GDP. Does that fire back? Does that come back? It's hard to say, but certainly that was a number that was disappointing, especially coming off of 4.4%. But you got to remember, we had the longest government shutdown in history during the fourth quarter. So not surprising that there was some ding to GDP. But yeah, this was a pretty substantial miss there. A lot of excuses, a lot of reasons why. The fact is, does the market discount those excuses? That's what we have to find out, Sam.
Yeah, and I suppose the devil will be in the detail here as well with respect to what we're seeing with the Supreme Court striking down these tariffs. I mean, these are the IEPA tariffs, of course. So this is not all the duties that Trump has imposed on various trading partners, but this is under the emergency provisions. And so it's going to be very interesting is to see what tariffs have been struck down, what they come up with as, far as trying to sort of plug that gap to go after various trading partners, because we know that there's been lots of different reasons as to why they've targeted various countries. Not to mention, obviously, we've had some of the FDI announcements as well. Remembering at the start of this week, a lot of talk around, how much Japan was going to invest in the country.
Imagine they show 190
today. With the first tranche being that $36 billion or so across
so
diamond projects
close.
as well. you know, how much of that feeds into some of the investment deals that the Trump administration has struck with various countries as well. Any final thoughts? Obviously, we continue to, away from the macro and the geopolitics, keep an eye on some of the credit risks in these markets and the AI disruption fears. Got any thoughts on that this morning?
All things considered, Sam, taking in
what
everything
the
that
hell?
we have today, information technology is higher, communication services is higher by 1.5%, and consumer discretionary is higher by over 1%. Those
today is not forgiving. Shit is actually fucking chopping until fucking 1 hour and 10 minutes deep into the market.
We are now 5 days away from Nvidia's
time is fucking 10:40.
Yeah, that's going to be the big one, and so we will continue to watch these markets.
I'm mad as fuck right now, actually. I'm not even happy. Like, this is some stupid shit.
Also, keep an eye on some of the technology stocks
playing
today.
With $1.50
Nvidia's
range on Nvidia.
Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for getting us across your reaction to these markets today and some of the data.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. Please hit the like button if you have not already. I very, very much appreciate it.
Global tariffs struck down by the Supreme Court.
Yep, so today was going to be the fate of whether or not Trump's IEEPA tariffs, which about 60 to 75% of the tariff policy right now in the United States is based off of, and the Supreme Court making this decision, a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal, Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. So this means that the Supreme Court has decided that using IEEPA, which this administration has done when it comes to the fentanyl tariffs and it comes to reciprocal tariffs for other countries, using IEEPA is illegal. Now, given that we are in the financial community, a lot of people may be thinking, does this mean we will not have tariffs? That is not the case. This administration has talked about Plan B. Now they're going to enact tariffs using other policies via USTR and the Commerce Department. But using IEEPA, the Supreme Court is saying that this was illegal. Very interesting considering how they've been using these tariff refunds. And also, the president is going to give a massive address next week. It's the State of the Union. A lot of Supreme Court justices go to the State of the Union. You can imagine this is going to be an incredibly difficult time.
And he said, when is Trump going live? I don't think he's coming live. I can't find a single stream that says he is live anymore. In the morning, it said that he was live. Now, everything is just no thing. No video, no live stream from any news. Associated Press had a video earlier. CNBC had a video. Fox, Forbes had a video. NBC had a video. They're all gone. So now all the news is talking about the Supreme Court tariffs, which is the wildest thing
This
ever.
Latest headline coming in from the Supreme Court. Global tariffs struck down by the Supreme Court.
Doesn't the video fly on this tariff news?
Of whether or not Trump's IEEPA tariffs, which about 60 to 75% of the tariff policy right now in the United States is based off of, and the Supreme Court making this decision,
right
a redhead across the Bloomberg terminal, Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court. So this means that the Supreme Court has decided that using IEEPA, which this administration has done when it comes to the fentanyl tariffs and it comes to reciprocal tariffs for other countries,
look at QQQ
using
going
IEEPA
bullish with Nvidia, though. Something
now,
is fucking
given
flying
that
up
we
too.
are in the financial community, a lot of people may be thinking, does this mean we will not have tariffs? That is not the case. This administration has talked about Plan B. Now they're going to enact tariffs using other policies via USTR and the Commerce Department. But using IEEPA, the Supreme Court is saying that this was illegal. Very interesting considering how they've been using these tariff refunds. And also, the president is going to give a massive address next week. It's the State of the Union. A lot of Supreme Court justices go to the State of the Union. You can imagine this is going to be an incredibly difficult time for this president, considering this was paramount, a huge policy for his administration.
And not only do they go to the State of the Union, I believe often they're sitting in the front row too. So this might be a little bit more awkward. And Marie, the noise we were kind of getting from the Supreme Court, is it surprising that they struck it down, or did it seem like we were heading in this direction?
Well, there was a lot of individuals who thought potentially this is just too big. It was too big of a policy to fail, and that they would uphold the president's use of IEEPA. But others were saying, if you look at IEEPA, which has not been used in this way really ever when it comes to tariff policy, they were saying this wasn't the best legal justification to enact these tariff policies. IEPA is supposed to be used for emergency purposes. Now, some were saying maybe there would be a split decision. You use IEPA and call the fentanyl tariffs an emergency issue, but not reciprocal. And now the Supreme Court is basically saying using IEPA
30 minutes,
is
$5.
not legal. So
$4.
this is, really can't emphasize how big of a blow this is for the Trump administration.
Wow.
Let's just get a quick check on how markets are reacting to this. And Anne-Marie, I know you probably want to look through the decision a little bit more too. So first, here's your S&P 500. The initial reaction is one of a spike. We were little changed. Now we're up by 1/3%. Again, that's not huge gains. We'll see what some of these individual companies are doing, especially those who have joined a lawsuit in order to get tariff refunds. Lululemon, here's a great example of it. That's up 4% this morning. Consumer discretionary, which had been falling, that is now up 1%. Communication services still the best sector. There you go. Let's take a quick look at what bonds are doing this morning too. They are moving higher, but recall they had been moving higher after PCE yields. That is, PCE had been moving higher.
Incredible fucking range.
The yields had been moving higher, given that PCE was largely hot. So your two-year yield that moves in up by nearly 3 basis points. Your 10-year yield that stands at 4.08. That also moves higher by 2 basis points. So again, the reaction from this has been higher.
David said Google is rocketing. DST also said in YouTube Google might be doing something.
Now being led by consumer discretionary companies. Williams-Sonoma, those shares up 4%. eBay up 3.6%. Nike, those shares also up 3.3%. So again, a lot of these consumer tariff-exposed companies moving higher. Anne-Marie Horjern is still around the table with us. Anne-Marie, what does, I mean, maybe we don't know at this point, but there has been this list of companies who have joined lawsuits in order to try to claw back some sort of tariff refund from IEPA.
Right, because actually if you didn't join the lawsuit and then you had a decision like this, you wouldn't actually be in the queue preparing to potentially or even be legally allowed to get the rebate back in terms of the tariffs that these companies have been paying. So that is why you are seeing a lot of companies like Nike on your screen just shooting up right now.
They really are nuking the video right now.
But it's important to take a step back and remember that tariffs are going to be here to stay for the Trump administration.
They could even break the top of this blue line and do some crazy shit, but for now, I mean, that's what I'm saying.
Amount of flexibility to this administration to quickly put, honestly, tariffs on, tariffs off, basically overnight. They're going to have to go through potentially investigations, or they're going to have to use other authorities that you can enact tariffs, but potentially only for a shorter amount of time or have certain limits then.
Oh my
so
God.
there now will be limits on this administration, but they're going to get to similar tariff rates when it comes to countries that have done deals and also just broadly
Jensen Huang,
when
godfather
it comes to the
of all
fentanyl tariffs. They're going to have to use other avenues, but this is a big blow for the administration that has really used IEPA the entire year to enact their entire trade policy.
And that's all of that is so important to keep in mind, Anne-Marie, when we look at this market reaction. How much of it will last? Do you start to get an unwind of anything we've seen, given the ability, as you've been describing, to enact tariffs in other ways?
The best of the best 80-70s. Fuck is that 15-minute rejection? Just complete reversal. 40 minutes up. Is as well, I guess this was the other fucking side. And there was some time to this shit, so man, fuck you, NVIDIA. $189. Today is Friday, February 20th. Mark this day. What was that? Chris Christie. Oh God, Chris Christie on CNBC. Does anyone know Chris Christie? The old pretty big dude from New Jersey, used to be governor. The old big dude from New Jersey. is on a rocket.
Welcome back to Market on Close. I'm Sam Bartas on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, and joining me here on the trading floor is Dory Wiley, the CEO of Commerce Street Holding. Dory, thanks so much for your
center
time
of the universe.
and coming up to the cold weather. I'm just wondering, what you're thinking about with respect to these markets, because we just continue to see this sort of internal tension and this churn under the surface, while we're only just a couple of percentage points still off the highs of the S&P 500. So is this rotation healthy, do you think?
That's really the question that I have too. It does seem, on the surface, it seems healthy because everyone thought there's too much in tech, too much market cap in tech. Mag 7's too big, they're too overvalued.
RSI MACD every time it bounces the rocket.
But it seems a little backwards in some ways. While some of these stocks like banks and others, they should be higher, it doesn't necessarily mean that tech should be lower, particularly some of the Mag 7 like NVIDIA, who really are part of this AI SaaS problem. And then you see all this underlying volatility, which I call kind of tremors, and do they warn us about something ominous to come? So I think it's good to have a little yellow light on right now.
Okay, something worrying. I'm just wondering how you're thinking about some of these companies as far as the CapEx and the numbers they're throwing out there. I mean, tapping the debt markets to fuel some of this, and also what we're seeing as far as the conversations even today around private credit.
Yes, absolutely. And we're seeing deterioration in private credit versus the banks. The bank's credit box has gotten tighter since 2008 with Dodd-Frank. And it's very clean. It's very good. It's been very strong. And it was, COVID was a great test for that. The office space wreckage was a great test for that.
Playing in the
so
three-thirds cycle.
Say 36% of the office space.
2-hour
there's
reloading.
A higher default rate in the private credit sector, say in CMBS that we're seeing, and in delinquencies, than what we're seeing in banks. And I expect that
trying to
across
break
all
out.
sectors in private equity. But the real question is how much, and we really don't know. We saw some deterioration or at least concerns from Blue Owl today.
That's right.
With the big sell-off, and that's
really
making the market
mission.
nervous, and I think the market should be nervous about that.
They're really on that mission.
It's bringing us back to sort of the cockroaches type analogy that it was Jamie Dimon who made that comment at the back end of last year, right? I'm just wondering, as far as these earnings, because it's been a very sort of earnings-driven type of day with some of these big double-digit percentage gains and losses that we've seen in the market, and it's confusing because we've seen beats that have been punished and misses that have been celebrated and rewarded. NVIDIA is obviously going to be our big one next week. What can we expect to hear from NVIDIA, given the bifurcation we've seen in technology in the last few months, and just what we're hearing from the hyperscalers?
Yeah, I think that's a very good question.
These motherfuckers talking about my NVIDIA
universe, and
everyone's in
Meta proved that yesterday, right?
Yes.
We want all your chips, and they're into everything. And as NVIDIA goes, it's
Hey, sure shot. I sent you a WhatsApp group invite. Just keep being active, brother. In the YouTube chat, please, and also the WhatsApp group if you want to stay in. And also, there is someone named, what's your face?
To 40% below.
I'm sorry I'm saying names, but this is because you were removed last time for being inactive. If you're inactive for a couple of weeks, do understand it's nothing against you. Just be active and you'll be re-added as steady.
Rally for them,
Time
because
is
they shouldn't be drugged
10:55.
down, which I think they have been a little bit by this AI SaaS issue.
We had like 2 or 3 people come back in YouTube chat yesterday said, hey, I'm an OG, I'm active or something, but they're not here, so it doesn't really mean just because you stop by here and there, you're here.
The stock hasn't done anything.
You were in the WhatsApp group 4 months ago, so.
While their fundamentals are fantastic.
Okay, let's drift down market cap now and just talk about, obviously some of the other areas of the market which have been catching a bid this year. I mean, off a bit this week.
What a knife up, though.
Have been doing pretty well. I was having a good chat to somebody this morning about the regional banks as well. I mean, these have been hitting a record this year on a lot of the benefits coming from the rotation, also that steepening yield curve as well, not to mention everything else that's going on with the regulatory environment and M&A. Do you like that space?
Yeah, we do. Our firm Commerce Street is very active in the bank space, and we invest in banks as well. Banks have been a fear trade since 2008. And what was interesting since year end is they've really rallied and done very well, or at least since November. Even with the AI SaaS issue and fear in the market and the trembling, they'd done really well until last week, which kind of concerned me. There's nothing fundamentally wrong with these community banks, regional banks, or even the money centers. So I'm kind of wondering where that fear is showing up, because it should have been there, prior to that. But the banks are doing great. They have record levels of capital. Their margins are expanding, because rates have been kind of stable. They're not a 500 basis rate shock up or down. And the credit underwriting has been very, very good. And so I think banks are a great place to be right now. There's no reason why they shouldn't be trading 15 to 18 times earnings.
Okay.
Versus, 9 to 11 in the micro caps, small caps, or 10 to 12 in some of the bigger small cap, mid caps.
Talk to us about some of the names that are on your radar, because you've been looking at those who might be the ones on the acquisitive side in the M&A.
Yeah, M&A is extremely hot right now. We had deals that were tied up with regulators for 2 and 3 years at a time. And now with the change in administration, change in leadership, a lot more focus by the regulators, deals are getting approved in 60 to 90 days. And it's giving confidence to the buyers to go out and say, hey, we can do this, and not tie up ourselves in a strategy and be lost for a couple of years. So it's been more active the last 2 years than the previous 4 to 5 years combined. It's very, very busy. So, Huntington was a client of ours that we represented in helping to acquire Veritex in Texas. They went and acquired Cadence after that. You saw Fifth Third by Comerica. It's very active. So that will continue, and we suspect it will. Huntington, if you look at their core deposit growth to their peers, it's higher than others. With this aggressive acquisitions, aggressive disciplined pricing acquisition strategy, I think will pay off for them, in addition to their organic growth in these new southern markets that they're pursuing. And you can still buy that stock at 10.5 forward PE, and you get a 3.5% yield on the dividend.
Right, relatively
a microcap name that we're a big investor in is Third Coast in Texas, TCBX. That stock is also 10.5 dividend, but it has a crazy growth rate. And it's the fastest growing tangible book value per share stock that I've been in 20 years.
Okay, so a few names to look at. It's all about that discipline, isn't it? Hey, look, Dory, we have to wrap it up there. We've completely run out of time, but thanks so much for joining me on the floor today. Really appreciate it. All right, there's Dory Wiley there, CEO of Commerce Street Holdings.
So it appears that the court in a 6-3 decision struck down President Trump's tariffs, those broad-based ones that have to do with IEEPA, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. President put forward IEEPA tariffs
190
on 2
NVIDIA.
One was
fuck you.
Related tariffs related to Canada, Mexico,
190 NVIDIA. Fuck you.
China, and then the other were the more broad-based ones, where he cited persistent trade imbalances. Now we're still going through this. Cases coming in real time right now to figure out the 2 questions that were in front of the court. One was, does President Trump actually have the authority to invoke IEPA to impose tariffs, because this has never been done before. This is typically a federal authority that is used to invoke sanctions. So the question here is whether or not he circumvented Congress. The other question was about whether or not he actually invoked IEPA correctly, if he's able to, by declaring these national emergencies. Did those national emergencies
hovering at the roof with the divergence
related to these trade imbalances reach a legal standard of what is known as an unusual and extraordinary threat, that the president would have this authority to impose a tariff, a regulation of commerce in this way to achieve his objectives. We're still reading through this, but it appears that we have one at least dissenting opinion was from Kavanaugh, of course, a justice. Brett Kavanaugh, who was nominated under President Trump, who says, quote, "The court says nothing today about whether, and if so, how the government should go about returning the billions of dollars that it has collected from importers, but that process is likely to be a mess, as was acknowledged at oral argument." So that's going to be the entire next phase of this.
It doesn't seem to matter to investors, at least for the moment. You look at the S&P 500, it did shoot up. It's come back a little bit, but what's notable here, Paul, is that the best performing group among 24 groups is the consumer durable and apparels group. Lululemon, for instance, jumping about 5% right at the open. It's paired some of that advance to 2.4%. Lululemon, along with other companies, presumably hurt by these tariffs, would benefit, therefore, with the removal of these tariffs, although, as Tyler made clear, it's not clear whether there would be a refund or how that would even be put together.
Yep, and I'm just kind of reading some of the Bloomberg headlines. Supreme Court does not address eligibility for tariff refunds. And Bloomberg News also reporting that hundreds of tariff refund lawsuits pending in U.S. trade court. So, Tyler, this seems like that's where the rubber meets the road, to the extent that anybody's going to try to get a tariff relief or tariff refunds.
And the bulls are
it's
here.
Not going to be easy, at least at this stage.
Well, if you want to hear
bulls are here.
Statistic, IEPA tariffs
might as well sing for the bulls. Fuck.
301,000
Oh,
thou
bull shall you rise?
Likely see a
please, NVIDIA trap. What the fuck, market? You talking about NVIDIA back at 190? Oh, hell no.
Section 232 related to national security, for example. Those IEPA broad-based tariffs brought in last year more than $134 billion for the U.S. government. So it's going to be a complicated process. It likely would.
Yo, this shit is pissing me off. Blue line is about to blow up now. 190 plus 191, 192, 193 motherfuckers doing it.
This case, there's a few different wonky points that I have written down here on how this could ultimately end up happening. One thing to know is that there's something known as the liquidation process.
Oh, say, can you see what the fuck candle is this?
On China have actually been,
I don't get it, NVIDIA.
Get those back
Godfather of all AI.
And just a quick mention,
oh, say, can you see?
Treasury yields are higher. And the thinking is with the removal of tariffs would leave a budget hole that we know already surpassed $130 billion as of December. Treasury
oh, say, can you see?
Put some pressure on yields, upward pressure. And of course, if there are refunds, as part of this, that would exacerbate these moves.
So I guess
we
Tyler,
just had 30 minutes, 1 hour, an hour and a half.
Apply some
Rocket
tariffs,
on
even if this
NVIDIA.
IEPA sweeping one is no longer on the table.
What
right,
the
and we've
fuck?
already heard telegraphed from the administration that they're going to pull on these other federal authorities. Some of them are already in place. We talk a lot about Section 232, those national security tariffs that the administration has put forward on some of those critical sectors: steel, aluminum, critical minerals, and a lot of those other areas that have been a focus of the Trump administration when it comes to countering China. We could also see Section 301 investigations. That's over unfair trade practices. We saw a lot of those imposed on China under the Trump administration. Think allegations of IP protection violations. as one example.
Today's
and then
been a
there's some
3/3 day on
lesser known
NVIDIA.
ones,
1/3,
like Section
2/3 yesterday,
338
man.
that hasn't been used since the
1/3,
1940s. I also have
2/3,
Section
3/3
201 here. Tariffs
NVIDIA,
imposed
just
on
like
goods that cause
IWM.
injury to domestic industry. There's a lot. But
Just-
basically, the crux to think of this is that the Trump administration likes IEPA because that's a lot more flexible. It's a lot more broad-based. A lot of these tariffs have limits. They'll have to go away after a certain amount of time, and the rates can't go that high. A lot of these tariffs have a 15% ceiling, for example, whereas we know the president, in some cases, has threatened tariffs, 50% and onwards.
And also, all the different sections that you cited, most of these tariffs can't be imposed instantly. There's a bit of waiting time, and we know the president wants to declare something and have it kind of be in effect almost immediately. And, the IEPA tariffs allow him that flexibility, as you put it.
Exactly. A Section 232
Bro, I've been calling the
investigation
market
on
since
average
bullish
takes
since
9
10,
months
but
to
at 10,
complete.
at 10:15,
We
they
have
got
seen
me
this
fucked up. I
administration
ain't go
in some
front.
cases do this under a more expedited
At
timeline because
10:15,
they
they got me
actually
fucked
pulled
up.
on
I ain't go front.
investigations that were launched under
I
the
call
first
this
Trump
a
administration.
gorilla
So they were
cycle.
able to make
Some sort of
the
extended
legal
gorilla
argument that
came
they
on
already had
NVIDIA
such a
to
bolstering
take this
of information
from
behind them that they
186
could
to
make the
190
determination that this,
for however
reached,
long they want to do it,
meets the
long
national
term,
security
medium term,
concerns or
or
the
it could be
unfair
a
trade
fucking couple of
allegations
days.
to
Shit,
put on
but
their
gorilla
tariffs. But
cycle
to
came.
your point exactly, Scarlett, this definitely limits the flexibility of the
Big
administration.
bull gorilla. Zero DT cycle, man.
I think the Iran issue has historically been a real unifying issue in the United States, which is odd, given that the U.S. political elites are pretty much split on absolutely everything. Iran tends to unify them, although I think Trump's desire, or at least build
Motherfucking
up
King Kong.
and steps towards war, is beginning to kind of chip away at that unified elite. So I think there's that element of it, and then I think there's the element of the buildup.
Now the real question is, does this purple box
The U.S. military buildup in the region is really consequential.
hold up
It's
on
really
QQQ
significant.
or break
It's,
up higher on the
unlike anything that
5-minute
we've seen
or
in the past
15-minute
before. Is it
candle?
really intended
It
to
is
go
breaking
to
out,
war, or is it
staying
intended to
above,
scare
trying
the
to
Iranians
hover.
to the negotiating table? I think there's an element of both, but the risk, of course, is that the buildup is so significant that unless
Someone said
Trump
if it
gets
doesn't
everything
drop
he
here, I see
wants out of an agreement
695.
with the
Oh my
Iranians,
fuck.
he's going to have to use it to justify that buildup.
Zena, I think,
Talk about
as you
tomorrow.
mentioned, the buildup of military capabilities in that part of the world is substantial.
What the fuck are you talking about? 695 when?
Strategy is
What
does
are you
the US
talking about?
want here from
Oh my
Iran? That seems to be unclear for a lot of folks.
I mean, that is the million-dollar question. What
That's the
are the
million-dollar question.
objectives
When?
of what the United States is doing
I
right
understand
now?
695. I get it, reasonable, but when? Tomorrow?
We have to find a way to
Monday?
contain or roll back Iran's nuclear program. Then, for some people in the United States, it became about regime change. Then it returned back to the nuclear program. It's really, really unclear. And the reason for that is I think the administration itself is unclear on what its objectives are. I think there's an element
Man, should we
of
do a second poll today
opportunism
with
right now.
695 or
There's an
690 plus
opportunity.
or some shit for
Dina,
next week?
how
I don't
are
know.
the generals and the
That'd be kind of
admirals,
funny.
like the pros at this, like you?
I think
do
most
they
of the
feel
people would
left?
think
But where you
690 plus
sit,
next week at
is
this
this being
point right
run
here.
off the desk
So,
of the president in the
all right, let's
Oval
do the second
Office,
poll today.
or is there actually
Second
a
poll today.
discussion
Next
of
week, based
normal
on today's
planning of
move
a
and
conflict or a
cycle and candle
war
that you
in
see,
the
you
process
think
of war
next week will
studies?
be 692, 690
I mean,
plus,
I think it's
or it
impossible
will
to go
be
to war
sub
without at
690?
least having a conversation with the
All right,
generals. And
let's
in
do
fact, it's
our
been
second poll
reported that
today.
President Trump has been briefed on the military options when it comes to Iran. And part of that briefing and conversation is actually why Trump didn't go to war with Iran in January when the protests were happening and when he promised to send help. Because I think the briefing from the generals really frightened him and pushed him to build his capabilities up first.
That's the smartest thing I've heard, Paul. I mean, I'm sorry, but forget about all of our parents were riveted and molded by Pearl Harbor, November of 1979.
Second
There
poll
was
of
a
the day,
problem.
folks.
the Exocet missile in the Falklands. There was a problem.
We have 3 people
Where's the
voting
problem here,
we have
given
4
what we
people
see in
voting
those
690
maps?
plus. We have zero. We have 0 people
So,
voting sub
Dina,
690
what is
next week. I will be the chicken little of the day. We have 6 people
Israel
voting
is
690
playing in this
plus. I am the
situation?
only person
Other
voting
allies,
690 sub
perhaps
next
other
week.
players in
Leslie.
the Middle East? Is it just the U.S. and Iran with this
Vote whatever you think,
What are the
based
others
on
doing?
whatever happened today. This is a personal
I think
opinion
the
poll.
main
Nothing
players
else
is
doesn't really
definitely
matter.
the US
Jack
and
shit.
Iran, and the main decision maker on this front right now really is President Trump.
All right,
But I
3
think
people
Israel is
voted
playing
sub
a
690.
huge role in trying to sway
8 people
Trump,
voted
in trying
690 plus.
to really convince him either to go to war or to have a very maximalist position in the nuclear negotiations. And bizarrely, compared to a few years ago when the first nuclear deal was being negotiated, it's the US's Gulf Arab partners that are actually urging restraint, that are saying, we don't want war because we don't know what will happen once the fighting starts.
Well, Dina, that's right where we wanted to go. I mean, did you study the American Civil War, Dina, at King's College? Or is it just the
Very
English
little.
Civil? Very little. Okay. July 1861. First Battle of Bull Run. The socialites of Washington went out to watch.
I don't
the battle.
know. We just had 8 people vote sub 690 now out of nowhere. I don't know. I don't know. That poll, something fucked up with this poll. I don't know.
Jaded about short little skirmishes. Do you assume if something happens this weekend, whatever the president decides,
I think most people said
that this
690.
is
Someone
some
said
form of
700.
short little
Exactly. So
skirmish?
10 people
Or
said
do we end
690
up
plus
with a
8 people
bull
said
run
sub
like the American
690
Civil
now.
War 4, 5, 6 years?
Oh, we have 11 people, Chris.
I think if you had
690.
asked me this question 6
But it said
months ago,
680
7
next
months
week.
ago,
Nah,
I
that's
would have
not
said,
a part of the
I
poll.
think there's a chance we can keep it short because the Iranians don't want to escalate further. They don't want to fight a war there. They know they're going to lose. I think today the issue is really existential for Iran. So they have no incentive to not escalate. Their incentive is the opposite. Escalate, throw everything we have at the problem and see what we can do, how to get the US bogged down further in the region, impact oil markets by shooting at oil and energy infrastructure in the region, potentially closing the Straits of Hormuz. And once that happens, it's absolutely impossible to keep this short.
IWM trying to go up.
So, Dina, I guess if we step back and say perhaps
QQQ
a
was trying to
strategy for
pull
the
back.
U.S. would be regime change because anything
NVIDIA
short of
is
that
slow.
seems
190 reached.
inconsequential relative to the assets that are being deployed.
Someone said possibly they want to take out
Well, for
195.
sure, that could be an option. But then the problem
There's
is
a
the
bunch of
assets
orders
that
there.
are deployed there are not enough. It's
Okay.
going to be virtually
Man,
impossible
market's so
to change
volatile
the
at this
system
point. It
from
could just
overhead.
pop and
You're
just
gonna have to
delete
put
the
boots on
fucking
the ground. And I
retail
don't
or
think any
reset or
American
some
president
shit.
wants
But
to
that
put
would
boots
mean
on the ground in
NVIDIA
Iran.
190
Yeah,
plus.
absolutely. So, I mean,
That would
again,
mean
what's
190
the next step
3,
you're looking for,
195
Dina?
next week.
I'm looking for the beginning of that conflict. I think sadly, everybody has cornered themselves into that first airstrike happening. And then we'll be looking at how does Iran escalate? Does it go all out immediately or does it do it step by step? I think my sense is that it will be a pretty rapid escalation. And then it becomes really difficult to say what will happen next.
Walmart downgrade after what the fuck? The good news from yesterday.
I want to bring you some headlines. We are getting a CNN reporter posting on X about Trump's reaction to these IEEPA tariff rulings. Trump saying that the ruling is a, quote, disgrace, and saying that he has a backup plan for tariffs after ruling. This is something that Anne Marie has been so excellent on, that this White House does have a plan B.
Tariff news coming out. We got global political news coming out. We got
policy analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Nathan, let me just get your initial reaction to this decision.
So my reaction is just on board with what Anne Marie was saying is that Section 122 is most likely what you're going to see President Trump turn to, which is this 15% tariff at 150 days. Now, that gives the Trump administration plenty of time to do other tariffs via Section 232 or Section 301, and they have them out by this summer. But there's a couple of things that we think our clients should know.
Trying to pull back to 608.94.
This does take away a little bit of President Trump's negotiating tactics,
somewhere
if you
purple
will,
box here,
with
but yeah,
other
trying
countries,
very,
and we're
very hard.
specifically thinking
IWM
Canada
trying to
here,
go bullish.
but also just to call this in a low probability scenario, if President Trump wants to transfer those 122 tariffs into something else within 150 days, he's going to be doing that just months before the midterm elections. So we are going to be looking at his statements over the next few weeks to see maybe this is not something the Trump administration wants to do because it's easy to launch investigations. It's much more difficult to put tariffs back on place on an American populace that generally is not on board with President Trump's tariff strategy.
And Nathan, a lot of people agreeing with you. Neil Dutta of Renaissance Macro writing in, I don't think we've heard the last from Trump and tariffs. This part is important, though. This point Neil makes. The issue is if he does not dial the tariff threat back on, he basically looks like a lame duck. The issue is more political than economic. At least now, if Trump turns the trade knob back on, we get more uncertainty. If he decides to give in, he is basically cooked politically. And Mike, this is something that you were saying, too, that there are options here, but all these options, they just maybe result in more uncertainty as we try to figure out what corporate America, what environment they're going to have to be dealing with.
Well, it looks like the first thing that they would do is use something called Section 122, which allows the president to put on 15% tariffs for up to 150 days in just about any case he wants, if he can say there's an international balance of payment problems. And I assume that's going to be their first fallback. It is only 150 days, but it does kind of keep some tariffs in place, which is important to the president. And then, as Anne-Marie's been saying, there are a number of other possible things they can use. The Section 232, the national security issue that they've used with China.
We only know the data we have now in the video.
That needs an investigation.
Divergence did not clear. Marcus pulling back.
The International Trade Commission basically said certain industries have been affected by trade policies, and then they can put up to a 50%
Time is 11:15
for those industries for a period of 4 years. There is a discrimination against U.S. businesses, Section 301.
Bears are here.
Also be used.
The bars are here
on tariffs, but they also
need the motherfucking bird bears to strike fucking deep into the heartlands of America.
Try to fall back on right away is Section 338 of the 1974 Act. Now, this has never been used before, but if the president can assert there is discrimination against U.S. commerce, which essentially would be sectors of the economy rather than individual countries, then they can impose 50% tariffs. So it's not going to be just a matter of which sections they're going to choose, but how they frame this to try to fit the conditions of each of these sectors.
Uno, dos, trece. Trece y trece. Trece y trece. I want the channel hoppers to fucking leave and never come back. That's why I'm speaking in Espanol right now, man. 3/3 bearish. Trece y trece. 11:20. Wow. The bears are striking deep into the heartlands of South Africa. They go into South America.
We are getting some more reaction from Washington, D.C. Schumer saying that the tariff ruling is a victory for consumer wallets. There's also some reaction from the EU seeking clarity on the next steps. A spokesperson
2080 MA 606 somewhere.
Contact with the U.S. administration. Anne-Marie, I mean, there are still active and live negotiations going on because everything that was really established, I guess, has been a framework at this point.
Yeah, there are active negotiations, but if you are a trading partner with the United States and you know that they're going to use some of these other avenues via USTR, the Commerce Department that Mike McKee just outlined, do you really want to go back into having a fight with the administration when you definitely know you want access to the U.S. market. So I'm not quite sure with trading partners where this will stand. I'm sure a lot of them are getting phone calls from reporters like me asking what is going to be your posture now to the U.S. government, given what the Supreme Court said about IEPA. When it comes to the Democrats, hearing from Senator Schumer right now, a victory for the wallets of every American consumer.
Bulls are hoping the HOD divergence clears.
For the midterm elections.
The Bears are hoping the HOD divergence never clears.
That Trump was outsourcing too much. He was using too much power, stuff that should have been used under Congress. And two, it comes after a report that consumers and businesses pay nearly 90% of Trump's tariffs. This is a new analysis that we actually saw the White House take issue with. And the White House was talking about how actually economists need to be disciplined. I think Kevin Hassett recently, though, said that maybe he got a little emotional when it came to this
small
report.
cycle bounce is
when
trying.
you look at consumer surveys, you have heard,
man, I really hope the video falls
April,
here, but fuck.
When it came to Liberation Day, you had heard that angst within consumers about tariffs.
Maybe it
and
bounces a
what
little bit with the
mean,
market.
In essence, attacks. Also, what comes to mind? Trump has been talking about tariff dividends ahead of the midterm elections, potentially $2,000 checks. Now, Congress has really had no appetite for this, but the president, nonetheless, has talked about it. Well, that idea is completely going to be thrown out the window when you don't have the IEPA tariffs enacted right now, and they're going to need months and weeks to enact their other policies.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Oh, hell yeah, dude.
I think the Iran issue has historically been a real unifying issue in the United States, which is odd, given that the U.S. political elites are pretty much split on absolutely everything. Iran tends to unify them, although I think Trump's desire, or at least build up and
5 minutes is growing
towards war, is beginning to
5 minutes is growing on SPX and
at
NVIDIA. Or
unified
sorry,
elite.
QQQ.
So
28 EMA is testing 606.18. Could bounce.
The buildup is the military buildup.
606.13. Wow, that's a fucking crazy rejection. 610 to fucking 606 in a fucking matter of 5 fucking minutes. Insane. Whoever fucking got the tippity top of 610, that is fucking crazy. 20 EMA testing. That's fucking crazy.
Risk, of course, is that the buildup is so significant that unless
hell yeah, boy,
out of an agreement with the Iranians,
hell yeah, boy, HOD divergence.
Dina, I think
Bulls are hoping, Bears are hoping.
Military
third.
That part of the world's substantial. Do we know what the U.S. strategy is? What does the U.S. want here from Iran?
HOD divergence.
Clear for a lot of folks.
On QQQ and SPY, Spidey Spy, QQ to QQ.
What the United States is doing.
Q.
It started out as we had to find a way to contain or roll back Iran's nuclear program. Then, for some people in the United States, it became about regime change. Then it returned back to the nuclear program. It's really, really unclear. And the reason for that is I think the administration itself is unclear on what its objectives are. I think there's an element of opportunism right now.
Oh my God, excuse me.
There's an opportunity.
Dina, how are the generals and the admirals, like the pros at this, like you, do they feel left from where you sit? Is
this thing could bounce to the top of the purple box before it decides to do anything to it. Because it broke out, faked out, and now it's breaking down and could fake out and come back and chop here too.
In the process of war studies.
I mean, I think
cycling
it's impossible
on
to go to
NVIDIA could, because MACD RSI kind of getting oversold on NVIDIA. Bounce could happen anytime. Whether the bounce is real, medium term, or long term, we will fucking see with cycle time confirmation. Look, time is 11:22. 11:25 is here in 15 seconds, and QQQ is trying to squeeze lower. Bears are here into 11:25. Most likely, statistically speaking, time is 11:25 in 5 seconds. We're about to find out.
That's the
5,
smartest thing I've heard.
4,
I mean, I'm
3,
sorry, but
2, 1, say, 11:25 is lower than 11:20. Bears are here on QQQ. NVIDIA bears are here. SPY bears are trying their darndest. 606 is about there. This is fuck the price target. It's basically there. 2080 EMA, but it's not there. If they do it, it'll be mad fast. If not, I don't know.
Role that Israel is playing in this situation, other allies, perhaps other players in the Middle East. Is it just the U.S. and Iran with the stare off here? What are the others doing?
Stupid.
I mean, I think the main players are
Spike.
definitely the US
IWM
and
cycles are
Iran,
so hard because
and
the 3/3
the
comes in
main decision
spiky and then
maker
it makes
on
bulls
this
hope, it
front
makes
right now
bears
really
hope,
is
and it's
President
weird as
Trump.
shit.
But I think Israel is
It's
playing
weird
a
as shit.
huge role in
IWME.
trying to sway Trump and trying to really convince
Little
him
guy, IWM.
either to
Little
go to
dude.
war or
Little
to have
guy.
a very
Little dude.
maximalist position in the nuclear
Little guy.
negotiations. And bizarrely,
Time is
compared to a few
11:23,
years ago when the first
11:25.
nuclear deal was being
11:25 is trying to
negotiated,
bounce.
it's
Even
the
though it's one
U.S.'s
single
Gulf
minute,
Arab partners that are
55,
actually
50
urging
seconds, it still
restraint,
counts
that
as
are saying we don't
11:25
want
until the
war
low
because
of
we don't know what will
11:25.
happen
That's the
once the
3/3
fighting
low of this
starts.
cycle.
Well, Dina,
Bears,
that's right where we wanted
the
to
bears
go.
are
I mean,
in danger.
did you study the American
They
Civil
could
War,
burn
Dina,
it.
at King's College? Or is it just the
Very
English
little.
Very
Bears
little.
are
Okay.
trying.
July 1861. First Battle of Bull Run. The
IWM bounced at
socialites of Washington
11:25.
went out to watch the battle
11:25.
because it was going to
Bouncing
be a
at
short little
11:23. The
skirmish.
first minute
America
of
after
11:25
Iraq,
at
America after
11:23. If you look
Afghanistan
at the bottom right
is
there, it says
jaded about
11:23.
short little skirmishes.
So
Do
we'll
you
see.
assume if
It's
something happens this
11:23,
weekend, whatever the
11:25, a
president
little breaks,
decides,
or if
that
they
this
cycle.
is some form of short little skirmish,
Cycle,
we
or
end up
they
with a
drop,
bull run like the
or they
American
chop,
Civil War,
or
4, 5,
they
6
make
years.
some chicken fucking
I
Caesar
think if you
salad.
had asked me this question 6 months
Lasagna.
ago,
I don't
7
know.
months ago, I would
See.
have said, I think there's a chance we can keep it short because the Iranians
Shit.
don't want to escalate further. They don't
It's
want to fight
risky
a
as
war
fuck to
there.
call
They
this
know
shit
they're
bearish or
going to
bullish.
lose.
I
I
low-key
think
want to say it's
today the
bearish,
issue
but
is
like
really
I don't want to
existential
because
for
it'd be
Iran.
fucking dangerous.
So they have no
2080 MA
incentive
may be
to
touching
not
VWAP, maybe
escalate.
the 2080
Their incentive is the
2080
opposite,
MAs here.
escalate,
2080
throw
MAs
everything we
here
have at
on
the problem
QQQ. Time
and
is
see what we can
11:25.
do, how to get the U.S. bogged down
606.85 is
further in the
20 cents
region,
fucking close to it.
impact oil markets by
606.09.
shooting at
It's
oil
basically
and
there.
energy
All right, this
infrastructure in
shit
the
could
region,
bounce. If we
potentially
look at the
closing the
5
Straits
minute,
of
this
Hormuz.
is right at the
And once that
2080
happens,
EMA. If
it's
this shit
absolutely
curves up,
impossible
the
to keep this
20
short.
okay, the 2080 EMA is lower.
So,
Okay, they're going
Dina,
to the 2080
I
EMA.
guess if we step back and say
They will find
perhaps
out. The
a
5 minute is
strategy for the
bearish.
US
Bearish
would
control.
be
This is 3/3.
regime
3/3
change,
bearish.
because anything
2080 EMA
short
is
of
reached
that
on.
seems
S.
inconsequential
Smith
relative to
requests
the
to
assets
join.
that are
Please
being
do not
deployed there.
request to join the SPY US
Well,
main
for
stocks
sure,
alert room.
that
If you
could
are
be
really
an
interested,
option. But
please
then the problem is
DM
the
me,
assets
pay,
that are
and then
deployed
request to
there
join.
are
We
not
have had
enough.
25
It's
people
going to
do it
be
before you. Is
virtually
the reason why I
impossible
say
to
it in the
change the
live stream.
system
I'm very
from
sorry that I'm
overhead. You're going
saying
to
it
have to
on the
put
live
boots
stream,
on the ground, and
but
I
I
don't
don't
think
want
any
to.
American
So
president wants to
please.
put boots on the ground.
Time
in
is
Iran.
11:25. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely. So, I mean, again,
1/3,
what's
2/3,
the next
3/3
step
bearish
you're
cycle
looking for,
started
Dina?
everywhere. QQQ, SPY,
I'm looking
IWM.
for the beginning of that conflict. I think sadly everybody has cornered themselves
2080
into
MA has
that
reached on
first airstrike
SPX.
happening.
2080 MA has
And
probably
then
reached
we'll be
on
looking
QQQ.
at
It's there
how does
by
Iran escalate?
one
Does it go
candle
all out
less.
immediately, or does it do it step by
It's there
step?
by cents.
I think
VWAP
my
is
sense
testing.
is that it will be a pretty
MACD
rapid
volume is
escalation.
trying.
And then it becomes really difficult to say what will happen next.
Has reached 2080 MA has reached QQQ and SPY in the video too. Probably. Not yet on the video. The video 20. They can cycle here. All right, or they algo range and go. That's one of my two deductions. Right, they may cycle bounce at the 28 EMA right here, right now, or they just algo range this bitch and go down and come back later, or fucking figure it out later.
Well, I think when we dig through some of the details, we're going to see that it's pretty messy, particularly given that the economy was shut down for almost half of that 3-month period. Now, the president says it shaved off about 2 points. The BEA
Man, this
says
purple
it
box
shaved
on
off about
QQQ
1%.
beautiful, but the risk
So
was
we
kind
know
of
that
crazy
there was
today.
a
But I guess the
significant
risk going
damping
up was
down
crazy too.
effect,
So 600,
regardless of whether it's
610,
1 or
fucking
2 percentage
606,
points. So
$15,
parsing through
$14
some of the
already.
details, I think the more important figure to focus on right
Nasty
now to
with it,
really
bro.
gauge the
They
underlying
nasty with
momentum
it.
of the economy
Man's fucking
is
cycled
let's
this
strip
bitch.
out inventories,
I
let's strip
literally
out
said
trade,
there's some fucking
let's look
crazy
at
ass
real
King
final
Kong that came
sales
at
to domestic
10:15 to this shit
purchasers
190,
which
right?
rose
But
at
like this is,
2.4%.
I don't even know anymore right now still, but still
this is what we saw in the third
King
quarter
Kong
at
extension cycle.
2.9%.
Oh, that's
Extendo roll-up
brilliant.
cycle
and
happening
I really
on
buy this
NVIDIA.
angle from years ago at Fidelity with Bettina Dalton. And the bottom line, Paul, is that's a pretty good number.
I think it's a pretty good number. And how about the inflation outlook there, Lindsay? If you're given that the economy is growing at a solid rate, what's the inflation story on top of that?
NVIDIA cycle coming,
I have
trying to
been
make
long
you bounce.
concerned about inflation and the Fed's lack of focus on inflation. So we see this pick up to 2.9%, and that is in the wrong direction. We don't see this ongoing improvement of disinflation that the Fed remains very optimistic that we're going to achieve, getting back to 2% as they forecast by 2028. Now, any improvement, of course, is welcome, but I do expect inflation to remain elevated nearer that 3% pace for some time, which will keep pressure on the Fed to remain on the sidelines.
She so undersells it. I mean, she was my economist of the year 1 year, 2 years, 3 years ago. I can't remember. Lindsay with Jim Bianco was out front with Mohamed Al-Arian. You know what, folks? Inflation's going to be resilient. She nailed it.
So, Lindsay, talk to us about kind of how you think the Fed is digesting the numbers we had today, some of the labor data we had last week, the CPI data we had last week. How are they putting it all together, do you think?
Well, I think right now the Fed is looking at this moderate trend line in activity as a justification for their earlier decision to cut rates. Remember, over the past 2 years, we're now 175 basis points closer, or arguably at now that neutral level. But the reacceleration in payrolls in the latest report, the pickup as we saw this morning in inflation is going to really solidify now their position on the sidelines.
Godfather of all, Jensen Huang. Thank you so much. 112 people here. Let's hit the like button, folks. Thank you all so much. We are in the 3/3 bear cycle. Let's see where they go.
I don't think we're there quite yet. This is a Fed that has been willing to tolerate above target inflation for years. So simply maintaining this 3-ish% isn't going to move the needle. But they are sending the signal to the marketplace that they're focused on inflation, and that should help rein in inflation expectations.
See, when you have a PhD in economics, you can say ish with quality. Lindsay, I mean the bottom line here is it's a K-shaped economy. We're going to get all sorts of mail. You guys are nuts. You have no idea the struggle out here. After 14 minutes of analysis, how K-shaped is our K-shaped America?
Well, I would argue it's not necessarily a K-shaped, but more of an E-shaped recovery. It's going to be uneven, certainly. There is this dichotomy across classes, particularly as we see household net worth significantly increase for those at the upper end of the income spectrum as a result of a run-up in asset prices via the housing market, the equity market, a benefit which the middle class and the lower end of the income spectrum has not benefited from. But we do see other stimulants coming out into the economy. The One Big Beautiful Bill Act, averting a reset to a higher tax rate. This won't necessarily provide a windfall to spending, but it will help to maintain the current levels of expenditures across those different rungs in the E-shaped recovery. So uneven, yes, but not necessarily a K-shaped, where some are perpetually, I should say, doing better, and others are losing momentum.
How much of an impact are you expecting, Lindsay, from some of the president's legislation, the One Big Beautiful Bill? I mean, are you factoring that into your GDP forecast, your consumer spending forecast? How is that impacting things?
Well, we're looking at the overall impact on the economy for 2026 to be upwards of several tenths of a percentage point. Now, that doesn't seem like a lot, but again, as we're looking at an economy at a growth rate at 2.2% last year, any additional boost to consumers or businesses is a welcome step in the right direction. But right now, I think the biggest factor is going to be how much of a dampening effect does that overhang of elevated prices take out of consumers' ability to spend out in the marketplace.
So help us here with what Alexis said, and she took her cue from the President of the United States. He's out with a tweet saying it cost 2 points. The shutdown. Lindsay Pigs is just back of the Stiefel Nicholas envelope. How much do you add on to real GDP to get where we are now?
I think the president may be looking at this overly, it may be accounting a bit more for the shutdown than I would assign. I would say maybe in line with the BEA's forecast of about 1%. But remember, whatever we lost at the end of the year, we typically regain when the government reopens. And so if there was a 1% loss, we're likely going to see an even stronger 1% boost across the first quarter. Now, this time it is a little more complicated because we did see that second round shutdown, although it was much shorter and much less disruptive. But I would expect that to be reclaimed, anything that was lost at the end of the year to be reclaimed, at least within the first half of 2026.
Now that the bounce is here, I'm a little bit scared. I was expecting this cycle somewhere here, though, but yeah. Now that the bounce is here, I'm a little bit scared. 189 showing bullish today. But to space. This is it. This is the cycle. Guess we'll find out soon enough.
Now that we've secured our border, we stopped the...
Well, I think when we dig...
I think we have a chance at that for sure. I mean, earlier in the year, I thought we would have hit 7,000 and stayed there. We haven't managed to do that yet.
Oh, come on, we pulled back 3 or 5%.
Well, 3 or 5%, but the expectation for the year was around 7% return. So yes, Tom, we might get to that 10% or more for this year. But you know, the broader backdrop is support, right, on a number of different factors. The consumer side, I think, is actually strengthening this year.
28 EMA
the
cycling.
other notable development for me this week is all about CapEx. And CapEx not only in the United States and not only from hyperscalers, but CapEx globally. We've got the European manufacturing numbers came out this morning, and those popped quite significantly, driven by German fiscal stimulus. So, you know, back to kind of the U.S. economy, though, CapEx also is an engine now. And then housing, maybe that'll pick up too.
Yesterday, Paul was way too optimistic.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Sure.
sorry. There's like an optimistic tone going on.
There is a little bit. Good earnings out there. Anastasia, I'm looking at the WEI function here for the world equity indices. The U.S. is doing fine as it did last year, but the rest of the world's doing better.
Right.
So rest of world versus U.S. outperformed by and large last year.
Yeah.
Same this year. How do you view kind of where to allocate geographically?
Right. I think the way we see allocations is that you don't pick one or the other. You do both. You do U.S., you do Europe, you do Asia. And the reason for that, you know, if you think about the next 5 years, let's say, it's all about localization of supply chains. It's onshoring. It's about, you know, making sure you cater to the domestic consumer. So it used to be that you could allocate to a U.S. multinational and that would get you the Europe exposure or China exposure. That's no longer the case. So that's why I think you have to invest in each specific region. But to bring it back to sort of the cyclical momentum, I think the reason why Europe is actually seeing an outperformance versus the U.S., because the U.S. has this rolling AI scare. You know, maybe it's software names, maybe it's wealth tech names. And so the AI exposure has not been a positive to the market. But I think even beyond that, there is something positive happening in Europe. It is the German fiscal
Artificial my ass.
that is showing up in the manufacturing momentum. It is also the fact that Europe is striking deals of its own. You know, 50% of global GDP is covered by some sort of a trade deal with EU now, the latest one being with India. So that's a big deal. And then you have this bifurcation between the Northern Europe versus Southern, and Southern being more services oriented.
QQQ bounced at 606 too. Look at this shit.
Up well too. So we've always liked Europe.
Look at this shit. 606 bouncing, 607, 28 EMA cycling.
But I think there's this cyclical upside to it as well now.
In the U.S. market, we've seen a
That's
pronounced
fucking
rotation
crazy
starting,
pullback though. Look at this fucking goddamn pullback. 610, 605, 607, halfway point at the drop almost too.
Because we've in the U.S. market, it's always been led by tech, but
yeah,
there seems to be rotation a little bit.
I mean, it feels a little different to me this time, you know. And no, I don't think the hyperscaler trade is gone. I don't think the semiconductors are not going to perform. But I do think there's this realization that for the next maybe 10 years. It's been software's world, and we've all been living in it. And software was eating the world, and so on. And it's been sort of, you know, the business model that's asset light. That's what's benefited. But as I think about going forward, it might be that we're in the asset heavy economy once again. It's about physical assets, tangible assets. They can be made obsolete by the stroke of AI overnight.
You were brilliant on this at New Mexico years ago. Let's bring it in. What happens to your world if the hyperscalers decide to grow up and actually issue debt like Google did the other day? I look at that, you know, Zvibodi 101 up at BU, and it's just got to be a plus for confidence.
Well, that's right. And the reason why they're confident to do so is because they have the free cash flow to do that. And, you know, although to Paul's point, the markets were fearful and the spreads were somewhat widening, back at the tail end of last year. The realization is they have hundreds of billions of free cash flow and, just cash on the sidelines, so they can afford to issue that debt. The reason, Tom, I think there is such a great deal of confidence for hyperscalers is because they do see the future potential growth in their cloud revenues. And whether it's Google, whether it's others, you see that hockey stick inflection higher in cloud revenues. That's important. They also see the revenues of their customers, the likes of OpenAI, Anthropic, and others, and those have been going up substantially as well.
Earnings were, I don't know, about 80% of the way through the S&P 500 reporting earnings. They look pretty solid to me. Are they enough to support this market here going forward?
They do look solid, absolutely. And, I think what's actually really interesting too, Paul, is that even earnings for software companies that we've worried about also look solid. We'll look through a number of software companies, and 60% or so of them reported, and 80 to 100, depending on the sector, have reported positive earnings surprise and earnings growth of 20 or 30%. So that alleviates some fear in that particular pocket of the market. And then beyond that, for the market in general, take a look at the profit margin. It's going up. It's gone up despite tariffs, and we're looking for a record 13.9% profit margin. That's likely driven by AI.
And we may get, did Tyler say we may get the Supreme Court thing today?
Could be, yeah. I mean, they're definitely going to issue some rules.
Does that get in the way of the hockey games?
Oh,
I hope not.
I hope not. Hope not.
We don't want that.
We don't want that.
No.
Anastasia Amoroso, we continue with our chief investment strategist. Partners Group nailed the bull market to be direct. Is this the Partners Group of Switzerland?
Yeah.
It is.
Have
the
you
Partners
been
Group.
to Zug?
Of course, yes.
A bowl of soup costs $40 in a restaurant?
It's quite a lot. It is. It's Switzerland.
Do the Swiss want to buy America? Because we've had different people saying, well, people are sort of upset with President Trump, but they really want to buy America. Do the Swiss institutions and continental Europe institutions, do they want to buy Microsoft?
Look, I think the realization for all institutions globally is that you might disagree with the current policies, you might disagree with the current tactics, but not to invest in America is not in investor's best interest. You think about the corporate tax rate and, again, the fiscal stimulus that we have coming out of the U.S., you look at the innovation, you look at the margins, you look at the productivity gains, it's really difficult not to allocate capital here. I will say one question mark for investors has been around the direction of the U.S. dollar. And if the dollar weakness continues, does that actually eat away at your returns significantly? We're of the view that, we're at a point where there should be some more stable conditions between the euro dollar, for example. So with that as a backdrop, the capital flows definitely should continue to the U.S.
How about, what are we doing in the bond market here? I can sit in a 2-year treasury and get 3.5%. Are you suggesting your clients take credit risk above and beyond that?
Yes, I mean, for a more risk-averse individual, perhaps looking at the shorter term of the U.S. curve might make sense. But we're also investors in private credit, and private credit, despite the headlines that are out there, we see fundamentals that are still quite solid. I can elaborate on that in just a minute. But we also see the yields that have come down from 12%, but they're hovering, let's say, around 9 or 10%, which is still quite attractive in a world where rates elsewhere are going down. Now, back to the solid fundamentals of private credit. First of all, default rates are holding steady, and they're quite low. They're also bifurcated. If you're in the cyclical industry like autos, yes, you're going to see a higher default rate. If you are a non-sponsor-backed credit, you might see a higher default rate. But if you look at the sponsor-backed, especially secular growth credits, we're looking at a default rate of 1.5%, which is quite low and quite normal. So, and even in software, Paula, I would say for private credit, we're still seeing a default rate that's half what it is for the index. So a lot of the noise that's out there is noise, and I think investors would be well served to take some risk in private credit.
You mentioned software. We've seen such a rotation out of software stocks as part of that AI concern rippling through the market. Is it time? I mean, a lot of these names, you're like, boy, I always wanted to buy them, but they were too expensive.
Yeah.
Is now a time to, boy, I hate the falling knife scenario, but it seems like some of these names are pretty attractive.
I think some of them are, but that's the key word there is some. I wouldn't necessarily step in and buy the full index or the full ETF because some parts of the software universe have sold off, rightfully so. first of all, if you looked at the valuation before, the valuation was based on annual recurring revenue.
Man, they're showing super fucking bullish today.
But now that ARR growth has come down for a lot of those names, and maybe it's not ever going to get back up to those 2021 levels.
This cycle turned into a pop.
AI. So are you going to pay the same multiple, or is the low multiple attractive if you have lower revenues? Maybe not. I wouldn't step in there. But some incumbents are worth looking at.
Oh my god, this fucking bounce turned into a fucking pop. Cycle at the 28 EMA turned into a mega pop.
Find a place to go in investment. It's still there, isn't it? After the
back to the purple
Amoroso
box,
bull
like nothing
market of
fucking
the last
ever happened.
5 years. I mean, like, it's
IWM doing stupid ass shit today.
Pick the calendar date. You know better than me, Anastasia. There's just still this just wall of money that's got to find a place to go, right?
There is. And it's really coming from a lot of different places. If you think about kind of the consumer side of it, this year in particular, we're looking for higher refunds. Some of it will 24% year over year. Some of it will find its way into consumption, but some of it will find itself in investing. If I think about the institutional capital worldwide, you have some of the sovereign wealth funds that are benefiting, for example, from continued sales of natural resources. And so you have that steady stream of revenue that's finding its way into the market. And then, if you think about corporates, and we talked about margins, we talked about the cash accumulations. That
I guess we're
too,
creating a wedge everywhere. Nvidia's just in the upward ascending channel.
Kind of the extension to your question, well, is there too much money, and especially in private markets, chasing some of these deals? And yes, there's an increasing amount of capital, but I would say there's an increasing amount of opportunity as well.
15 minutes. 11:45. That shit is wild. $2.50 pop. $2 pop. Someone said little bear trap there could be forming a double top. This is not a little bear trap. This bounce is not little. 11:15. 11:30. This shit is not a little bounce. This is back at HOD on everything except IWM. $11.50. 3/3 cycle has just been extending and extending and extending. 11:40, 11:45, 11:50. There is a divergence at the roof. There maybe just be the reason why there's so much fucking power. A 1 minute gap on QQQ. Filled. $20 minutes. Back the RSI in bull territory from being in bear territory at the VWAP. Even if they reject here, they can't go that low. Then if they cycle, but like look at the MACD, look the way where we are positioned now. Maybe if the RSI gets neutral or oversold, we'll be somewhere here or over here. Like, but in bull territory right now. So that's what I'm saying. $690. We are back at. Remember the poll we did earlier? Everybody on the red candle started fucking voting. 697. Now we are back at 690. I don't want to do the same poll again, but if we do the same poll now, it should be 690 above majority. Man, like the last poll before I voted. Wow, nice. Hidden said, nice. Bullish was last night and to today. I did noise. Love Toron said, I figured this morning the tariff news would cause a more of a build day, to be honest. This was on tariff, right? 10, so yeah. I mean, built as fuck. Just not the direction maybe that one would have wanted to build. Right? Not the one that one would have wanted to build. Someone said, where's your stop loss at? Who are you even talking to? Me? What's your question on stop loss on SPY, QQQ, what? Because I'm not even in them. The real question is, right? A lot of people are distracted on the wrong questions sometimes, right? Because they're not even here. They channel hop and they distract. Nah, not you. I'm just saying. All right, the majority of the people that talk shit, right? But man, the real question is 192 plus question mark. Market is showing bullish right now. Nvidia is showing bullish with the market. Yeah, I was calling out the 28 EMA and earlier and shit because that's what it could have happened, and that's what it did happen. I said at the 28 EMA in the alert room, and when we were in the 3/3 that we are at the 28 EMA, and that it could cycle, that something could happen here. And I mean, can't lie. Could anyone would have said, "Oh, I fucking knew it was gonna bounce and clear HOD," or "I knew it was gonna go to the purple box"? Not really, until the candle came at around 11:30. 11:30, right? 1/3, 2/3, and that one massive candle. I guess someone could have said, "Oh, bear trapped everybody," and then now we're testing, trying to clear the HOD divergence on setup. Could been a bit of possibility, but yeah, I went to go smoke a cig at some point here too. But yeah, 28 EMA is for sure cycling, right? Whether this cycle is massive, whether it's true, whether it's real, whether it's long term, it's a big ass cycle. It is not a small cycle. It bear trapped everybody at the point. Not 0.5 fib, but it bear trapped everybody at the 28 EMA, which is basically the 0.5 fib of some bullshit shit, 950 to the massive spike up today. So let's see if we can find the 0.5 fib. Probably something like that. Not that I do shit on fib anyway, but Fibonacci's levels, EMAs are the market indicators for a reason, right? Super going, pull back, and then to decide whether to. And they are deciding to. IWM is on a mathematical quiz right now. Einstein equation, E equals mc squared. E equals mc squared. Just rip up on the video today. They're doing the Pythagorean theorem, bro. Like, this is just you find the top of the triangle, you find the bottom of the triangle, and you find the wedge of the triangle, and you do some mathematical deductions, and there you go. You got an obtuse triangle. And technical analysis bullshit. But it helps. Everything helps.
well, President Trump is ordering the Pentagon to release all files on UFOs and on aliens. Just days after Barack Obama claimed
divergence
that
is trying
aliens
to
are
clear.
real.
QQQ is back at 690 as if nothing ever happened.
To you. So this is the news that's out of this world.
Unbelievable.
I had to write that.
Unbelievable.
This morning, but the president is ordering top officials to release government files
Entire
on
day
UFOs
range.
and aliens.
Huge spike
He
candle
wrote on Truth
on
Social
news.
This quote: "I will be
Breakout,
directing the
breakdown,
Secretary of
fake
War
down,
and other
breakout,
relevant
trying
departments
again.
and agencies
5
to
minute,
begin the
15 minute,
process
most important
of
to watch.
identifying and releasing government files related to alien and extraterrestrial life, unidentified aerial phenomena, and unidentified flying objects, and any and all other information connected to these highly complex but extremely interesting and important matters." This post comes after, of course, the former president, Barack Obama, suggested aliens are real, but then he never said that he'd seen one in person. But so we're just going to continue on with that story. There you go.
Barack Hussein Obama. Yeah, a lot of new people be asking questions from day one, like 24/7, but I can't sit here and possibly answer every single one of your questions because I'm sorry to say, but I've done that for 50 people before you, and all they do is just listen and leave anyway. So just watch and just figure it out if you want to.
Eamon Javers in DC's had a chance to look through the decision and maybe get us a count as well, Eamon.
Yeah, Carl.
Or ask questions after at least a week.
Now ruled against the president of the United States on
If
this
you're asking
issue
questions
of
on
whether
day
his
one,
tariffs
then
of
I can't do anything
2025
for you because I'm
were
too busy.
legal or not. Here's the key sentence from the ruling. The Supreme Court says the judgment of the United States Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, that is the lower court in this case, is affirmed. Now remember, the lower court said that IEPA, the law here in question,
No disrespect,
does
like
not
there's
allow
been
the president to
25,
unilaterally
40 people
impose,
before, and it's in
revoke,
the same
pause,
thing, so.
reinstate, and adjust tariffs to reorder the global economy. So the lower court said that the law here in question did not give the president
just smart
that
money
authority. And what
analysis
we see here
and
is the Supreme
deduction
Court,
cycle time confirmation,
is upholding that lower
every day.
court ruling. And I'm going to just find here another sentence,
stated.
which is, I think, the key to the court's analysis here. And what they're saying is, based on 2 words separated by 16 other words in Section 1702A of IEPA, the words regulate and importation, the president asserts the independent power to impose tariffs on imports from any country of any product at any rate for any amount of time. Those words, the Supreme Court says, cannot bear such weight. So what the Supreme Court appears to have decided here, guys, is that ultimately the IEPA statute was about regulation of imports, not about tariffing of imports. And if Congress had intended for it to be about tariffing of imports, it would have said so explicitly, and because it did not, therefore the president
690,
does not
if it
have
does
the power
market
to interpret
breaks
this law
HOD
in
divergence,
such a
it
broad
would
way
just
as he did.
flash
Now,
in
what
one
is
candle.
the impact of this? Immediately, this is going to set off the food fight of all food fights in terms of how companies that paid those tariffs last year
Playing
get
with a
reimbursed.
80-cent
The president
range.
of the United States has said that the U.S. government will in some way have to reimburse those tariffs, but the cost is so high to the Treasury, the president has suggested that the U.S. government may not be able to do that. So what kind of a situation are we going to have for companies that are trying to get reimbursed this year? That's going to be a fascinating fight. Whether or not the government tries
All
to
it is,
slow
right,
walk
is
that or
I
find
just want
some
my life to
loophole
be
or
logical.
carve out. We'll see
I
deeper
want to
down
be
in this,
logical, and I want to be
decision by the
around logical
Supreme
things,
Court,
and
if
I want to
they've
be
given any
around logical
guidance
people
as
that
to
do
how
logical
that
things
process
on
should
logic.
work. We don't have that right now.
Not based on,
that might be material for a
logic
number
or
of
whatever
these
the word may
companies,
be,
guys.
the
So
opposite of
as
logic,
we look
but
through this, what we're seeing here
it's like the
is
human
a,
nature. I do the same
striking
shit too, I'm not
decision
gonna
by the
lie, but
Supreme
like it's
Court
just
against the president of the United States.
there are some
We're also
things
seeing
that
here a lengthy
I'm not even talking
lengthy
about the market right
dissent
now,
here
right?
from
I guess
Justice
the market too.
Kavanaugh.
There
So
are
we're
certain
getting his
lines, right,
logic
that just
on
tells
why
you,
he's
oh,
dissenting
this, oh,
as we
maybe
dive
this because of
deeper into this,
experience,
guys.
right?
Back
But
over.
life too, there are certain
with a
lines, you know,
6-3 vote.
that
Yeah, I don't have the vote here
that
in front of me, Carl.
logic certain
We're
kind
still
of
looking at
dictates that, you
the
know,
actual language of the decision. So it looks like
it's a little bit
I'm
iffy
being
than that.
given here by
Whatever
our
that may mean.
fantastic producer. We got 6-3 decision. So as I was reading that, we've been able to pin this down.
Well,
So
logic
yeah,
always
6-3
like the
decision.
reality
So that
always
not
is
the
the
9-0
truth.
decision that we've been
And
talking about
that's
even on
why
Squawk Box
I don't
this
care.
morning.
I'm
the
very
possibility of
open
having
with
a
anything,
9-0
no matter what it
unanimous
is.
decision. This is a divided court, a 6-3 decision here ultimately.
Vic said no disrespect for
and
your attitude
we'll
towards your
wait for the
followers is
president's
trash.
reaction. The
But
president
yet,
has said
no
this is
offense,
one of
but
the
all
most
your
important
comments towards me
decisions
has
the
been
Supreme Court
trash.
will ever
So
render.
no disrespect, but nothing you say hurts me, and nothing you say kind of affects me, because all I know is anything between me and God is between me and God. Somebody said yesterday, hey, you may lose your karma with God, right? I was like, what kind of distraction are you on, right? But look, your last comments in this channel was lost 20K 2025 0DT suck. First post on the comment. Next comment, when CEG reports earning next day. This is best stream ever. And then the next comment was, what is your nationality, Mr. Streamer? And then the next comment, oh my God, it's just something about screaming, you know what I mean? But like no disrespect, but I don't care. You're caring about something weird.
Part of that majority.
But appreciate it.
Eamon, you know, backing up a bit, I mean, it does simply seem that the Supreme Court has reaffirmed that the Constitution gives Congress the right.
I mean, why would I care when people are so disrespectful? You know what I mean? If people are so respectful to me, I love them. I show so much respect. When people show disrespect out of no reason, no logic, then I can't sit here and help you, because that means there's a problem. The problem is not in me. The problem arises somewhere else. It's like fuming hate for something because they're thinking something, and it's fuming negativity, and it's growing and growing, and the negativity is growing, and they just gotta say something. But all I can say is God did.
International commerce also includes the power
God help.
to tax it. And
God
taxing
will help
power,
us
of
all,
course,
man.
under the Constitution belongs to Congress.
God is the light.
Now, they could
There is no negativity.
send some
It's
of
just
that
in the
power
fucking head.
down Pennsylvania
There's
Avenue to the president
positivity
if they
in
wanted
life.
to, and what the Supreme Court is saying here
It's
is,
just
well, they didn't do that in this law.
people
The
can
president is
decide to see
arguing
the
that they did, but they
positivity, or
certainly
people can
didn't.
decide to
And
see
if Congress
all the
had wanted
negativity
to do
that exists in life.
they would have done it in
But
a
the
very
choice is not up
explicit
to
way
anyone else.
that it
But
wouldn't
then,
require
you can't really sit there and be like, oh, I'm gonna make the decision for you that this is like that's a decision that you're making. Thinking life is this and life is that. But life is actually nothing but what you make of
the administration, we should say,
life is
has
actually
suggested that
everything
if they
but life
lost
is
this
energy.
case, they would have a number of other authorities,
You are
and they would be able
like
to
it.
convert.
I don't know what to tell you. Like this shit is all like
in relatively short
deeper
order.
than that.
What are some of those authorities? Section 338, Section 232, Section 301, Section 122.
At the end of the day, it's like distraction. Like, oh, you're screaming. Oh, it's going against whatever. Oh, so you're like it's like fuck the screaming, mute me. Like just think about what's going on. Like, does it really fucking impact what's really going on? I don't know. As long as people are focused on what's really going on, I think that's what's going on.
All of
no
that
matter
takes
what,
a certain
through
time
all the
on
distractions in
clock
life,
in terms
because
of
this is what I
calendar.
say, and this is why I send
That doesn't
videos
give
on
the
the WhatsApp
president
group
the
every night.
unilateral,
Life is full of
immediate,
distractions.
Truth Social,
It is the
real-time
choice
power to
of the
impose tariffs
individual
that he is,
as a man or
believed to
woman.
enjoy
You don't have to
all
be a
year
man
long. This is
or
going to
man
be
or woman
deeply,
to
deeply frustrating for the
want
president
to
of the United States.
be distracted
And just
or
to put a number on how much we're
weave
talking
through the
about,
distraction
according
and
to
to
estimates
find
out there,
focus.
$133.5 billion of tariff revenue has been collected under IEPA specifically in fiscal
Ain't
year
nothing
25
gonna
and
change
fiscal
nothing.
year 26 through December 14th. That's
Everything's
according
gonna be
to Cato and some of
distracting.
the estimates.
Everything's
So
gonna be.
133.5
Everything's
billion.
gonna be.
The question is
Everything.
going to be on the potential
Ain't
implications
nothing
now
gonna
about
change
whether
nothing.
that gets returned and to who and how that all plays out.
And that's why I say it's going to be a huge, food fight in terms of how that money gets distributed and who it gets distributed
Except
to.
the South.
133 billion is our best guess, Sarah. You're right.
Yeah.
That is the current number. It's probably higher than that.
I'm
We
gonna go
just
get
don't have
some
the
chocolate
latest
covered
numbers in yet.
mushrooms.
But
I'll
remember,
be back
it's
in
not
2 minutes.
all of the tariff revenue that the administration has
QQ is
collected.
pulling back to
293
the
billion
top
have
of the
been
purple
collected
box. It is
overall,
not breaking
in the
out on
president's
the
second
5-minute
term now.
or the
So a
15-minute.
big
We will
chunk of
kind
the
of see what
president's tariff
happens.
revenue, but not
Mac,
all
the
of it
RSI
is
is
now
all
being
over.
struck down by the Supreme Court.
Slight bull trap is trying. The HOD divergence never cleared again. That means there's a little bit of a risk for bears because they bounce just like that too. Or I don't know. There's hope for both sides right now. It's chocolate covered mushrooms. It's not like mushrooms, but it's like cookies shaped like a little mushroom. It says it's called chocolate with mini biscuit, but the biscuit is It's shaped like a little mushroom. So it's cute.
Breaking news alert for you. It's finally here. The Supreme Court has made a decision.
Every
on
news
President
is about the
Trump's
Trump
tariffs. This is a huge
Supreme
case, a
Court
big
now.
ruling. It comes right before
No other
the
news.
State of the Union. And Shannon Bream, of course, is standing by with us. Shannon, do we have an initial thought on what the ruling is?
We do. We've got a very fractured opinion, but initially what it says, we know it's authored, the primary opinion, by the Chief Justice, and says essentially that this IEPA, this law that grants the president emergency powers, did not, it looks like by this first blush
Trump said he
reading by
got something on his deck, though.
the Chief Justice here,
So let's see what
does
Trump
not
does.
give him the power to
Time is
levy these
12:05.
tariffs that he's levied. Part of this initial opinion says the words regulate and
Yeah,
importation.
DSC, it looks
the
just
president
like
says
that.
That gives him the
But covered with
independent
chocolate
power
at the
to
top.
impose tariffs on imports from any
So it's a
country,
brown
any product,
mushroom.
any rate, any time. These words
I'll send
it
the
says
picture in the
cannot
WhatsApp
bear
group.
such weight. We know we've got a dissent by Justice Kavanaugh, by
It looks
Thomas
cute as
and
fuck.
Alito, it looks like. And those were the three we thought during the arguments, if anyone would be persuaded to allow the president to move forward with these tariffs, they would be the ones to do it. So at first blush, like I said, there are multiple parts and concurrences to this opinion, but it looks like what the primary holding is going to be is that these tariffs cannot be used in the way that the president had tried to use them. Let me get you to the closing paragraph that we have in this initial opinion here. It says, the president asserts the extraordinary power to unilaterally impose tariffs of unlimited amount, duration,
Maybe this is
and
what I
scope.
needed.
In light of the breadth,
Some
history,
damn
and
food.
constitutional context of that asserted authority, he must identify clear congressional authorization to exercise it, meaning
Yeah,
if
my-
he
my
wants to
camera
do it,
won't
he's got to
zoom in.
show that Congress has allowed him to do it.
There
But
it
they
is.
say IEPA, this emergency powers law, contains
IEPA.
no reference to tariffs or duties.
Say
the
it,
government
folks.
points to no statute in which Congress used the word regulate to authorize taxation. And until now, no president has ever read IEPA to confer such powers.
IEPA.
We claim
Say it,
no
folks.
special competence in matters of economics or foreign affairs, but we claim only, as we must, the limited role assigned to us by Article 3 of the Constitution.
IEPA.
Fulfilling that role, we hold that IEPA does not authorize the president to impose tariffs. We'll keep reading. That is the first blush, authored by the Chief Justice John Roberts.
Shannon Bream, thank you so much. Bill Malutian is with me, and we will anchor through this hour. This is big breaking news, everyone. And Jonathan Turley is a constitutional law attorney and George Washington law professor. He's a Fox News contributor. We have been waiting for this decision. It is finally here. I don't think the White House will be surprised, even though they will be disappointed. They will probably vehemently disagree. But this is at least definitive, it sounds like, Jonathan, from the Supreme Court, that this was not allowed.
It is indeed, and this is what some of us predicted. This was a case where the administration was at a disadvantage. IEPA does not refer to tariffs, and tariffs are a big deal under the Constitution. It's a critical form of revenue that is left to Congress. And I thought that the administration did a terrific job in front of the Supreme Court. They could not have argued this case better, in my view. But you can't really escape that language. And right out of the bat, when that oral argument began, the Chief Justice John Roberts said, this is a tax. And you could almost hear the administration gulping because that's not what they wanted the justices to take from their argument. But Roberts and others clearly view this as a tax that rests with Congress. Now, there's a lot of runway still for the administration. We have
Time
to
is
really
12:10.
get into this opinion.
What a
into some
no
of the
cycle
weeds
market we
to
have.
see if it is prospective only, but also
cycle.
the
I said it
administration
could
has
cycle
other
bounce
tools
chop or
in its
some shit, and it
toolbox.
literally
It can
just nuked
actually
up, and
oppose
then now we're
tariffs
just getting a
under
no
other
cycle
statutes.
just slide out.
So this night is
What a
hardly
fucking water
over for the
slide.
administration when it comes to tariffs.
And Jonathan, the Supreme Court took months to make this decision. They had oral arguments back in November. They seemed pretty skeptical about
water
this
slide.
1977 law that the president was using to impose these tariffs broadly. President Trump has said if the Supreme Court does this and strikes down his ability to use these tariffs, it would be disastrous for the country. Talking about how are you supposed to send the money back? How do you put the toothpaste back into the bottle? What are your thoughts on that? Is the United States going to suddenly have to return the money it took in via the tariffs as part of this 1977 law that the court is saying he can't use to do this?
That's what we're going to have to dig a little deeper into the opinion to see if it is prospective only. Also, Congress has to decide if it wants to move here. The economy is doing extremely well with this administration and with the tariffs. And so the question is Congress going to move in here to make sure that we don't have to step back in terms of the progress that has been made? In any case, we're looking at years of intensive and expensive litigation unless Congress wants to intervene and try to streamline that process. But there's still a lot to be resolved. This is a fractured decision. It's what some of us predicted. You know, when I noted after the oral argument was that it seemed to me like a majority of justices were not buying the tariff argument generally under IEPA, the statute. But they were all expressing different reasons, or many of them were expressing different reasons for their objections. So it's fractured in that sense. So we have to see how this is going to play out. But the pressure will be now not just on the
Yo, funniest fucking goddamn
because
message
I
ever.
think that the public itself would not want to see a wholesale return of tariff money to the detriment of the economy.
Funniest fucking message
Shannon
ever.
Bream, you've been reading.
What
more
a
do
fucking
you know?
timing.
Well, so to
11:10.
this issue of refunds, it did come up, as Professor Turley said there during the oral arguments, this fact that there would be some unwinding and how
Man,
you would do
what a
it. So
water
whether
slide.
or
Yeah,
not the
actually
court
scary
told
as
us in
fuck.
this
Someone
opinion,
said this shit is
here's what I
scary
found.
as
We've
fuck.
gotten a dissent
Crazy.
here from Justice Kavanaugh. He says this, that there are other tariffs. The president's authority is not shut down with any other option, but with respect to this particular law, it is shut down. But then he goes on to say, one issue is going to be refunds. Refunds of billions of dollars would have significant consequences for the U.S. Treasury. This is in his dissent. The court says nothing
Jesus
today about
Christ.
whether and if so how
Jesus
the government
Christ.
should go about returning the
Yo!
dollars that it has
Oh
collected
my,
from
zero
importers.
DT
He
FOMO
says
right now.
that
Oh
process is
my,
likely to be,
zero
quote, a
DT
mess,
FOMO right
as
now.
was
What kind of fucking
acknowledged
drop
at
is
oral
this
argument.
motherfucking
So
King
he
Dakar?
says here, as we continue to read through multiple pages and multiple opinions here, that nowhere does the court in this opinion address how that's going to be undone. Justice Alito also asked about this during the oral arguments, and there was real concern about how in the world you do this.
That
Justice
shit is
Kavanaugh
hilarious.
also
I
talks
see
about in his
below
dissent,
11:30.
a lot
I
of those
don't know
costs have
about
already
anything
been
below
passed on to
somewhere here
consumers
though,
and collected
because the
through
MACD
them.
RSI. Look at the
So
MACD
unwinding
RSI. I
this
said when we
bill,
were up
the
here,
court
when we were
doesn't
super
seem to
green, right?
provide
If they
any
reject, if the
guidance within
MACD
this
turns
opinion
down,
about
then we
how
would
that's
somewhere be down
supposed
here,
to
and
be
we
done,
would
other
somewhere
than saying,
prices would be somewhere
under
here, right?
IEPA, the president couldn't
Who
have collected
remembers
these very
in the
big
live
waves
stream?
of
I
tariffs that he
literally, I
did.
was like,
He's
we
got,
would be
as the
somewhere here,
professor
or we
said,
would be
many
somewhere
other ways
here,
he
right?
can collect
Who remembers?
others without
Me!
they would do
I
the
remember
mandated
everything.
that, so there are
Who
other things they
remembers?
can do.
Who
But this sweeping big
remembers?
bite at the apple is
All right,
not
hold
being
the
allowed.
dough. Who remembers, man? Game of Thrones moment.
Can I
Who
ask you one
remembers?
thing,
Hold the
Shannon?
dough.
One of the
Who
things
remembers,
that
man?
Jonathan Turley said is that the
I was like,
economy is doing
somewhere here or
fairly
somewhere
well.
here, the fucking prices would be
And
if the
he said
MACD actually
because
curls
of the
down
tariffs,
somehow,
I
right?
might
If
say
we were
in
to be
spite of the
somewhere
tariffs,
back
there have been a
somewhere
lot
same
of different
place.
things. For example, some of the
I don't know.
tariffs that
I don't know.
were
It could be
suggested
somewhere
at the
here. I don't know.
beginning
They
on
could
Liberation
bounce,
Day
cycle,
never
and
came to
then
pass, or
decide
they
what
were
to do.
pared
If it
well
wants to go
back.
lower
For
or
example,
if
on
it wants to
coffee or
bounce.
groceries,
That's the
kitchen
reality.
cabinets, things like that. So the president is wanting to use this as maximum flexibility. You interview a lot of people.
Yeah, the
that
market
are
moving like $4 though in
representing,
10 minutes. Like
their
it's actually
constituents
kind of
on Capitol
disgusting.
Hill.
Like,
One of the things that
on the
Congress
wrong
has
side
done
of
in the
this
last
hoe is
25
like no
years or
fucking.
so
This shit is so
basically
fucking
fritter
disgusting.
away its
It's moving
responsibilities,
so
letting
much
the
today.
executive
Friday.
branch do a lot. And at this
Weekend.
point, do you know is there anyone there that has
If you
the
really look
ability
at
to
QQQ, we
go
just
to
did
the
a
White House and
$20
say,
move
"Here's
intraday,
what
like
we
or
can
something.
do. Let's try to pass a law that will
Not
give the
$20,
flexibility,
right?
give the law,
609,
make sure that it is
600,
within the
610,
Constitution."
$10, 610,
Because the president
605,
has a chance to get
$15,
this done before
15,
the
20,
midterms, but it would
25,
take a
23,
full
20
court
something
press
dollars.
and a lot of information support.
QQQ is motherfucking moving
Yeah, you're
$20
exactly right.
plus
It would be a
today.
very heavy lift on
It's
Capitol Hill,
moving.
but
It's
here's the thing,
moving
this law
$20
doesn't
plus
use the word
today.
tariffs. There are obviously
Oh my God!
skeptics
Can you
among
fucking
6 of
believe
these
it? How
justices on the
much
Supreme Court
did
who
SPY
thought
move?
Congress ever intended for the president to have this particular power.
681 to
So sure,
690,
there could be a
so
legislative fix that
$9
you could go through to
minus
do this. But
plus
when you talk about
$6,
Congress ceding its
14
power,
plus
that's one
6
of those
plus
things too that came up with Justice Gorsuch
fucking
during
20
the
plus
arguments. He said,
20,
how
20,
far can Congress go
25,
in
20
ceding over
somewhere.
power if that's the government, the Trump administration?
It's about a cycle here.
That Congress
It's gonna
does
slow
want
down,
in
and then
the
it's gonna
power on
cycle
these
and decide decide what to do,
could
probably.
it say, okay, we're
Higher
no
or
longer
lower.
going to maintain the power to declare war? How much could Congress
Yo,
move
what the
away? So he was clearly skeptical. He's got a concurrence. I haven't read fully yet, but he seems to have signed on to this idea that the president doesn't have power under IEPA to levy these particular tariffs.
All right, it's cycling. It's cycling.
Would be the clearest thing, and I think in an election year, probably the least likely solution at this
Shannon,
point.
sorry, just real quickly, who are the three?
The market is moving so much that I'm actually scared that it might not move more.
we have dissents from Justices Kavanaugh, Thomas, and Alito. And again, as I said,
I'm thinking about how much it moved already and how much is moving. I'm scared it's not going to move more. Is that fucking, is that logical or is that okay? Like, I'm scared as fuck right now. Look at the video. What the fuck is this? This a mega King Kong came at 10:15, an extended cycle of this shit, and now we're in the abyss. We're in the fucking abyss on the video right now. The market moving $25, $23 on QQQ. All right. Fox live now. Fox faced a nation. Major effects and changes from SCOTUS decision. Supreme Court. So yeah, we'll watch this one, the most recent one.
Look over the Supreme Court building at this hour as we follow all of the latest information that is coming in on this big story. The Supreme Court.
Ooh, I'm scared as fuck.
There are taxes.
And the video coming back now. What the fuck? I'm scared.
To President Trump, who described all of this as, quote, life and death.
Come on. This shit is life or death.
As I mentioned, you're going to hear me get quiet a little bit.
This cycle is disgusting. Just water slide off. This is a dump. Right? This might not even cycle here. This might even go lower than what I'm thinking. Holy fuck. Yo, this might be the 3/3, or this shit just dumps off. I don't know. It's just fucking going now. Candles are fucking flying now. Back the RSI's in bear territory and the volume is barged now. Let's go now. Eat. Eat. Let me do a dab. Eat. Let me do a Nike. Dab, eat. I'm happy as fuck. Eat. You know, they call it back in the day in 2020, 2017. Eat. I'm doing one of those. Eat. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Let's go. Oh my god. Skibbity toilet.
Top administration officials
Skibbity toilet.
Expect to keep the tariff framework in place under other authorities.
Oh my god.
The Constitution gives Congress the power to levy
tariffs. Now I see a cup and handle. This is when I love a British cup and handle, man. Did I say yesterday I hate a British cup and handle? When? I don't remember. Where's my cup and handle?
Other presidents have used the law dozens of times, often to impose sanctions, but Trump was the first president to invoke it for import taxes. And that ruling, by the way, I think I forgot to mention it here.
Oh, British teacup inverted. British teacup inverted. British Tea Party.
15 minutes ago. Trump set what he called
God bless America, American patriots in the 1877s. Let's go. 1900s.
To address trade
God bless the American patriots. Time is 12:15.
Those came after he imposed duties on Canada, China, and Mexico, addressing, he says, a drug trafficking emergency. A series of lawsuits
New England Boston Tea Party.
A case from a dozen
Boston Tea Party. New England Boston Tea Party. New England Boston Tea Party, man. 12:15, please. 12:15, please. Boston Tea Party, man. The VIX gapped up on the 5 from 18.9 to 20. What the fuck?
As we continue to follow all of this, breaking the Supreme Court found President Trump sweeping tariffs, upending the central plank of his economic agenda. Follow the latest for updates, and that is what we're doing here as we take a look through all of those documents here. Again, this is a huge story.
Market volatility.
Trump's tariffs have essentially been invalidated.
Market volatility.
With the Supreme Court calling this unlawful. This was a ruling, as I mentioned, 6-3 against the Trump
administration
on the
last poll today. Based on candles, based on cycle, based on what you see, on your opinion alone, the LOD is about to break or the HOD is about to break. Let's see.
The Supreme Court
All right, this is a personal based on poll only, nothing else.
June to make that ruling, and as you can tell, they chose to make the ruling a bit earlier here, releasing that at the end of February versus the end of June, potentially the early part of July, as we've seen in the past.
I'm voting after everybody else in 1 minute. Oh my.
And of course, we are working to get our guest here on right now. So if I get quiet, I do apologize. But again, this right here, these are the documents that are just coming out from the Supreme Court. All related to this decision.
No one
As
voting
I mentioned,
HOD and
it's
4
not
people voting
necessarily
LOD.
as long as you might expect. However, still a very lengthy opinion that is coming in here. So we have crews.
All right,
that
3 people voted
reading through
HOD,
all of
thank
it,
God.
trying
4
to
people
piece
voted
together
LOD.
some of
5
the most
people voted
important
LOD.
portions of it.
All
As we
right.
get those different portions here, we are going to read them for you. And of course, as I mentioned, we'll have an expert join us to explain really what all of this means and break it down
Nasty
for us.
ass
But
cycle on
right now here,
QQQ,
you are
brother.
taking once again a live look
Nasty ass
outside of the Supreme
motherfucking
Court
cycle
building,
on
where it is not
QQQ, brother.
even nearly
1
as
third,
busy
2
as it
third,
is
3
on most
third,
days. It looks like the
bearish
weather, though, is not
control
that great.
on
Normally you see different
Q,
protesters, demonstrators,
Q.
who are out there protesting any decision. But as of this point, haven't really seen much of anything outside of
Let's
that.
see it! The video!
I want to pop this up
Burn them all!
because as this information is coming in, there's always a question about how the Dow and the
Burn them
stock market are
all!
going to react overall.
Flow stated,
And as you
fucking
can see
long
there,
and
the
short in
Dow
the video. Burn them
started the day in the
all!
red. That was when it opened around 9:30 this morning. However, here, almost an hour later, that decision came out at 10 o'clock. And as it came out, we actually saw the Dow jump back into the green. It's kind of teetered between that, but right now the Dow is up 0.3%, which is about 150 points. So the Dow, of course, is going to react throughout the day to this news from the Supreme Court, all related to Trump's tariffs there, including essentially those tariffs on several of the U.S. trading partners.
Casey Myers is going to join you.
Awesome. We do have our friend here, Casey Myers, who works with Virginia Tech. He is big on this show. We always bring him in to discuss all of the latest information.
Yeah,
here.
this
So
is the
he's
second
gonna
time we
join
did
us
this shit in 2
momentarily,
weeks.
and he
Last
can
week
kind
we
of
did
break
this shit,
down
if anyone
what this
remembers, at
says, what the next
6904.
steps are, because that is going to be
Does anybody
a
remember
big
this?
question.
Who
Essentially,
remembers this day
what
on Wednesday?
happens next? Where do we go from here? There are likely to be more legal challenges that happen as a result. Casey can help kind of explain that. And,
Who remembers
and
this
tell us
last
what
week?
that really means.
Nobody.
Right now, as I mentioned, we are working.
Nobody
to get him
fucking
on
remembers
here.
this.
So
I
once we
remember it
do,
because
we
I
will
was
bring him
literally
on
waiting.
live
I was
and he'll
literally
help
waiting
explain
since
what
10:40
really this
until
process means,
somewhere
but
here.
also what it means that
3:40.
this decision came down
I've
from
been waiting
a
from the
Supreme
fucking top.
Court in
So
which
whoever's telling
we
me to
have
shut
several of the
myself up, you
justices
need to
that were
leave. You need to go
actually
server.
put in
You need to
place
channel
there,
hop. I don't care.
nominated
Go
by
server hop at
President
GTA
Trump
6.
during his last time in office. That was, of course, the first time that he was elected. We're talking about the last time. That's when he appointed those different justices. We also have
I waited
this
more than
reaction
I made it.
coming
I
in.
waited
No
more than a
question
day.
There's going to be a
So
lot of reaction that pops up here in the coming minutes and hours. But Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker saying Donald Trump implemented the largest tax hike in decades on working families, and the Supreme Court just found it illegal. Tariffs aren't paid for by the other country. They're paid by you. Relief is finally coming, and it's no thanks to this president. Again, we expect we're going to get all kinds of information as well as different reaction that comes in from all over. But important to note here, the Supreme Court has struck down the Trump tariffs that have been discussed a lot. They are far-reaching global tariffs, handing him a significant loss on an issue crucial to his economic agenda. Right now, I do want to bring in a great friend of the show. We do have Casey Myers over at Virginia Tech joining us here to discuss really what all of this means and the political implications. Casey, thank you so much, as always, for being here with us.
Thank you for having me.
Of course. And first off, the big question that a lot of people are going to be asking is, what does this ruling really mean?
We
But
funny as
also,
hell
what
with
does
it.
it mean for Trump and his political future?
Well, I think that this is very much a question around what is the next few years of the Trump administration going to look like, economically speaking. So Trump brought in these tariffs as really a key marquee kind of approach to the economics of this country, particularly around trade. And he was arguing that under his emergency powers that he was able to do this. And of course, that was challenged legally in the courts. The outcome of this case, people had speculated whether or not the Supreme Court would uphold these tariffs really looking at kind of the Q&A during oral argument and coming out with thinking that they could have potentially be struck down. So I'd imagine that this is really going to be a shift, I think, in Trump's economic policy, and certainly the administration would view this as a setback to their agenda.
What do you think that reaction is going to be like from President Trump? I have to imagine he's watching this and he is not too happy, considering he described it essentially as life or death.
Right. So this, as I mentioned, is a big part of his agenda in his second term. And I imagine we were going to hear a lot about this from the White House, and certainly going to be hearing a lot about this next week in the State of the Union. And so one of the things that we are kind of watching here is not just the politics of it, but maybe the also kind of the Democratic reaction and how they are viewing this as a political win and something that they can run on. Interestingly, you know, within the last few election cycles, affordability and economics has become such a huge part of the national dialogue going on in the United States, particularly
time is 12:25.
Those who were opponent of the tariffs were saying this was in fact harming the ability of the American consumers' purchase power.
It actually slowed down. Cycling slow. I can't believe it actually went somewhere that I was like circling. At the top at 11:50, I was like, dude, if it actually pulls back, then it can't go too much low. I don't know about LOD, but somewhere here, and then cycle, and then decide. But like, yo, it can't be actually more perfect than that. It actually can't be more perfect than this shit.
Maybe toward the end of June, when everything's kind of coming to an end there. What do you make of the fact that this ruling came down and it's the end of February? We're talking months before the end of the Supreme Court's calendar, so to speak.
Well, I think it just is an indicator of just the significance of the case, and the case did have a certain timeliness to it that had been part of the discussion. I mean, this really does impact the Trump agenda in a way that is significant. And also it impacts the economy that's significant. Now,
yo, look at fucking the video. They're burning everybody.
Is to see how,
burned everybody Friday.
How trade goes forward, and also how does Trump
close dated
pivot,
as fuck.
Politically
burned everybody
around the
Friday.
issue of
Crazy
trade and specifically around these trade
wow.
deficits. I mean, this had really amped up a lot of the.
I literally said when market bullish right in the video, bullish at fucking 1.1% green, and the thing started off 0.79% red, right? And I said market fucking green, they're faking the fuck out of the video. Look at this.
Going forward.
Bitch.
And it's interesting because
God,
we're expecting to actually hear from
my God, I want to
President
curse.
Trump as he was speaking to the governor.
Remember how I said if they turn down, I'm gonna get mad,
behind
right?
closed doors right now there in the White House, so we'll talk more about that in a second.
I'm in the
Casey
cycle
Myers,
and I got my
thank you
ass
so much
open,
for taking the time to join us. I know you got to go. Anything else you
so
want
I'm
to
just
add
pissed
before
off,
you go?
to be honest with you.
You know, this could not be,
very
I
pissed
think, more
off, but it's time
significant
to be
of an
focused
opinion.
right
I mean,
now,
we
too.
oftentimes
Everybody in the world is scared, when everybody in the world is euphoric, and everybody in the world is, Max. That's basically the time that everybody in the world, majority of the people are fucking distracted. So that's what there are certain things that I derived in my life, like certain rules based on fucking candles and based on what has happened in my life, thinking about it, remembering it, and then like trying to find out what the fuck I did wrong in that specific moment to find out. And everything that I say are actual things that I fucking derived from fucking Max struggle. From Max struggle. Right? With those dumbass fucking exact fucking time confirmation.
We know we've been told several times that as the opinions come down,
12:25
potentially be one
probably
on
a HOD
the
divergence.
However, today
11:05 there's a divergence all day. They're going lower. They're burning everybody at the top with the divergence at the roof still.
Right now, the big one, of course, is that Supreme Court ruling.
It's crazy because they spike down, up, down. Like, what is this day?
The Supreme Court building, as it looks like a few more people have kind of
now cycle. It could pop. It could go to VWAP. It could cycle here. MACD needs to reload before anything.
Just joining us.
It could not even bounce too, but I'm just saying it's more like statistically speaking. Now is the time to see something happen than not than fucking 12:15 or 12:10 or 12:20. We're in the 3/3, way lower than 3/3. So that's what I mean. Exact same thing happened at 11:25, 11:30, right at the 2080 EMA, right? I didn't know it was gonna fucking nuke up. How did I fucking know it was gonna nuke up? I didn't. I literally just thought it was gonna cycle or something before it decides to or not. But it just went nuke, cycle, nuke. So.
It's the
Nuka-Cola. Nuka-Cola. The thing is, motherfucking just too fast sometimes.
Which he helped to shape, as I mentioned, with the appointments of three conservative jurists,
creating a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, and then extending from the 3/3 to the 2/3 to the 3/3. Like, it's insane.
Clearly gives Congress the power to impose
different environments,
taxes,
different
which
things to
include
know
tariffs.
about different
Quote,
things, right?
the
Bears and bulls, I
framers
guess.
did not
Yeah, that's how
vest
bulls
any
are.
part of the
That's how
taxing
bears
power
are.
in
Fucking
the
bears.
executive branch.
Bears, they trick,
That is according to Chief
and then if they
Justice
fucking do the real
General
direction, they
Hart's
flood.
results back. Now, we
It's
know
so fucking
Justices
dumb.
Samuel Alito
Bulls, they
fired
fucking
clarity
trap,
comments on
hope,
Kavanaugh
and
actually
then poop,
dissented
and then
from his
ooh,
opinion, and we
and
are talking about a
bears, it's like
6-3
hope,
opinion that came down just
and
about
then
3
maybe
minutes ago.
kill, hope,
And
and
if you're
then
watching
slide.
us here, again, as I
It's so
mentioned,
dumb.
we do have a look
That's
at
how it is,
that
though.
opinion
That's
as
what it feels
came
like
out. You can see
emotionally.
quite a
That's
few
what I fucking
pages
feel.
that
So,
we are going
man,
through
that's
at
how it
this
is.
hour to kind of piece it all
Oh
together
my
and
God, these
find
candles,
out
like the way they come
more of
in,
the quotes that came
with
in.
the way
Of course,
they.
we just brought you the one from Chief
Like, this is
Justice
how it feels
Roberts
like.
there,
What
but
I mean.
there's a lot to this. So again, we are kind of
Comedy shit,
sifting
but it's real
through it
life.
to pull out the portions of it, and we're actually
Comedy
going to have
shit, but
more
real life. All right,
experts
blue
that will
line
join
trying
us
to
here
turn down.
in just a
Market
bit
is
to break
deciding
down
whether
kind
to
of the
bounce, whether
sections of
to.
this that
I don't know if
stand
it's gonna
out
go
to
lower,
them.
but we'll see.
We're
It
talking
could.
legal
I don't know.
experts as well as
IWM is
political
super oversold
experts
on the
to
one.
talk about what happens next, but also the
IWM
impact here
broke the
on
LOD.
President
Wow,
Trump
wind
and
direction
his
changed on
economic agenda.
IWM.
Also
Fucking nuts.
important to note,
After
this is all
showing
happening
bullish.
less than a week
Wedge,
before
remember
the
this?
State of the Union
I told you
address. We're
Einstein
also
mathematical
checking in
Pythagorean
with President Trump on
theorem,
Truth
right?
Social, expecting that we
Einstein
will get a
mathematical
reaction
Pythagorean
from him
theorem. Wedge
in the
broke down.
coming
Made a new
moments.
LOD.
Phil Stewart posting this, saying U.S. Supreme Court rules against Trump's global tariffs enacted under a
When did I draw this shit? Like somewhere here when they made this shit, and before they even broke out.
We are
I was
tossing
like, all
out
right,
the breaks
important.
at this
IWM 1
hour
minute
as
gap
we
now.
try to piece everything together.
It could
Wanna make
cycle
sure
here.
that we bring you all of the developments
And
as
MACD
soon
RSI is
as we get
oversold.
them. Now,
If
Brett
it bounces
Kavanaugh
here and
actually
cycles, it
saying
will be way
tariff
more healthier to
refunds would
see.
likely be a mess.
Way lower,
And
or
that
bounce,
is
or
one of the
cycle, or
questions
whatever.
that we have for our experts here, which is what we can expect.
IWM
as
looked
far as
bullish though.
where
That's the
this
fucking
goes,
crazy
if there
part.
are
And they
going to have to
trapped
be
it.
tariff refunds, or if this starts from now. We also have
It's
reaction pouring
bouncing.
in
Nvidia is
as New York
oversold
Attorney
too.
General
It is
Letitia James
bouncing.
says the United
Trying for now short term. Let's see if it's real. Medium term, longer term. All right, bounces here until the low of 1225 breaks. Right, 3/3 cycle is trapping. That's what it's showing. I don't know if this is a pop in a cycle. I don't know if it's a pop in a hold and whatever. I don't know if it's gap filling or not, but it could be doing. From this is the bottom of the purple box testing. Bottom of the purple box did not break down and run in the 5 or 15 minute, right? If it's truly bearish, it will cycle, it will reject and break the bottom of the purple box on the 5 or 15 minute candle with volume, and it will just slide. But it has not yet. That's the truth. Spike candle at 10:02, right? When did we say this thing ran at? Does anybody remember earlier in the morning what time did the spike candle run at? If you look at the bottom of the screen, it says 9:40, 9:59, right? What does that spike candle mean? 9:59. Does anybody remember 3 hours ago I said, oh, we ran at 10:59 into 9:59 into 10, and I said in the alert room at 10, this is might be bullish in 3/3. They're going or some bullshit. And then this is, yeah, I mean, but this is literally 10 to 10. That's what retail, that's what people are not seeing based on candle. They're not understanding that this big ass spike from 10 to 10 is literally 10 to 10. 957, right? When did 957 bounce? It rejected at 953, right? So 953, 955 rejected into 10 a.m. 10 a.m. what? Bounced to 10. 10 flew to 10, and 10 rejected to 10:05, right? So that means what? There's an algo range here. They just fucking destroyed the calls, and they destroyed the puts on the 10 a.m. algo range. That's what I see higher fucking picture that, I'm thinking about shit that people would not be thinking about right now, but this is the type of shit that I would not be thinking about back in the times. But like now that I see the things that I see, I think and see things in different ways. But that's what's going on. Even though I didn't draw this mentally, I'm thinking about how they created it's the cycle, and you know what I'm saying? Like, and you know how I drew the purple box? Like, that's all part of it. So this is cycle, smart money deduction. Like, it's all a part of it. Time confirmation, right? Time, cycle. What the fuck would tell you this shit is happening other than time and cycle? Nothing. Just fucking candles. Candle green, candle red. Oh, the boat, candle, better, a candle, a candle. It's literally setting up, spiking up, creating fucking technical 1 minute, whatever the fuck it is. Oh, fuck, I almost deleted IWM. To do what it has to do. To do what they're doing. So there's an algo range here at 10. Let's see. The bottom of 10 never broke. Oh, shit. There's an algo range at 10. Did we test it? Not yet. We are in some sort of a massive purple box on SPX and QQQ, but we didn't draw it on SPY yet, right? So we will watch QQQ and how that purple box does. But for now, there's an algo range up here. Reverting up bullish right now. It's the biggest algo range I've seen in quite a while. One candle, 683 to 689, so it's like a $6 candle. $10.30, $12.35 now. Higher picture, they're destroying the puts down here and destroying the calls up here too. So I mean, they're cycling before they decide what to do, as they're hurting it all. What an insane day. Ninja said, whenever you do something, they go to South Pole, and whenever you do something, they go to Mount Everest. Oh my god. Yup. That's why you gotta find, right? Cliffhanger or motherfucking ride the helicopter ride to Mount Pictou type shit. Mount Everest base camp type shit. But yeah, it really does just spike up and down like so much. How the fuck does it have this much power? Exactly. I don't fucking know. Moved like $30 intraday. Oh shit. President Trump is coming live at 12:45. Oh shit, he's about to go on and on. Wait. Man. Is this really happening? Against the Supreme Court. Strikes down tariffs. We have President Trump coming live. Surprise presidential live stream. Surprise presidential live stream. In 8 minutes. In 8 minutes. Nobody fucking knew it was coming. Yo, at 12:45 ETA, 10 minutes. Surprise presidential live stream incoming. Oh my god. Everybody get your popcorn ready. All right, get your popcorns, get your tomatoes, get your vinegar, get your cutting board. All right. Party is now starting. Tomatoes with vinegar. Oil and vinegar. Market already moved so much. I don't know what it's about to do. I guess the president could actually do some surprise shit and push the market somehow, but still, we already moved so much. That's the crazy part. There's so much. I can't even say there's so much liquidity here because I can't even think about how much liquidity is here because I mean, I could look up the SPX put to call ratio and send it. But yeah, it's The market moved up and down $20. I don't even know how to describe how much liquidity there is. That's like the motherfucking ocean. All right, I'm sending the SPX put to call ratio now in the group chat. Please hit the like button if you are here, folks. Let's get ready for the presidential live stream starting in 10 minutes. It is filled to the wall with puts, and it is filled to the wall with calls. More leaning calls at the top. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, I can't send it. But it is actually just, I don't know how much, what's it gonna do? It already moved so much. $9 candle. Up, down, up, down. It's not even like we did one down and one up. We did up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Like, it's, yeah. Every 15, 20 minutes came in with $5 candles. $3 ranges up. $3 range, like range down $2, play here for 5 minutes. Range up $3, play there for 20 minutes. Range down, play there for 5 minutes. Range up, play there for 20 minutes. Range down, play there for 5 minutes. Like, cycles are super fast. Cycles are super fast. Look at the 20. Look at the, not the 2080 EMA. Look at QQQ. QQQ looked crazy bearish on the big 5-minute candle when we were at the super down, and now it's like cycles are actually kind of terrifying. But I mean, the fact that it's cycling is not terrifying, but it is. IWM gap is about to fill. It might have filled already, but I think it's filling. Alright. I'm gonna count that as a gap fill. Alright, so there was some sort of a setup for a cycle. There was some sort of a setup for a bounce with the IWM gap, and they gapped up and filled it. Now what though? After the small cycle setup. Now what? Mr. President. Let's get it started. Jima Reno, your last comment was, dude, you sound foolish when you scream. In all caps, why does this page require refreshes constantly? If you can't stop your personal human intuition to be a negative person, to fume negativity, to make people leave, you will be blocked. Actually, matter of fact, you're blocked by life is good, buddy. That is good all the time. And so many excuses to be like, oh, this and that, this and that. Like, you think I don't know? Like, bad intentions. Like, life is not that, like, life is kind of easy. You sit there and listen and you tell people's intuitions by you listening to what they say to you. That's life. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why would someone just want negative intuition around? Like, what's the word? Not intuition, like inhibitions. Like, what's the word where you're driven by some shit in life? Like, like I don't know, dude. So many important things going on in life. Might as well focus too. Important things. Algo range at 1235. Another curl up. Wow, man. Just about to consolidate or some shit. What kind of day? This is not the best of best days. Not looking at least for the Bulls or Bears. Cycle the best, but I mean, longer medium term picture, not yet. President Trump needs to get on soon. Yo, this presidential live stream better be something. What the f? What the f? Let's get the president on. Man. Playing in the LOD and the HOD, and the range is literally $9. That is so sick. Wind direction is officially still showing north since 10. It's saying the wind direction is north or neutral until the candles, the cycles break the high of the day or the low of the day. It's stuck in between the LOD and the HOD. At VWAP. In the middle of it all. Mac, the RSI went negative and the prices went to where I thought it would go, and then I thought it would cycle and then maybe decide to go bearish, but it decided to go bullish for more. And now the cycle on the video is coming in choppy at best. Alright, looks bullish as fuck for some reason. The video did not 1 minute ago, but now it is trying again with the market. Bottom of the purple box to the middle or the top. This is sick. IWM retesting some sort of a broken down trend line. Sick. Right at the middle. Watch this live stream not happen either, man. Oh my. Just be a presidential live stream poll. They say they're gonna do the live stream, they don't do the live stream. They say they're gonna come on, he doesn't come on. It's been like this shit since the morning 9:30, so. Oh my god. Don't do it, please. Oh my god. My god. What the fuck kind of day? What the fuck? Nah, dude. D00 DT fucking cycles. Nah, dude. Nah, dude. This is so fucked. Nah, dude. This 0 DT cycle. What the fuck is it doing to my motherfucking Nvidia? What the fuck? This 0 DT cycle is crazy on SPY. How in the hell? It's just. Yo, nah. Trappy ass day. I mean, the majority at 10, majority at fucking 12.25. I mean, this shit is crazy. Other than that. $15-minute on SPX just blew out above the trend line that we were breaking out of again. Like, all right. They're moving my Nvidia like I'm in fucking 2DT SPY right now. Like, what the fuck? I hate it. I fucking hate it. Touch green for a second and then now they reverted on me. Like, this is so stupid. I was green for a second on 12.25. Oh my god. This is something else. Chaya said, Chaya Kira Kirta Polka wanted said Trump is coming soon? Question mark. You tell me, brother man. Oh, you tell me, brother man. I don't know. I don't know. You tell me, brother man. I don't fucking know. Alright, this candle is dumb, number one. I don't know, brother man. When the fuck is President Trump coming on? Excuse my French. Instead of fucking screaming, I need to cry. Number one. This is a Friday shit show. My fucking contract into next week is getting fucked around with right now. So fucking much today. But this is what they do on the video every fucking time, and SPY. Every fucking time. 1 day or 2 day extension with a gorilla. Kangaroo. So there's no direction. This everything here is just dumbass liquidity. Dumbass liquidity. He's late every time. Hey, is this a Hove candle? Or is this a SPY candle? It's like fucking Goldman Sachs versus JP Morgan. I'm kidding. The stupid ass candle though. What the f is this shit? I wonder how semis are doing. Fix. A bullish day. Four semis. Fucking bullshit market. Move $20 to do nothing. And now we on the bullshit. Going nowhere. This is crazy. Why is he not coming on? This is fake news.
Good. Okay. I know. What did you get? 41.
Yo, some girl was walking around in my neighborhood asking if I lost an iPhone. She was like, "Is this blue iPhone yours?" And I was like, no." And then she just like was walking around. Weird. What a fucking wait. Wash out fucking most. The fuck are they doing? Wow. Insane chop like what we saw yesterday and the day before on Wednesday last week. Intraday, insane intraday chop. Who remembers yesterday? Who remembers yesterday at like 10:20 in the morning until like fucking 1 p.m., right? That insane fucking chop we did. This is something fucking bigger, but like since then, the huge ass fucking box here where the coffee is drawn. We can see it on QQQ, but insane fucking insane range, insane liquidity bill. I don't know what the move is. I cannot fucking sit here and possibly fucking guess what the move is. How the fuck do I know? The live stream is starting now. The presidential live stream. We're about to find out now. Oh my god. Oh my god. Man. This presidential event. These pops and drops are coming in relentlessly. I mean, I feel like the problem arises with like thinking that something about to happen. Like, it's just, that's the fucking core issue right now. Everyone in the world fucking thinking the same fucking shit on Kendall. It's so fucked. I don't want to fucking call it trying, but the Bears are trying. I wanted to say that 1 minute ago, but I did not type it out. Fuck it. Every single pop, every single drop coming in relentless. I don't know. All right, bottom of 1250 might 1255 might test 1255 algo range. I guess the president. We'll see.
How much time's left? That's why we're waiting. I know what it is. I still think that's why we're waiting.
My IWM chart is bugging out.
Kevin, how much time left? Polls under review. Polls under review.
Everybody wants bullish here, based off the options chain. They're showing bullish hope stuck at the top tail.
There's only one of them.
There is only one, you're right.
How much time? 30 seconds. In the game? Yeah.
Arigato market, arigato. Three minutes till the briefing. 3 minutos por briefing. El briefing. SPY is green. IWM is red. QQQ is green. That's so fucking weird. Looks like the bears are coming. El presidente de Trumpo. El presidente de Trumpo. Los personas. Come on, need a nice recovery here. Be nice. Say something nice. The market just fucking dump. Throw up. Come on, be nice. What a McDonald's arch. They created a McDonald's arch on the video today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm hating it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Eat your McDonald's Big Mac and fuck off, the market said. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ain't no way today a Big Mac type of day, bro. I'm trying to eat steak. Fuck you talking about? I'm trying to eat ribs. Ain't no way today a fucking Big Mac type of day, bro. I refuse. Ronald McDonald. Beep. El Presidente de Estados Unidos, the United States of America. El presidente de Estados Unidos. I am not looking at IWM right now, so somebody can look at IWM. Let me know. Let me know. IWMO. El Barro de Niviedero. Trying Hero. El Barro de Niviedero. El Triengo. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. My IWM. Dr. Burry. Dr. Burry. My chart froze. I did one tiny ass 1DT on IWM. That's dirt cheap that I'm trying to double real quick. It's so fucking small. Let's see what happens. A little lunch didn't hurt nobody. President Trump grabbing some lunch from McDonald's. McDonald's art showing. Getting some food. Getting some fries. Man, Chaya just said something in chat. Greatest that would be the greatest day in America. You're talking about something that's too great. Power is too great. He said Burry X Trump. Dr. Burry X Trump. Man, that's the deductors of all deductor combo right there. Combo meal 4 from McDonald's. Deductors combo. El Libra de IWMO. Market is asking for La Patience. Whoa. Quick lunch money. Whoa. Quick lunch money. I'm in one tiny ass dog shit, one DT IWM put at the top. little lunch money maybe happening. Oh, 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 candles. Oh, candle color. Oh, candle. Oh, oh, bullish. Let's see. El Presidento. Let's see. Bearish, trying. Oh my. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeet! Time is 1:20. Oh, hell nah. Please fake out 2080 MA wherever the hell we touched earlier. Oh! Take it over, Burry Bears. Yup. Yup. Do it. Yup. Do it like fucking you're running away from fucking Voldemort in the night. Do it. Yup. 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 A telefono. Yup. Hot potato now, fuck. Come on. 33rd. Eh?
Wow. It's a lot of people.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's our president.
A new record.
Presidento.
We set a record every time. Well, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The Supreme Court's ruling on tariffs is deeply disappointing, and I'm ashamed of certain members of the court, absolutely ashamed, for not having the courage to do what's right for our country. I'd like to thank and congratulate Justices Thomas, Alito, and Kavanaugh for their strength and wisdom and love of our country, which is right now very proud of those justices. When you read the dissenting
Ooh,
opinions,
lunch money,
there's
lunch
no
money,
way
lunch
that
money,
anyone
lunch money,
can
lunch money,
argue
IWM, lunch money, lunch money, lunch money, lunch money, lunch
against
money,
them.
lunch money, lunch money,
There's
lunch
no
money.
way.
Lunch money, lunch money, lunch money, lunch
Foreign
money, lunch money.
countries that have been ripping us off for years
Lunch
are
money.
ecstatic.
Lunch money, lunch
They're
money,
so
lunch money,
happy.
lunch money.
And they're dancing in the streets, but they won't be dancing for long, that I can assure you. The Democrats on the court are thrilled,
El
but they will
Ashoro.
automatically vote no. They're an automatic no.
El
just like in Congress,
Atamaco.
they're an automatic no. They're against anything that makes America strong.
Yeah, folks, let's
healthy,
get some American flags in
and
chat.
great again. They also are a, frankly, disgrace to our nation, those justices. They're an automatic no matter how good a case you have. It's a no. But you can't knock their loyalty. It's one thing you can do with some of our people. Others think they're being politically correct, which has happened before far too often with certain members of this
Not
court.
like this.
And it's happened so often with this court. What a shame. Having to do with voting.
What a
in particular,
shame.
when in fact they're just being fools and lapdogs for the rhinos and the radical left Democrats, and not that this should have anything at all to do with it. They're very unpatriotic and disloyal to our Constitution.
Very unpatriotic
It's
and
my
disloyal.
opinion that the court has been swayed by foreign interests and a political movement that is far smaller than people would ever think. It's a small movement. I won by millions of votes. We won in a landslide.
Right.
With all the cheating that went on, there was a lot of it, but we still won in a landslide. Too big to rig. But these people
Too big
are
to rig.
obnoxious, ignorant, and loud. They're very loud. And I think certain justices are afraid of that. They don't want to do the right thing. They're afraid of it. This was an important case to me, more as a symbol of economic national security, and also, I would say, just for our country itself, so important, because we're doing so well as a country. We've never done so well. The good news is that there are methods, practices, statutes, and authorities as recognized by the
hold on, my contracts are going up while the candle green. Oh, they're cooking something! They're cooking it! America! 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 I'm up 35% on my IWM. I'm taking it. Woo! Lunch money, $120. Lunch money.
And in actuality, I was very modest in my ask of other countries and businesses because
Lunch money,
I wanted
Outlaw Steakhouse.
to do, and it's very
Lunch money.
important. I wanted to be very
Now drop IWM.
well
and drop
behaved.
fucking market.
Because I wanted to do anything, I didn't want to do anything
What
that would
the
affect
fuck
the
is this?
decision of the court. Because I understand the court. I understand
Right
how
on the fucking
they're very
goddamn
easily
level.
swayed.
That makes my
I
shit
want to be a good boy.
green!
Very effectively utilized tariffs over the past year to make America
Damn.
great again. Our stock market has just recently broken 50,000 on the Dow. And simultaneously,
we back at it again with the 50K.
More amazingly, broken 7,000 on the S&P.
50K on the Dow, 7,000 SPX, never before seen. The best of the best.
Nobody thought
we
it
would
was
have
possible
seen
to
it
do
in
it
5
within 4
years. We would have
and we
seen
did
it in 10
in 1
years.
year.
We saw it
They said
now.
you'll never be able.
My
You
God.
go back and you read the geniuses, read their statements. All of the Nobel Prize winners in economics, they said, no, you couldn't do it in 4 years. Well, we didn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. We broke every record in the book. And
Now
we're continuing to do
50K.
so.
Oh, my God.
Tariffs have likewise been used to end 5 of the 8 wars that I settled. I settled 8 wars, whether you like it or not, including India,
swinging my
Pakistan,
hand out
big ones.
wide while I'm
nuclear.
doing that, the
Could have been
president move.
nuclear.
Oh, my
Prime Minister of
God.
Pakistan said yesterday at the great meeting that we had, the Peace Board, he said yesterday that President Trump could have saved 35 million lives by getting us to
6,880 looks like we're glued right now.
some bad things. But they've given us great national security, these tariffs have. And together with our strong borders, reduced fentanyl coming into our country by 30%. When I use them as a penalty against countries illegally sending this poison into our country to poison our youth. All of those tariffs remain. They all remain. I don't know if you know that or not. They all remain. We're still getting them, and we will after the decision. Guess there's nobody left to appeal to.
Some bullshit candles
but again, those
coming
3
in,
people,
man.
such respect. I've had a lot of respect for them anyway, but such great respect. But other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. We have alternatives, great alternatives. Could be more money. We'll take in more money, and we'll be a lot stronger for it. We're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. We'll continue to do so. To show you how ridiculous the opinion is, however, the court said that I'm not allowed to charge even $1. I can't charge $1. Can't charge $1. I would have used 1 penny, but we don't make the pennies anymore. We save money. Can't charge $1 to any country under IEPA. Not $1. I assume to protect other countries. This must have been done to protect those other countries. Certainly not the United States.
Can't charge
of
them
America,
all. Gotta catch
which
them
they should be
all. It's like
interested in
Pokemon.
protecting. That's what they're supposed to be protecting. But I am allowed to cut off any and all trade or business with that same country. In other words, I can destroy the trade. I can destroy the country. I'm even allowed to impose a foreign country destroying embargo. I can embargo. I can do anything I want, but I can't charge $1. Because that's not what it says. And that's not the way it even reads. I can do anything I want to do to them, but I can't charge any money. So I'm allowed to destroy the country, but I can't charge them a little fee. I could give them a little two-cent fee, but I cannot charge under any circumstances. I cannot charge them anything. Think of that. How ridiculous is that? I'm allowed to embargo them. I'm allowed to tell them you can't do business in the United States anymore. We want you out of here. But if I want to charge them $10, I can't do that. It's incorrect. Their decision's incorrect. But it doesn't matter because we have very powerful alternatives that have been approved by this decision. You know, they've been approved by the decision for those that thought they had us. And they're saying that I have the absolute right to license, but not the right to charge a license fee. So think of that. I have the right to license, which is a very powerful word. In many ways, license is more powerful than tariffs. In fact, I was thinking about using it. But they came up with the idea that I can license, just like the people that were opposing me told them to do, but not the right to charge a license fee. Think of that. Who ever heard of such a thing? What license has ever been issued without the right to charge a fee? You get a license, you charge a fee. It's automatic.
Hot potato.
Not with this court.
Not moving
but now
up
the
or
court
down.
has given me the unquestioned right to ban all sorts of things from coming into our country, to destroy foreign countries. But a much more powerful right than many people ever thought we even had. but not the right to charge a fee. How crazy is that? Our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. And it was a dead country 1.5 years ago under an incompetent
Hottest
president.
of the hottest.
But now I'm going to go in a different direction. Probably the direction that I...
Oh my fucking God, these candles are actually pissing me the fuck off right
first
now.
time, but I read the language.
You gotta
I'm
be
very good at
fucking
reading
shitting me.
language, and it read our way 100%, but now I'll go
What?
the way I could have gone originally, which
What?
is even stronger than our original choice. As Justice Kavanaugh, whose stock has gone so well, you have to see, I'm so proud of him, wrote in his dissent, although I firmly disagree with
They
the
keep
court's
fucking
holding
flashing my
today,
contract green
the
and then fucking
decision
pulling it
might
back
not
red. It's
substantially
pissing me the fuck
constrain
off
a
right now. It's
president's
like, I don't know
ability
how it's perfectly
to
on my
order
shit.
tariffs going forward. So, think of that. The decision might not substantially constrain. And it doesn't, he's right. In fact, I can charge much more than I was charging. So I'm going to just start. Although I firmly disagree with the court's holding today, the decision might not substantially constrain a president's ability to order tariffs going forward. That's because numerous other federal statutes, which is so true, authorize the president to impose tariffs and might justify most, if not all, of the tariffs issued in this case. Even more tariffs, actually. Those statutes include, think of that, those statutes include, for example, the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, Section 232. All of these things I know so well. The Trade Act of 1974, Sections 122, 201, 301. And the Tariff Act of 1930, Section 338, all clear. But it's a little bit longer process. I thought I'd make things simple, but they didn't let us do that. I would like to thank Justice Kavanaugh for his, frankly, his genius and his great ability. Very proud of that appointment. In actuality, while I am sure that they did not mean to do so, the Supreme Court's decision today made a president's ability to both regulate trade and impose tariffs more powerful and more crystal clear rather than less. I don't think they meant that. I'm sure they didn't. It's terrible. And to think that the Democrats who oppose this only because they want to go the opposite way, they'd like to pack the court. They want to put on 21 people. They want to pack the court, pack the Supreme Court. Maybe they should do it. Maybe they would be better off if they did it. They want to pack the court. They want to do anything to hurt our country. There will no longer be any doubt, and the income coming in and the protection of our companies and country will actually increase because of this decision. I don't think the court meant that, but it's the way it is. Based on long-standing law and hundreds of victories, and even, as I was pointed out before, even thousands of victories over the years, to the contrary, the Supreme Court did not overrule tariffs. They merely overruled a particular use of IEPA tariffs. And essentially, it's used to get a fee. Wow. I can do anything I want with IEPA, anything. I just can't charge anybody for it. I can license, I just can't charge them. It's ridiculous, but it's okay because we have other ways, numerous other ways. The ability to block, embargo, restrict, license, or impose any other condition on a foreign country's ability to conduct trade with the United States under IEPA has been fully confirmed by this decision. So now there's no doubt, because, you know, there were a lot of questions about tariffs because no president was smart enough to use them to protect our country from those countries and businesses that were ripping us off. You took a look at the deficits that we had with some of these countries. It was disgraceful what they got away with for many, many decades. But now we know, because this decision affirms all those things that some people weren't sure about. In order to protect, and it says so, in order to protect our country, a president can actually charge more tariffs than I was charging in the past period of a year under the various tariffs authorities. So we can use other of the statutes, other of the tariff authorities, which have also been confirmed and are fully allowed. Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there.
Come on, President Trump.
Remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122. It's already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country.
Come on! 15 seconds! ETA 15, come on! Fuck!
Thank you for your attention on this matter. And I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again.
Make America great again.
We've already made it great, so I don't have to use that, but I don't think we'll ever give up on MAGA. MAGA is always going to be with us. If you have a few questions, you can let us know. But just to end, so we're going forward. We will be able to take in more money, and there'll no longer be doubt, because there was always doubt. I know the people that brought the lawsuit, and they're sleazebags, major sleazebags, but I know them, and they're foreign country centric. They were sending things into our country, and the people representing them knew full well, but they were sending things into our country, and they were beneficial to other countries, but very, very bad for us. And I stopped it, and we'll just keep it going. So we have a totally firm decision now, and I don't think the court meant it, because the court doesn't show great spirit toward our country, in my opinion. A lot of bad decisions, but there are usually ways around it. This is something we could have done, as Justice Kavanaugh said, we could have done this originally, but we're doing it now, and the numbers could be far greater than the hundreds of billions we've.
I might have broke my hand.
Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm very curious. You've spoken about
in the red.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Justice Thomas and Alito, as you know, are the most conservative constitutional justices. Do you think that you'll get to appoint 2 more justices later this term with similar ideologies? And what type of vetting process will they go through to ensure they uphold?
I don't know, but they're great
Constitution?
justices. That's all I can say. And I hope they're going to be around a long time. I hope they're going to stay healthy. They're great people. They're great. And Justice Alito, too, to add to the group. These are great men.
Right.
With a great love of our country and a great understanding of the law.
Mr. President, are you going to ask Congress to take additional action on tariffs now?
No, I don't need to. It's already been approved. I mean, I would ask Congress and probably get it. When people look at the real numbers, and you look at hundreds of billions of dollars that have come into our country. Yesterday, I was at a steel plant, as you know, and I went to
This is some bullshit.
Place, great plant, great, wonderful people. And they were telling me, I said to them, you were there, a lot of the press in this room. Of course, I don't think this plane's big enough to take the press in this room, but a lot of the press right here. We were in Georgia. And I said to the owner, I made a speech at a factory. They make steel products.
This is some bullshit.
Nice to meet you.
What the fuck?
President, I'd love to kiss you.
Oh my
This
God.
is a very powerful man. I don't want to be kissed by that man. But a very powerful, strong man. He's been in the steel business for many years. His father started it. And he said, sir, I want to kiss you. I said, why?
I want to close my
Because
fucking
he was
eyes.
down to
Like, what the
working
fuck?
1 hour
What are
a
we
week,
talking about?
And then you came in and imposed tariffs. And all of that foreign junk that they were dropping into our country stopped. And we're now going to double shifts, 7 days a week, and we may be very soon going to 24
Sideways
hours
cup and handle,
around the
fucking
clock,
showing,
almost
pulling
7
bear,
days a
everything.
week. He said, sir, I want to kiss you so badly. And I said, no, thank you. But you know what? He just to finalize it, he said, oh, this is a great place in Georgia. He said, all up and down the highway, same exact answer, sir. We're all going out of business. We're going to go bankrupt. We're all going out of business. And now every one of us is thriving, and we're hiring people like we haven't, he said, like I've never,
I want to do the last poll of the day. Who is in control of the Bulls and the Bears?
That's because of tariffs. And we're going to keep
Yo,
it going the same way.
today though is the finale Friday of the week, right? In an uncertain
under
week,
construction right now. You
uncertain
see all
ending,
the
man. This
construction
is
numbers
one
are so
hell
good.
of a fucking ending.
Those construction workers are building factories that are going to be open, including not only AI, which is big, but car plants coming in from Canada, who ripped us off for 30% of our market. Mexico ripped us off for a big portion. Over the years, they've taken our market. They've taken our cars. They manufacture them in Japan, Germany, and all over the place because nobody's standing in this position. The position I have as President of the United States had the insight, the courage, well, I don't know what it is to charge.
I don't know what it
tariffs.
is.
You can make your product outside. You can put our people out of business. You can put everybody on the unemployment rolls. But if you're going to make a car in some other country, you're going to pay a 15, 20, 30% tariff. And those things would have never happened. We wouldn't have lost our business. Same thing with, as an example, Taiwan. Taiwan came in. They stole our chip business. They make chips. For 30 years longer, they made chip, and they put our companies. Intel would be now the largest company. I saved Intel. I literally saved it at the beginning of this administration.
Oh my God.
And now all those companies in Taiwan
All right, guys,
are building
last poll of the day.
in Arizona, Texas, and various other places because they don't want to pay tariffs.
What is
They're all
incoming in your
pouring into
personal
the
opinion?
United States.
Boom or doom?
But just like that great patriot said yesterday, sir, what you've done, nobody thought was possible. And Steve Moore, a highly respected economist, came into my office yesterday. He said, you've done something nobody's ever done. 22 Nobel Prize winners in economics said we would right now be in a recession. And you said, no, we're going to have a booming country. We're going to have a booming country. You were right. All 22 were wrong, and you were right. This country is booming, and it's booming because of the election on November 5th, and it's booming for another reason. It's booming because of tariffs. Yeah, please, go ahead.
What will you say ahead of this decision that if the Supreme Court
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. What will you say to foreign nations who seek to renegotiate their deals? And what did you mean a moment ago when you said that the Supreme Court has been swayed by foreign interests?
Well, I think that foreign interests are represented by people.
Someone said this is the Elon Musk extendo rocket. Right? Is this thing going to Mars?
Fear or respect or friendships, I don't know.
Man,
I know some of
what a
the
rocket
people that
pad,
were
though.
involved on the other side, and I don't
Rocket
like
launch
them. I
came
think they're
back
real
and rocket
slime balls.
launched again.
And got to do what's right for the country. You got to do what's right for the Constitution. That's why I respect so much Justice Thomas and Alito, Kavanaugh, because they not only dissented, their dissent is so strong. When you read their dissent,
crazy
you know, a lot of
shadow.
times you'll read a dissent and it's like, well, you don't know, it could go either way. There's no other way. The good news is, it's like Justice Kavanaugh said, very strongly said, you have other
Hell
ways you can go. You don't
bro.
have to go that way. You can go other way. There are numerous other ways
Shit is wild.
you can go. And frankly, this should have been done by presidents many years ago. They allowed our country to be eaten alive. We lost 50% of our car business. We used to make cars. We made all the cars. And then Mexico came, Canada came, Japan and Germany. But they're all coming back now. They're all coming back at record levels. No, you please. I'm not talking to you. I don't talk to CNN. It's fake news. Go ahead.
Mr. President, yesterday the economy is the hottest it's been in a long time.
Right.
January jobs report beat expectations. CPI report beat expectation. Real wages are up. What would you tell
Fake
Americans
news.
who are worried that this decision will kind of throw the economy that you have projected going in the right direction at a very rapid pace off track?
Well, thank you for the question. And I will say this. We really are at a very important point. I've been waiting for this decision so long. They could have made this decision a long time ago. Not complex. They're wrong on it. It's a ridiculous decision. But they should have released this a long time ago. We waited months. And that gave uncertainty. Now we have certainty. And I think you're going to see the country get much stronger because of it. Look, we were ripped off by almost every country in the world. If you look at the surpluses, almost every country in the world that did business with us, our people were stupid. And I blame presidents for it because they're ultimately the leader. We were being ripped off by
Bro, you're the
almost
president.
Every single country in the world had some massive surpluses. China had hundreds of billions of dollars in surpluses with the United States. They rebuilt China. They rebuilt
Time
the
is
army.
almost 2, 144.
Rebuilt China's army by allowing that to happen. I have a great relationship with President Xi, but he respects our country now. Now, what we've done, I charged China a 20% tariff as a penalty for sending fentanyl in. And that was 20 times more than they could make by selling fentanyl.
This shit
and I
is
said,
crazy
at some point you're going to say, like, and they have reduced it. Fentanyl is down by more than 30% coming into our country. Part of that is our strong border. We have a strong border now.
Oh, my.
But thank you. Thank you for your question.
Oh, hell nah, dude.
Mr. President, sir, you warned once in a social media post that if the Supreme Court did this, shut down your tariffs, the U.S. would be, quote, financially defenseless. Are we financially defenseless right now?
No, because we're doing something in a different way.
145.
We're doing something
Actually
in
breaking
a very
out.
powerful way. And we're using things that some
HOD
people thought we
divergence
should have
clear.
used in
These
the first
motherfuckers are
place.
hoes, I
But
swear.
it's more complicated. It's a little more complicated. The process takes a little more time, but the end result is going to get us more money. And I think it's going to be
Divergence
great.
not
Yeah.
clear.
Peter, go ahead.
Thank you, President Trump. So,
They
since
didn't even
Liberation
fucking
Day,
clear
there's
the
about
divergence.
$175 billion in tariff revenue that is now in limbo. Do you have to refund $175 billion?
That's
Think of it,
crazy.
Peter. Very fair
No
question.
divergence clear yet.
They take months and months to write an opinion, and they don't even discuss that point. We've taken in hundreds of billions of dollars, not millions, hundreds of billions of dollars. And so I said, well, what happens to all the money that we took in? It wasn't discussed. Wouldn't you think they would have put one sentence in there saying that keep the money or don't keep the money, right? I guess it has to get litigated for the next 2 years. So they write this terrible, defective decision, totally defective. It's almost like not written by smart people. And what they do, they don't even talk about that. Your question is very basic. That was the first question I asked also to make you feel good. I said, what about all the money that we've taken in? Sir, they don't discuss that. How crazy is that?
What you're saying is, are you saying that you don't plan to honor refunds for companies that file for them?
I just told you the answer, right? I told you the answer. It's not discussed. We'll end up being in court for the next 5 years. Go ahead, Green.
Thank you, Mr. President. When you are talking about the relationship with countries that you have sought trade deals with,
I'm about to
do
get
you
some
anticipate
squid.
that they will
1
seek
second.
to renegotiate those? What do you say to them, and do you view this as a potential undermining power for your
Well, we're going
negotiations?
straight ahead with 10% straight across the board, which was the absolute right to do. And that's taking place. That's a lot of money coming into our country. And then during that period of about 5 months, we are doing the various investigations necessary to put fair tariffs or tariffs, period, on other countries. So we're doing that period, but we're immediately instituting the 10% provision, which we're allowed to do. And in the end, I think we'll take in more money than we've taken in before.
Mr. President, you've used the tariff revenue to pay for a host of federal policies. You've claimed that they will pay for them. What happens
Well,
to
like
those
the
things?
farmers, we took care of farmers. You know, the farmers were mistreated by foreign countries very badly, very, very badly. And last week I gave them $12 billion out of tariff money. We intend to, out of tariff money, because just so you understand, we have tariffs. We just have them in a different way. And now they've been confirmed by the Supreme Court of the United States. So there's no longer that question out there about tariffs. And we'll be taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. And countries that have treated us badly will have to pay a price for treating us badly. And countries that have been good to us will be treated very well. We just left the top person in a place called Vietnam, just left my office. Great gentleman, strong and smart. He said, you know, I think this means you're allowed to charge us more tariffs than before. And Canada said to Jameson, I might want to say it, Jameson, but Canada said, I hope you win this decision, because if you don't win, you'll actually be allowed to charge us, with a little additional work, higher tariffs. Jameson, you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. So the
president's point, we have a lot of tools out there. We have Section 122, which will be implemented today. It will be signed today and implemented very shortly. We have Section 301 investigations, which are incredibly legally durable, where we can investigate and address unfair trading practices that have led to our huge trade deficit. And so you can look forward in the coming days and weeks to seeing all of that come out, and we're going to keep continuity in the program. We're going to keep addressing this so that the deficit can keep going down. That's the trend it has, and we can make America great again.
No.
Several of Republicans in Congress have supported this decision by the Supreme Court, and Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader, has called you a wannabe king. Why wouldn't
him a low IQ?
But why wouldn't
he doesn't even know? And I watched him the other day interview. The guy doesn't even know what a tariff is.
But there's been bipartisan criticism.
No, not bipartisan.
Of the tariff.
Excuse me.
There's several
A few
Republicans
people.
have said that.
Yeah,
But
a
why
few people.
wouldn't you just work with Congress to come up with a plan?
I don't have to.
To push tariffs.
I have the
through?
right to do tariffs, and I've always had the right to do tariffs, and it's all been approved by Congress, so there's no reason to do it. All we're doing is we're going through a little bit more complicated process, not complicated very much, but a little more complicated than what we had. We'll be able to take in tariffs, more tariffs, and the Congress people and the Congress.
Down the Canadian tariffs last week.
Yeah,
There's
yeah,
been votes
you
in
know
the
why?
Senate against it.
Yeah, because we lost 2 Republicans or 3 Republicans because they're not good Republicans. What you don't say, you don't say that we got 215 votes.
You need 218 for something to pass.
Yeah, sure we do. We might have lost 3 votes, and what was the score on the Republican side? 215 to 3, right? But you don't say that. We have great unity. There's great unity in the Republican Party, and I hope everyone's going to vote Republican, because otherwise you won't have a country left, because these people have been they are destroying our country. Please.
Mr. President, the 122 tariffs, that 10%,
yeah.
Is that going to be for 150 days, or do you want to charge that indefinitely?
We have a right to do pretty much what we want to do, but we're going to charge it starting effectively, I think it's 3 days from now. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you speak to a lot of factory workers, a lot of manufacturing workers. What does the Supreme Court ruling say? What's that message to those factory workers?
Well, I think the factory workers are happy because we're now telling them that they're going to look. The man I met with yesterday, who owned a factory, was out of business. He was out of business, and now he's employing 5 times. In fact, I walked in. He's got a brand new crane. I said, "How old is that crane?" We got it in December. He's allowed to write it off in 1 minute. The Great Big Beautiful Act gave no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. He said this great big beautiful bill, frankly, has been the best thing that's ever happened for the workers much more so than for rich people. The only thing it does for rich people, it allows them to hire a lot more people. But when I saw him, and then he said, it's all up and down the line. This is a place in Georgia, all up and down, other factories doing different, not only steel products, different. He said, every one of us was out of business. We could barely make it. Some of them were down to less than an hour a week. Think of it, 1 hour a week to make just a few little trinkets or whatever they make. Now they're going round the clock. I had it a month ago. I went to Michigan, went to Ford, and I met with Bill Ford, the head of Ford, and we were in one of the biggest plants, an original plant from the early 1900s, where, by the way, I might add this, it's not really relevant, but it's all relevant. Murders are down the lowest since 1900, around the time that he had this plant. That's 125 years. We have the lowest murder rate. Okay. And our crime is way down in the country. The factories that we're talking about, the people that we're talking about, they are so thrilled with Trump. So whether we charge IEPA tariffs or whether we charge tariffs under a different section, that's what we're going to be doing. There's no way we can this is what happened to our country. This is why we owe $38 trillion, which we'll get rid of in pretty good course. We have a very incompetent Fed chairman who likes high interest rates. For political reasons, he likes them. But we're going to have somebody very good. Interest rates should come down very substantially. I think we should pay the lowest interest rates on the planet. There should be no country, and we don't do that. We're number 38. This is just bad policy for a long period of time. But what's happened is we've made America strong again. We've made America great again. We should pay. As an example, the the country.
This is a really, really, really great economy.
We were getting almost no tariffs, and then we had a $40 billion deficit. And the prime minister called me up. She said, "But we are a small country," because I said we're going to raise it to 39% from nothing. That would have rendered them not very successful, as opposed to right now they're considered elite. But if we put a tariff, they would. And I realized then, she said, "But sir, we are a small country." I said, "You're a small country with a big deficit. For us, you're making a lot of money off the United States. If we do that, a lot of these elite countries, they're elite because we let them make so much money. And I want them to do well, but I don't want them to do well on the backs of the American taxpayer." So I appreciate your question. I think it's a reasonable answer.
President Trump, you said that you were disappointed with that, but were you surprised with this decision? What you felt when you...
I was surprised because I thought that what we did was, number one, according to, I mean, I read the paragraphs. I read very well. Great comprehension. I read everything there is to read, and I said, we can't lose this case. But we can when judges are political, when they want to be politically correct, when they're catering to a group of people in D.C. maybe. I don't know what it is, because when you read it, there's no other interpretation. There is no other interpretation. But it's okay, because what has come out, and I'll say it for the third time and maybe the last time in a while, is that we've taken the uncertainty of tariffs out, because we had uncertainty. We got sued by sleazebags, I know them well, that are very outside country, China-centric, but outside country-centric. And they're going to end up not doing as well as they did before. America was becoming really, really, we're strong again. Hey, we have the strongest military. I rebuilt the military in the first term. We have the most powerful military. We make the best equipment. And even them, you know, we could do much better. We have people that get paid a lot of money to manufacture Patriot missiles and javelins and all the different things. But when you want them, they're too slow. And we put them on notice, and they're going to make, our country is building a lot of things right now, and our country is doing really well. And we're going to keep it that way. The bottom line is that the word certainty is now in the equation. Every single thing I said today is guaranteed certainty. It's been tested, as Jameson said 1,000 times. Literally, I said hundreds of times. He said, sir, actually thousands of times, and won in all of the courts. And we're just going back to that. And the problem is that we had other presidents that weren't into trade. Maybe they weren't business oriented. Maybe they weren't smart. We had some dummies too, you know. I respectfully say we had some real dummies. So we are going to keep it going just as before, probably more so. But you're no longer going to be asked, every time I got up, you'd ask, well, what happens if you can't charge tariffs? Now we can. And by the way, in their decision, they specifically said, we can do these. We have alternatives, yeah.
David, on the trade deals that were negotiated using IEEPA tariffs,
Yeah.
do those stand now, or are they have to be
Well,
redone?
some of them stand. Many of them stand. Some of
I'm
them
at
won't,
that point
and they'll
where
be replaced
if
with
I
the other
feel like
tariffs.
if I let go of my dog shit little contract, I mean they're expensive as fuck, but they're gonna revert. Like
Are they still
I'm
invited
at that
to your
point.
State
Like
of the Union next week? And will
I'm
you
actually kind of
speak with
fucking
They are
tired of
invited,
them.
barely.
They're showing bullish today.
Barely.
Like a motherfucker on the video.
3 are
Daily
happily
volume.
invited. No, they're barely invited. Honestly, I couldn't care less if they come. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. On the trade deal, which is the framework, which is to be signed with India sometime soon, will that stand now?
Yeah,
and on
nothing
the decision,
changes.
nothing changes.
No, nothing changes. They'll be
Time is
paying
2.
tariffs, and we will not be paying tariffs. Our deal with India is they pay tariffs. This is a reversal from what it used to be, as you know. India, and I think Prime Minister Modi is a great gentleman, a great man, actually, but he was much smarter than the people that he was against.
It's a very
in terms
crazy
of the United
day.
States. He was ripping us off in India. So we made a deal with India, and it's a fair deal now, and we are not paying tariffs to them, and they are paying tariffs. We did a little flip.
Are as of now for this.
No, the India deal is on here.
So much, Mr. President.
All the deals are on it. We're just going to do it a different way.
Mr. President. Thank you so much, Mr. President. I think there is another war that you stopped and you should take the credit, which is in Syria. Secretary Rubio, after his meeting in Munich with the Syrian Foreign Minister and the Kurdish General Muslim Abdi, he said that President Trump was directly involved in efforts to stop the fighting between the Kurds and the Syrians. How will your administration will make sure that this peace is sustained? And do you support the idea
Well, it's a very different topic, so I don't want to spend a lot of time. But all I can say is that the president of Syria, who I essentially put there, is doing a phenomenal job. He's a rough guy. He's not a choir boy. A choir boy couldn't do it. But Syria is coming together, really coming together well. And thus far, he's been very good to the Kurds. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. President, what's your message to the Iranian people after 2 rounds of talks with them? Do you have any message to the Iranian people?
The Iranian people in Iran or people here?
People in Iran.
They better negotiate a fair deal. They better negotiate. You know, the people of Iran are a lot different than the leaders of Iran. And it's very, very sad situation. But 32,000 people were killed over a relatively short period of time. They were going to hang 2 weeks ago, hang, some by crane. They lift them up with a tall crane, and they play them around the square. They were going to hang 837 people. And I gave them the word, if you hang one person, even one person, that you're going to be hit right then and there. I wasn't waiting 2 weeks and negotiating. And they gave up the hanging. They didn't hang 837. Supposedly, they didn't hang anybody. But no, I feel very badly for the people of Iran. They've lived in hell. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, you mentioned multiple times foreign influence over the Supreme Court. Do you have evidence of that? And if not, will you investigate that?
You're going to find out.
What alternatives are you going to put into place in your relationship with Europe and also those tariffs that have been called illegal? How they're going to go impact the relationship with Russia, your sanctions?
Well, I want Europe to strengthen up. Europe has gone woke. Europe is not recognizable when you go into so many places. Not all countries. You look at Hungary. You look at Poland, Czech. Slovakia. There are some countries that have gone very much the opposite, some really, and some others. But Europe has to be strong, and they become soft and not recognizable. You go into some of the countries, I don't want to be specific, but I think everyone knows what I'm talking about, and they're not recognizable. They become, the environmentalists have taken over. They've got windmills destroying their fields and their beautiful meadows and their oceans, and they're paying a fortune. Now, Europe has to get smart. Europe's getting killed on two things, energy and immigration. And if they don't solve both of them fast, Europe
now I'm at the point where the market making me think to go the opposite route.
Are you
They're gonna
surprised
fuck me.
in particular by their decision today? And do you regret nominating them?
I don't want to say whether or not I regret. I think their decision was terrible. Yeah.
What
I think it's an embarrassment to their families. You want to know the truth? The two of them. Yeah.
Specifically on that $2,000 tariff check.
Mr. President,
I didn't call you.
You didn't call me?
Yeah, Mr. President, to be clear, do you believe at the end of implementing these new tariff tools, the tariff rate and tariffs will ultimately be higher than they currently are?
Potentially higher. How much higher? It depends, whatever we want them to be. But we want them to be fair for other countries. And, you know, we have some countries that have treated us really badly for years, and it's going to be high for them. And we have other countries that have been very good, and it's going to be very reasonable for them. Yeah.
Specifically on the tariffs question, I mean on the $2,000.
I didn't call you.
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Do you have any plans to travel to India for the Quad Summit, and how do you think your relationship with India is right now?
I think my relationship with India is fantastic, and we're doing trade with India. India pulled out of Russia. You know, India was getting its oil from Russia, right? And they pull way back at my request because we want to settle that horrible war where 25,000 people are dying every month. And my relationship with Prime Minister Modi is, I would say, great. I also stopped a war between India, and Pakistan, as you know. There were 10 planes we shot down. That war was going and probably going nuclear. And just yesterday, the Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved 35 million lives by getting them to stop. And I did it largely with tariffs. I said, look, you're going to fight, that's fine, but you're not going to do business with the United States, and you're going to pay a 200% tariff, each country. And they called up and they said, we have made peace. Okay? I just want to thank you all. Look, great certainty has been brought back to the economy of the United States and actually the economy of the world, because we generate so much in the world. We're the biggest in the world, and we're now the strongest by far. We were a country that was dead 1.5 years ago. Now we have the hottest country in the world. We're going to keep it that way. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did you say 32,000 were killed in Iran, sir?
Well, I just had some delicious food. Why do I want to go? I don't want to. I want to go eat more meat. Man, I had meat yesterday. It's so expensive. All right. Well, presidential live stream is over. The Trump, they call it P word.
To Morning Trade Live. Joining us now is Paul McCarthy, who's the president of Kisco Capital. We're talking about NVIDIA's earnings, which is coming up next week, Paul. So just wanted to get your thoughts on what to expect here, because, I mean, it looks like a lot is riding on this, given everything we've heard from some of the hyperscalers, what we're seeing across memory. I mean, this deal with Meta earlier this week really confirming, as one guest pointed out to me yesterday, that, I mean, this is NVIDIA's universe and everybody's just in it.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's true to a certain extent. They're basically the epicenter of all things AI, and I think that for the most part, people want to hear commentary from Jensen Huang about how things are going, if they're still as robust as we think they are. We've seen
want to hear from Wang
with OpenAI that they're going to invest $30 billion. We're also seeing one of their partners, Micron, open a new plant, $100 billion in upstate New York, and they just announced they're going to expand $50 billion in their Boise, Idaho plant. So there's a lot of there's definitely a lot of money going through the company, and I think that people just want to
Who's a Jensen lover? Don said I just had ceviche.
I think with some of the
ceviche?
News that we saw today with the tariffs,
sounds good.
NVIDIA in particular has been affected.
Ceviche.
They had a 25% tariff on their H200 chips, and
what the hell?
They were capped at like 400,000 units. So, does that go away? Is that affected in the Plan B that's supposedly going to come out? So I think that people are going to want to hear from Jensen Huang on that. But in their guidance for this quarter, they have zero data center compute contribution from China that was factored into their Q4 guidance. So perhaps there's some upside that we're going to hear about from China, and maybe for the rest of this year there's going to be more orders coming out of China that they're allowed to fill. So I mean, they have a $500 billion backlog at this point. So But it's definitely the epicenter of everything AI. So it'll definitely be well watched by the markets.
Right. Yeah, obviously we're going to be watching to see what they have to say as far as the confirmation here of this trend that they've been seeing, some of the risks involved as well. I think, part of the confusion in the market reaction this morning appears to be over, what has been deemed tariffed under the IEPA tariffs rather than perhaps the Section 232, the Trade Expansion Act, rather than the Emergency Act as well. But as we look ahead to NVIDIA and we take a look at what is happening in the markets right now with respect to some of the AI disruption fears, do you believe that this could be a catalyst then to change the way the market feels about what is happening with some of these disruption fears and some of the stretched valuation concerns as well?
Cash flow tends to fix valuation concerns. So I think that's, one thing. I think the tariff is definitely going to create a lot of questions as to, I don't think it's necessarily negative. I think it just opens up the box for them to sell to everyone. But, I think that the government has been careful about exporting U.S. Technology like AI. But, I think that one other thing that, was in the bill that was passed last summer.
Close up here? Fuck, I'm
the
thinking, but
depreciation schedules create a big incentive to build in the U.S. And I think a lot of that's going to be related to AI. So, I think some of the software companies have suffered concern over whether AI is going to replace, some of their products. I think that's a bit overdone. I think that does happen. It happens over many years. But I think for the companies that are making, the bricks and mortar of the semiconductor business, that, I don't see any changes anytime soon in what they're doing. It seems like they are have to keep delivering their own.
I'm about to go eat good after this shit. I'm about to go eat some big ass.
So I don't think this is going to change.
I'm about to go eat Korean barbecue by
and I do
myself.
think that they'll be able to hold up their margins. As far as valuations, I could see
ceviche sounds good. Don said I
cook
shrimp.
NVIDIA stock hasn't gone anywhere, and I think since really last summer. So we'll see what's going to happen next week. And I think some of the forward guidance and commentary from the company about what happened today is going to be a factor.
You guys all eat good.
Absolutely. No doubt something to address on the call. And as you say, we'll have some software names as well, some key companies out with earnings as well next week. Really appreciate it, Paul. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a great weekend. But it's Paul McCarthy, their president of Kisco Capital. Let's trade it now with George Sillers. Very good morning to you, George. Very busy morning here. Give us an example trade for NVIDIA ahead of this report card, though.
Well, I think going into this report, your previous guest mentioned that the stock has really been in the last 6 months in a trading range, but there was some positive momentum going into today's opening action, and then you throw in the tariffs. The issue with the tariffs, in other words, negating them, will cause a beneficiary outcome for companies like NVIDIA. So nonetheless,
oh hell no, they're not saying this shit right now, bro. Oh hell no.
Earnings, but the options for next week are expensive right now. If you look at the expected move based on a 1 sigma or 1 standard deviation move, it's around $12.50 by the end of next week. So
Bro,
what I'm going to do is I'm going to structure a long call diagonal to offset some of the volatility that's inflated in the premiums for next week to buy a March.
Come on, guys, you got to take care of yourself, all right?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to essentially buy an in-the-money 185 March call option, and then I'm going to use, of course, the sell of a $200 February weekly. That's next week's expiration.
Market always goes up while Trump is talking, no matter what he says.
So altogether, this would cost you about $10 a share or $1,000 a contract. So
Market Tim says,
in essence, we're capped to $200 by the end of next week.
20th time.
But if the stock does retain $200 lower, the February option will roll off worthless. To which point you have basically a cheaper long-dated March monthly contract at the 185 strike price. So if you do hold this position to expiry, assuming again next week's contract rolls off, you have to have at least 195 by expiration in 28 days.
Why are you whimpering?
To break even? So it's a bullish trade, but we are capped at the 200 range or 200 level by the end of next week, assuming the stock price does go higher from here.
Okay, something to look out for, but we
I
are
want
looking
Korean
up
barbecue.
1% going into this weekend right
Sauce.
now, trading at 190 and change.
The
George,
sauce.
thanks so much for that. I'll speak to you later
sauce.
on in the day for that example
Good
trade for
sauce.
us this morning. And we are looking
Man,
positive
what a
across the
fucking
board for
live
these
stream,
stocks
though.
this
What are we
morning off the
doing
back
right
of
now
the
today?
Supreme Court striking down Trump's
You have
IEPA
got to be
tariffs,
kidding. If
saying
we
that they
reject
are
this shit again
unconstitutional.
somehow,
So we
I don't
are
even know
seeing a
where
nice
we're going,
lift
but this shit is
for
so
equities
dumb
for us
today. How the
this
fuck
morning.
do we
With
have
the
the power
Nasdaq
to do
100 up
this?
1%
We're moving
right
like
now.
400
as
points
tech
less. No, I'm
seems
kidding. We're moving. No, we're not moving that. But this is just shit. We're moving a lot, actually. 681, 689, 684, 688. I don't know. Market moving like a motherfucking. He's moving like, you know what I'm saying? Usain Bolt moving $40 today, 35, if you can believe it. Never before seen. I guess last year, December, we moved $20, $30 every day, so crazy work. No, 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 no.
Take a look at futures. Dow Industrials down 42, Nasdaq right now down 22. Big tech stocks this morning. After a brief rally earlier in the week, investors still worried about AI valuations and AI disruptions in terms of disrupting their businesses. Big tech this morning mixed. Apple, Alphabet, Microsoft lower at the end of trading yesterday. NVIDIA reportedly close to finalizing a $30 billion investment with OpenAI as part of its next fundraising round. In return, OpenAI will purchase NVIDIA chips for its training and AI models. The deal would value the ChatGPT maker at around $830 billion. NVIDIA is reporting next week on Wednesday, and we want to talk about that and look ahead. And joining me right now to do just that, John Lonsky with us right now. John, NVIDIA is going to be reporting on Wednesday, I suspect. This is going to be the big earnings report of the week. And I want to get your take on this because NVIDIA's largest customers are Meta, Microsoft, Amazon, and Google, and they're spending a combined $650 billion on CapEx in 2026 for data center build-outs.
I can't find
your thoughts on the NVIDIA quarter coming up on Wednesday?
Well, $650 billion of spending on AI can only be a positive for NVIDIA going forward. I guess the only worry investors might have regarding NVIDIA
I don't think the market wants me to have a happy face on right now.
We're going to stay to schedule as far as the build-out of artificial intelligence is concerned. I mean, with the data centers, you got to worry about issues pertaining to power, electric power, water, skilled labor, and so on. But the outlook for AI going forward is still positive, though again, investors have some
on fair
questions
territory,
as to whether or not all
no.
this
This
spending
is
is going to
50-50.
deliver adequate returns.
Yeah, it's true. And of course, we are watching the worries over all the spending and whether or not we are looking at companies spending money on data centers and actually borrowing the money. Not the hyperscalers, obviously, not the major customers of NVIDIA. But joining me right now is Strategis, founder and chairman, the CEO.
Join me right now.
Jason, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here. Welcome back. Give us your sense of markets today. What is driving your direction in terms of allocating capital and what you think is most important in terms of research as we await this economic data this morning?
Well, I have to tell you, Maria, the most important thing we're watching is the 10-year yield, because I think a quiescent 10-year yield, something below 450, allows the market to not only grow, but also to change leadership. And you've seen that. So you've seen a change in leadership without the market going down substantially. The market's flat, but there have been other pockets of strength. And we think that's a good thing. I think that broadens out the market a bit. Obviously, it's still very concentrated in some of the software names, so concentrated in many of the Mag 7 names, but it's broadening out, and I think that's a very good sign. So, and that wouldn't happen, in my opinion, given the leverage in the system, if the 10-year Treasury weren't where it is today.
Yeah, let's take a look at the 10-year this morning because interest rates are hanging out right at about 4.0% on the 10-year right now. Jason, we're waiting on the
Kung Fu Panda
first
Part
read
7.
of fourth quarter GDP. It is out in about 2 minutes' time. We're expecting growth of 3% for the fourth quarter. And then we are looking at the yield down right now, 1.5 basis points at 4.06%. We will also get the December PCE index. That's coming out as well. Economists there expecting an increase of 0.3%. 2.8% year over year. Jason, we've got the President's State of the Union address on Tuesday night. No doubt he is going to talk about economic growth, growth in wages, and inflation coming in as the president has focused on reining in costs for American citizens. What are your expectations?
Yeah, well, I would just say that one of the very good things that's come out of Kevin Warsh's ascendancy to Fed chair is that there's been a lot of discussion about the idea that growth does not cause inflation. Inflation is caused by other things, a lot of times excess government spending, excess money supply, and it can be controlled. So you can have a situation with supply side incentives like President Trump has provided in the One Big Beautiful Bill, where you get growth and you get pretty low inflation. And I think that's a very good expectation because you're going to get big productivity gains, in our opinion, from the One Big Beautiful Bill. There are massive incentives in there for capital spending, and particularly in an age of AI, that should increase productivity, should increase profit margins and profits. So, in my view, I'm more interested in the PCE than I am in the GDP number.
Yeah, and we're waiting on that PCE right now because, of course, that is also perhaps going to dictate the Federal Reserve in terms of how many rate cuts we see this year. So I'm watching markets here with futures now flat, down just 12 points as these numbers are about to hit the tape. And we're going to get to Cheryl in a moment. And bond yields are also on the move. GDP and PCE right now with Cheryl Casoni. Over to you, Cheryl.
I'm still getting some of this data flowing in, Maria, but I got to start with the GDP read. This is the first reading of fourth quarter GDP. We came in at 1.4%. This is even below the range of expectations that we got for fourth quarter GDP. The expectation was 3%. We came in at 1.4%. We were just looking here in the studio at Atlanta GDP now, which is sitting at 3%. I do want to add, though, again, as you know, this was the shutdown. We had a 43-day government shutdown in this quarter. That is certainly going to be one of the issues here. Now, let's go back to what we're seeing as with regards to the other pieces of data, Maria. Let me give you personal income. That came in at 0.3%. That is in line with expectations. Spending, 0.4%. That is consumption. That is in line with expectations. Now let me get into the PCE numbers right now. The PCE index, the actual was a gain of 0.4%. The expectation was a gain of 0.3%. Jason was just saying that that was one of the critical numbers that he was looking at there in that data. As for the rest of it, within the PCE price index, if you strip out like food, energy, housing, you see that 2.8% number that was on target with regards to the estimates that we were getting. The personal savings rate coming in at 3.6%. And again, that core number coming in 0.4%.
I don't know how QQQ is not above 610 right now, and NVIDIA is at literally a 616 play range. That's fucking nuts.
With regards to the PCE price index. But again, with that 2.9%, that year-over-year number, that's just slightly above what we were looking for, Maria. So again, pretty in line right now with what we were expecting as far as PCE income and spending. The surprise, as I just gave to you, was that first read on fourth quarter GDP with the caveat of the shutdown, Maria.
Yeah, all very important information, Cheryl. Thank you for that analysis. And Jason, I got to get your take here because the growth is obviously a lot slower than we expected, but it's a noisy quarter because of the shutdown. And that's what the Democrats want to see, which is why we're in a partial shutdown again with the Department of Homeland Security. Your thoughts?
Yeah, listen, I just find it hard, Maria. Corporate profits are up about 13%. S&P 500 companies have largely reported they're up 13% for the fourth quarter. Profit margins are hitting a new high. So I have to say I'm a little skeptical. And of course, the GDP numbers are subject to revision. And as you pointed out, it's during a shutdown, government shutdown. Yeah. So I have to say, if you're an investor, I wouldn't worry too much about these numbers. I would be much more focused on earnings. Now, of course, if they came in hot, I'd probably say you should focus on the GDP number. But I truly believe that the fourth quarter earnings are a better indicator of the way the economy is going than these very processed government numbers that we have.
I mean, I'm skeptical too, because you had a close to 5% number just a few months ago, and now you're talking about 1.4%. You know, markets are on the move. The Dow is down 115, but if you have a slower economy and you have wouldn't that indicate that the Fed would want to lower interest rates, although the PCE being hotter than expected, perhaps
the video is still at the roof. Market is still at the roof.
What does this say to the Fed in terms of rate cuts, Jason?
It's a great question, and of course there's going to be new leadership, and I think again there's going to be more, not to get too technical about this, but there may be more of a focus on the balance sheet rather than rates, and there's of course a connection, but it's not perfect connection, and I think it's well in time that we do that. That I think we should lower rates, but also maybe tighten up the balance sheet a bit too.
Right, and that's something Scott Bessent has written about quite a bit, our Treasury Secretary.
Absolutely.
Jason, great to see you as always. Thank you, sir. Jason Trennert this morning on the data of the morning, and we will see you soon. I appreciate you. Tiana Low-Desher, thank you very much.
Okay, let's check futures, see how the market's reaction to this. We have some red ink there. Not that much, to be honest. Dow's down 100.
Yo, someone sent me this shit earlier in the day. That's crazy. The news is now saying that.
Nasdaq's down about 93. Kenny Polcari joining us this morning. You know, investors don't seem to like these reports, Kenny, but it's not that drastic a sell-off, is it?
No, it's not that drastic a sell-off. And I think, to Lauren's point, the GDP number can be explained away because of the shutdown. The PCE number, you know, it's interesting because, like Lydia said, it's a tiny bit higher. And we heard on Wednesday that there's a vast majority of FOMC
Someone sent me that in pre-market, bro. That's crazy.
So therefore, they're proceeding slowly. So I think the market is prepared for it. I don't think there's going to be I don't think there's going to be this panic. Sell everything.
The people leaving, they need to not ever come back, man. I'm telling you.
From the Supremes, that might change things.
Well,
maybe
they'll never hear it, and they'll come back and be like, "I was OG. I was always here. I always typed in chat. I always hit the like though, but though I was always here. Though, can I join though? No, though." And then they stay inactive, and then they get mad at me when I remove them after 2-3 weeks. You know what I'm saying? But that's how life be though. I ain't trying to be mean though. That's just how it be though. I ain't no tissue though. You know what I'm saying though. You know what I'm saying? No need to disrespect me though.
No, so listen, it's down
2.4
or 5% this year, but it is down
like crazy,
6 or so percent.
You know what's crazy? Someone called me Confucius yesterday. Right? Somebody was like, "Dude, you're like my son." Somebody said, "You're young enough to be my son." All right, respect. He called me Confucius. And then he was like, "Watch what you do," like as if he was threatening me. And I was like, "Dude, like, you know what? I'm not doing none of this shit. Like, I know who I am, so why the fuck would I just, yeah." It's not even like I was being so illogical about what I was doing too, or like, you know, I guess I shouldn't have said his name publicly. That's fair too on a YouTube shit. But I agree. I'm sorry about that. But you know what I mean? It's not even like that was the first time. I literally said it 7 times for 7 days in a row. I was like, "Hey, 17th person. Hey, 15th person. Please don't join. Hey. You know what I mean? So it's just, dude. I'm Confucius. I'm Confucius. It's okay. I will be Confucius. I like being Confucius. Whatever gets the boat cooking.
So therefore, that's a little bit more dramatic. And if you look at individual names within the sector, some of them are in bear market territory. I mean, look at Salesforce, look at ServiceNow, look at Palantir. Some of these stocks are down significantly, right? And I think that makes some sense, but I also think some of them are overdone. right? Even Amazon was down more than 12.5%, overdone. So, no, I think that that's going to work its way out. I think that investors are going to now start to go shopping and get very strategic about some of the names they buy.
I wonder what the market will do on Monday morning if there is military action in Iran over the weekend.
Well, and that's going to be key, and you're gonna have to keep your eyes on it, which is why I think you're going to see the market probably trend a little bit lower today in anticipation. Traders just kind of getting out of the market, going home flat.
Could be a big weekend. Kenny, you have a good weekend, and we'll see you again later. Thanks.
You as well.
Stop the cape. 2:30.
Well, let's give a check on oil prices. They're down a little bit, just a tick today, but they have been rising over the past couple of weeks to their highest levels since last summer. Of course, President Trump is considering limited strikes on Iran unless they come to the negotiating table and the two facts come together. Here's the president yesterday giving a timeline on potential action. Watch.
What is the goal if there is a U.S. military strike?
Well, we're going to make a deal, or we're going to get a deal one way or the other.
But with a military strike, is it to wipe out their nuclear
I'm not going to talk to you about that, but we're either going to get a deal or it's going to be unfortunate for them.
And you said today 10 days. Have you given them a deadline firm to make a deal?
I would think that would be enough time, 10, 15 days, pretty much maximum.
Jackie, you know Iran and you know energy markets, so you're the best person to answer two questions that I have. One is the match on? Is there going to be a conflict? Are the mullahs going to go the distance? And two, if they do, if there is a military conflict, what happens to oil prices then?
Okay, let's start with what the president is going to do, in my opinion. I've been watching this play out, and he is making the case and laying it for the American people that he tried to talk to Iran, he tried to negotiate to the best
People
of
are
his
saying
ability.
Shark
If
Week
they
this
are willing
week.
to say
Really?
that they will not enrich
It's fucking
uranium,
crazy.
that
Like,
they will not
I guess I'm
pursue
feeling the
nuclear
sharkiness
weapons,
today.
then that would be a deal.
I
think
guess
that
I'm
would be
feeling the
acceptable to
jaws
this
of the
administration.
sharks biting my
My
buttholes
understanding is
today,
that
but
they
I
are
honestly,
refusing
I'm gonna
to
be
do that,
real
that
with you
they
guys.
are saying
I've been
we're not
taking it
gonna go
slow as
past a
fuck this
certain
past
point,
week,
but we
and
still want
I
to
have
the
not been
ability
feeling
to do
that
this
much
and to do
sharkiness.
that, and that is not going to fly.
I
with
guess the
President
chop,
Trump.
I
But this is
remember
part of the
February
process.
18th,
You
it
know, when
says
he went into
February
Venezuela
yesterday
and he
too.
took Maduro out,
I
think
didn't
there was a
take
lot of
coffee yesterday,
intelligence
so
and
it
a
kind
lot
of fucking
belief
bit
in
me
the
in the
system
ass too. I'm not
there,
gonna lie,
and
but like,
people that
yeah.
were waiting in the wings, they could take
This
over
week
the
has been
country,
sharky. Like,
and that this
yeah.
was unlike what the Democrats said.
Dude,
an
today
act
for
of
sure has
war
been
in some way,
goddamn
but
sharky.
that country would be able to pull itself up from the bootstraps and be able to function. This is a
Yesterday
little
was
bit
like-
different. We don't necessarily know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We're using military assets.
I ain't
in
gonna
the
lie,
region.
wrong side of
If
this,
the
oh,
president
yeah.
does decide that he wants to
Sharky
strike,
as
you don't
fuck.
know that you're going to get the government that you wanted to get.
Oh.
And so there's a lot of people in this country, his voters that'll be
Wednesday.
voting in the midterm elections that will say, we do not want to get into another protracted long-term war in the Middle East. It
forgot we
never
don't even
works
have
out
Monday.
well for the United
Friday,
States.
open
So the
Tuesday.
president is making the case that, our security is
Man.
vulnerable as a result of this.
I
This
guess-
is probably going to be, if he moves forward, something that he has to do.
been-
And I think that he needs to do that methodically, almost as if he is
Wow.
building a legal
What a
case to
fucking
show
Friday.
everybody that he
I
tried
mean,
every option humanly
This
possible.
might be the most
before going that
volatile it's
extra
been
distance.
this
Well,
week.
let me go to Brian then to ask about the oil, because there's been a lot of concern about, and obviously oil
Friday,
prices
Thursday,
have
Wednesday,
spiked up because of
Tuesday,
this
Tuesday,
conflict.
Wednesday,
But
Thursday, Friday. Today
could
is the most
our own
volatile it's
production
been
be
throughout the
increased so
entire
much
week.
to make up for what we're losing from Iran? We could get an extra 2 million barrels a day just from the Gulf alone.
Well, I mean, so let's think about it for a second. We've got great relationship with
Parkinson
most
says
of the
we
big
in a
OPEC producers.
giant rising
We have
wedge.
a
You talking about
pretty good
intraday
situation
or
going
like you
on
talking
with
about
Venezuela
intra-week?
vis-a-vis our decision-making authority on
There's a
oil.
little flag
and
forming.
we've got our own massive production. So I look at what's going on in Iran.
flag wedge.
The lesson of the past year has been under this administration. When big things happen in parts of the world that used to affect
We did
oil,
break out of the
it
wedge,
doesn't
yeah.
affect oil anymore. And it's because
We are in
Donald
a
Trump, I
giant
think, is
rising
committed
wedge,
to
question
it
mark.
not affecting oil. The only caveat
definitely
would
broke
be
out
if
of it.
Iran at least temporarily messes around with the Strait of Hormuz, okay?
Probably,
Then
too
I think you'd
perfectly.
get a temporary spike. But in terms of supply, not worried about it at all. And I don't think the president's worried about it at all, which is good because it doesn't constrain what he can do vis-a-vis Iran.
Today really
in
has been one of
anticipation
the
of
most
something
insane
happening, oil
days
prices have
I've
spiked
seen.
up. The strongest stocks in the market
But I
are
feel like I say
defense
that every
stocks,
day.
Also, Northrop
So,
and General Dynamics and Lockheed, and you talk
definitely
Strait of Hormuz,
news-based too.
20
From the
million
open
barrels a
into
day
morning,
walk
news,
through there. That's
news,
20
news,
to
news,
30% of
news.
seaborne
So,
oil
today was all news.
around the globe. We're talking some big
Very,
stuff
very
here.
volatile, choppy,
that is the leverage
news-based
Iran
day.
has, but also would
If
kick
NVIDIA
them
dumps into
themselves in the
close,
teeth if they do
all right,
that.
I'm going to
So,
go smoke
yeah,
a
we
cig,
can
but
make
if
it up
NVIDIA
elsewhere,
dumps
and
into
it's-
close, I will
we
come
never
back
used to be friendly
and
with
I will
OPEC
scream my
now.
lungs out.
They're pretty much, I think, on our side.
And I will
That is
really mean it.
big-time
So
news if
those that
Iran
hate me,
decides to do
those
something.
that think I'm stupid, those that think I'm too young, those that think I'm Confucius,
huge
just mute me.
So the 20-30%.
It's okay. You can still be here. I have no hate towards anybody. You know what I mean?
Also,
if
the
the other
Iranian
person,
oil
you know,
goes on
still
the
come
black
around,
market
that's all
for
cool.
enemies.
I
It
just
goes
can't
to
have
Russia,
disrespectful
it goes to
people in the
China.
WhatsApp group. So that's all it
India's
is.
been told you
But
better
yeah, we'll
stop
see.
buying it. So, you know, to a certain degree, we care about keeping supplies the same, but, you know, the people that are going to suffer are our enemies right now. So that puts the screws to them a little bit.
We did blockade the tankers coming from Venezuela. Could we do the same with the tankers coming from Iran?
Potentially, it seems like that's an option that's on the table for the president. But I'll just say this too, David. The president had drawn a red line when it came to killing civilians on the street. And the reports indicate that this regime in the last couple of months has killed almost 30,000 people.
Ugh.
They were going into hospitals.
I know.
People were laying there half dead and they were shooting them to finish the job, as they said. This is a president, I believe, who sticks to red lines and realizes that he's probably the only person who can liberate this nation. That is why, you know, my speculation is that he will go through the process, but that he may end up doing
Marcus,
something.
really quick. We already saw a tough last quarter. That was the news that came out this morning. We were expecting 3%. It's what, 1.4, 1.5. It was a big miss on GDP growth. You combine that with the pressures on oil. I'm just wondering if the Fed now is in a corner where they're going to have to cut rates because they see a slowdown.
Well, I would wonder what their argument would be against it. And they kept inflation and tariffs at the front of their argument. With tariffs being removed, like we said earlier, I don't know what the argument is. The GDP is definitely not as good as it was.
Ugh. It's fucking raining outside.
As far as like the investment case is to be made here, what's the impact of the Supreme Court moving to strike down the bulk of these tariffs now?
Well, I think investors are, one, generally relieved. I know it adds some uncertainty, but I think that they might actually also breathe a sigh of relief that it's kind of putting limits on executive powers. I also think stocks are going to start to be bifurcated on what stocks are sort of unaffected by these tariffs versus those that have some either positive but uncertain timing of when that happens. I kind of think this is going to help
Any
revive
forecast
the
for
technology,
the close,
software,
folks?
and even the crypto.
Are we going to 690
those
plus?
Groups have been largely
or
shielded
are we
from
going
the
far
original
below
tariff impacts,
690?
and they're not going to have any clouds of them over the unwind or the Supreme Court ruling.
Well, they could use a reminder of their positive attributes, Tom, after the start to the year that we've had. I have to imagine you sit there, and I know we can all sing the praises of these sectors, but you look at the trading activity. Does it not make you want to jump into a Deere and a Caterpillar
5-minute MACD all the way up with
and a free,
little volume on the 5,
all of these sectors, and see how much juice might be left in this trade, and maybe it's a couple of years worth. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, energy and basic materials have been our top sector pick for this year. And we like industrials. And, there's so many good fundamental reasons to sort of favor, as you've been calling, like real world companies. And I think that there is still a lot of legs to that because we know that there is an investment spending cycle coming. But I also think we're kind of in the later stages of that decline for software.
This is scary shit.
Really had
There's probably a lot of bears
decline,
down there.
and for the
There's so many fucking bulls up here. So
which are seen as the armies of the AI trade, not the bullet makers. So I think that that's going to provide a lot of support for the overall index, because if Mag 7 and the software stocks stabilize, it allows the market to trade higher.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think to back up for a second, part of what supported the market the last couple of years is not just AI. It's actually just been rates coming down. And maybe the bigger story in some ways is you get a 3% inflation print, a Fed that might be a coin flip for lowering. And I'm curious how important it is to the markets, to everything we're talking about, that they continue to lower rates.
I think it's a big deal because, as you point out, from 2022 to last year, the Fed is trying to establish inflation credibility and fight inflation. So even as they cut rates, it's really been a hawkish Fed. Now that I think tariffs could reduce headline inflation and goods inflation, and we have a job market that is kind of softening and inflation cooling, I think it does allow a dovish Fed to happen. And I think with the Supreme Court ruling, it may even be a Fed that actually has a better ability to cut rates. So I think it would be positive.
Yeah. Do you think they're doing the president a favor in a weird way?
Yes.
Are we looking at the same chart? Architem said both looks trapped at the moment. Do the bulls look trapped right now?
There is some potential price relief coming. It might actually
I guess
be
because of
helpful
the early
for
warning.
The administration.
Yeah, the affordability crisis that
they go lower, so they get everybody trapped.
So
but
Tom, thanks so
2
much
minutes
for your
ago.
time today. Appreciate it.
I don't know.
Thank you.
We're at the roof.
We keep hearing about an AI bubble to describe the billions of dollars flowing into AI data centers and chips and other new products. I talk to analysts and investors almost every day, and most are betting pretty big on AI's future. But with things like the dot-com crash or 2008 recession still lingering in the rearview mirror, I wanted to know what happens if AI really is a bubble, and what if it bursts?
Companies that are just off the ground, just starting up, with no revenues, no earnings, no nothing, are clearly in a bubble. I mean, you look at the data center company.
I feel like in the bigger picture, they're like not showing a bull trap yet.
At a market
They're like
valuation
showing
close to $20 billion, and they're not going to have
bears,
any revenues or earnings for many, many years, if ever.
Showing
clearly, that segment is
unless we dump the VWAP, and then we dump the VWAP, and they got everybody trapped.
This isn't the dot-com era where million-dollar startups became billion-dollar companies overnight.
Bro, this is
the AI build-out is led by some of the most profitable companies in history.
What's really interesting
interesting because the difference between now and the dot-com bust is revenue. There is revenue, right? These companies are very profitable. They have quality balance sheets. At least if we're talking about the Mag, the Mag 7, the hyperscalers.
Now they got everybody trapped.
Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, these are not speculative companies. These are the greatest companies the world has really ever seen. And so the question then is a relative one of what do you pay for this earnings growth?
Power hour
When
is
the
here in
growth rate of all
15
this
minutes.
slows down somewhat, you're going to find people that they won't pay
All the
45,
bears
50
trapped.
times earnings for these
All
companies.
the
They'll pay
bulls trapped.
25 to 30 times
Power
earnings.
hour
And
is
that
here
could be
in
a
15
painful short-term correction, but that's what it is. It's short-term.
It can lose some air without actually bursting and creating the kind of
Earlier
havoc we
too,
had back in 2000, 2001.
That's an answer I hear pretty often. Instead of a burst,
Yeah,
the
no,
bubble
I
could
agree
just
with
shrink
Arkatim,
or
because
deflate
I was reading the
as
chart,
high
but I
earnings
was like,
potential
do they got
turns into
everyone
medium
trapped? But
earnings
like, I think
reality.
Arkatim was saying the
But
same
some
thing
companies
that
could
I
be
was
hit
thinking in
hard
my mind
even
in
in
his
that
mind.
scenario.
It's like,
If there was
what if
one
they do go
pocket
down,
to
they get everyone trapped. So
call
he
where
said
the
that.
AI bubble will burst. and
I
change the
agree with
hardest,
you though, but
it's
like, it was
going
just
to be in
like,
the neoclouds. It's going to be in the open AI
yeah,
financial
but yeah,
engineering
now
that's
it's
been
like
being had.
Think about after the internet bubble broke. How many winners did you have in e-commerce? One, Amazon.
We are at 688.
What about in search? Well, that's
No one
Google.
else other than Alfonso
What about on social
and
media?
Vinny wants
Well,
to
that's
take
Meta.
part.
If
in
you
the
look
end
at
of the poll,
what people
end
are
of the day
assuming for
poll,
AI
because the
today,
candles are fucking terrifying,
everybody's
and
gone.
everybody wants to participate
That's
after the candles
not
come.
the
Probably.
way this stuff typically
But
works
what will
out.
the
A lot
end
of
the
these
day
companies are
bring?
going to go away or fade
690
away or
plus
never arrive.
690 way
But the
below.
mainstream companies that have
Shit.
very real profits, very real
Oh
earnings,
my
very real
God.
growth, they're just going to try to find their best spot from a valuation perspective.
If those smaller companies never arrive, history says we're looking at fire sales or messy liquidations. Think back to the dot-com era. Excited Home was a $7 billion giant that ended up sold for parts. Or Netscape, the original.
And they're making us think about this. They're saying the same. They're saying it's gonna be the same time as before when there's one massive thing. Like, I don't know, dude. I look around the world. I see what Bitcoin mega cycled, gold in a mega cycle. I see oil probably was in a mega cycle, market in a mega cycle. What will the next? Yeah, the street says what an AI crash will look like. Like, don't fucking make me think about
King
that
of
shit.
browsers was bought by AOL and practically erased from the map. Small companies may vanish,
it's gonna
but
be fucking,
giants
like,
survive, just
out
like
of
Google
nowhere.
or Amazon after
One
the
here,
dot-com
one
bust.
there, one
Others
there,
agree
one
there
there,
are
one
bubble-like
there, one
signs
there,
that
and
say this
everybody
cycle is
notices.
very different from other market manias.
Oh
I think
my
AI
God.
is in a
Just
form of a
because we
bubble.
hitting
I just don't
just
think the
because we
bubble
be
has
doing the
fully
700
inflated,
like
and
massive
I don't
times,
think it's
like,
complete yet. To
we
the
could
point
go
where
rip
we have
above
to,
700.
at
I'm
least
just
at the
saying, like,
moment,
just the way
worry
we
that it's
be
gonna
doing
implode
the
like
pop to the
1999
top
and
to the
2000.
drop to the
You
pop
can't
to the
time it.
top to the
I
pop
would say
again to the
it's-
top
it
to the
is a
drop
bubble
again
of
to the pop
sorts.
again. Like,
I just don't know when
they're
it's
making
going
it
to
not
burst.
noticeable.
All great innovations, whether
Not
you're talking
noticeable.
railroads or internet,
Not noticeable.
you always go through an overbuild. So is it a bubble? Absolutely. Is it also going to change the way we all live, just like railroads did or the internet? Absolutely.
That's what's going on mega caps
AI
right now,
not a
right? I was
bubble.
looking at mega caps
mean-
yesterday. If you look at mega caps like Microsoft and shit, like everything is like just consolidating, but like it's already in the 2/3, 3/3. It's just everything else is just like I think we did that on the live stream yesterday. We were just going around looking at Meta, we were looking at Microsoft, we were looking at Google, we were looking at Apple. Like we do that at the end of the day too, but like yeah, something is
It's validation from hyperscalers, from Palantir,
A
from
little
Nvidia, from chip names. This is not a bubble. It's a fourth industrial revolution that's being built out.
Are you going to have a massive fallout as people go, well, these 5 other companies in AI that we thought were going to be great, they're not going to be, and so we've gone through a massive overbuild? Yeah, that's probably going to end up happening.
The consensus? If the music stops, newer AI players may take a hit. But the technology and the biggest companies driving it aren't going anywhere. And for investors, a deflating bubble may even create opportunities.
Over the next 1 to 2 years, it doesn't mean that these stocks can't continue to absolutely, charge ahead.
The Magnificent Seven are being forced to compete more with each other as a result of the AI technology. And that should give us some opportunities to get back into those stocks, but at lower valuation multiples.
Bottom line, in a market this crowded, the real winners won't just have big ideas, they'll have the earnings to back them up.
Reservoir said, "Can you please scream when we dump right now? Scream from my puts." Just because you said that, I'm gonna be emotionless. Reservoir told me to scream. I will never be emotion with anything. I will actually be sad the better it gets. You scream in chat, bro. You go yay. All right, we'll be happy for you.
Yeah, please.
You scream in chat. We'll be happy for you, man. Wait, what the fuck? Is this what he said? Forbes is saying despite during the press conference, Trump announced he would announce 10% global tariffs despite the Supreme Court ruling his tariffs illegal.
Therefore, effective immediately, all national security tariffs under Section 232 and existing Section 301 tariffs, they're existing, they're there, remain in place, fully in place, and in full force and effect. Today, I will sign an order to impose a 10% global tariff under Section 122 over and above our normal tariffs already being charged. And we're also initiating several Section 301 and other investigations to protect our country from unfair trading practices of other countries and companies.
So,
thank you for your attention to this matter, and I say quite simply, which I've said for a long time, make America great again. And interestingly, we've already made it great, so I don't have to...
Is there a global tariff? Is there not a global tariff? It seems like to me there's a global tariff. Right? Is that the vibe that I'm getting? Or is that not the vibe that I'm getting? Damn. Did anyone really hear what he said though? Damn. He just said tariff something and the market just went boop.
By fear rather than fundamentals. Joining us here at Post 9 today is Alger CEO and CIO Dan Chong. It's great to have you, Dan. Welcome. Thanks for coming in. Your general view is that we're still early in the build-out, and that means a lot of opportunity ahead.
That's right. I mean,
you guys like, can you guys say in chat, like, is that a tariff on everybody, or is that not a tariff on everybody?
Their capital spending on building out their data centers in particular to serve AI.
And the so-called yield on that CapEx, you're constructive on?
Well, I mean, this is the classic kind of crossing the chasm problem. You know, they're building it now. When will the profits come? And you know, early days. But we should remember from past examples of mobility or e-commerce itself. Amazon early days building out what is Amazon today. But there's clear signs across the economy and in many industries that AI adoption is accelerating. Real applications are driving productivity, and you know, so it remains to be seen. But we're quite optimistic.
There are some who argue that the best thing for the market, or at least the sector, would be for one of them to say we're getting back to focusing on cash flow. You think that's necessary or even possible?
Well, I was just talking with my internet analyst, who's extraordinary. I don't think it's going to be possible in the next 2 years. I mean, they're increasing CapEx at about 100% rate, 60% rate. That's the low end, 60% increase.
Blackstone said it is a tariff across the board. That's what Forbes is like listing it as.
The interesting thing to think about is
market loving that.
If that CapEx, in my view, starts to slow because it's rationalizing around 2028, how soon does the market
This
set
shit
the
is
price in
confusing.
the
All
huge
the
free
global
cash
news
flow
is
that
coming
will
out
revert
about it. Be
back to
confusing as
shareholders?
fuck. We got more global news coming out.
Typical
That's the
stock
issue.
market answer is the market looks ahead.
It's confusing as
So
hell.
probably, certainly in 2027, they'll be looking at
We actually got
really
earnings next
interesting
week.
return to free cash flow growth from admittedly very low levels right now because they've been spending it.
So if you were patient, this buying
Next
this year
week, we're
wouldn't
about to
be
see on
necessarily out
CNBC.
of line.
I
Oh,
think
Trump.
If you're a patient investor, this is
Oh,
going to be
tariff
an
news.
extraordinary
Oh,
buying
now is it
opportunity
bullish?
if
Oh,
it continues,
bearish. Oh,
to
Trump
develop
tariff
like this.
good.
The
Oh,
other thing
Trump
you're
tariff.
watching, I
Oh.
understand, is sort of
back to it
application,
again.
right? Whether or not
This is all.
the wearables are going to be, what part of this is going to be worn, if it's going to be glasses, if it's going to be a pendant.
Part of
Is
something.
that conversation heating up?
I think the conversation of the devices is heating up, but what's really super hot right now is software. That's probably the one sector in tech where I think there's more caution is warranted. Because
Software.
AI's ability to write and create software, and
Dan
also
Chung.
the ability to write and create videos, for example, movies, is already here and extraordinary. So the cost to create software is falling, which means a lot of the old business models for software could be challenged by new businesses creating software at much lower costs and therefore offering it to consumers and businesses at much lower prices. So people are very worried about the software business model, and I think that's one of the legitimate areas of concern.
Yeah, so the divergence, for example, between IGV and the NDX, that makes sense to you? We haven't seen that in like 20 years.
Yeah, it does make sense to me because software has been in a 20-plus year golden era. I think, on the other hand, if you look at what's happening in semiconductors, data centers, other infrastructure like cooling, most semiconductor equipment, these stocks have all taken off. Memory, for example, the raw infrastructure for what will be a really big AI build out and really big AI adoption is doing extremely well.
Right. So, and these predictions that the shortage in memory is not going to be resolved in 26 and maybe not even in 27. Does that allow you some time to be patient for pullbacks in Micron or Western Dig or others?
Those are tough. So we own a lot of Western Dig. We like it a lot. Obviously, we're going to continue to hold it. It would be tough to say whether to buy that now. I would look for the pullback there, and I think the places to look for opportunity might be outside of tech, while people are still sorting out. This. Is the CapEx going to be generating a return? And that's why we brought up, for example, healthcare, which has been an underperforming sector for multiple years. Last year was a very difficult first half because of administration policy changes creating uncertainty. But that sector looks to be a big beneficiary of AI itself. I mean, it's AI in clinical research, in management of healthcare delivery, in pricing insurance better.
This shit got me tired as
not
fuck.
just drug discovery,
yawning now.
Not just drug discovery, which of course has been talked about, but AI itself, big industry, non-economic sensitive growth, obviously.
5 minutes
lots of innovation there, lots of opportunity. And so right now we think,
some excitement.
Healthcare has some interesting opportunities that investors should be looking at.
Would you argue it's your second favorite sector after tech?
Okay, so I should be clear. We still like a lot of the Mag 7, the big internet players, because we think they benefit from AI. So after tech and those guys, I think healthcare is an interesting sector, and also industrials.
Book. Time is 3:57. Talk about AMAT and SanDisk. Yeah, it is global tariffs. Trump to impose 10% global tariffs.
Haynes very carefully there about the idea, folks, that this is not a big deal. I'm going to go against that. I think it is a huge deal on a legal basis. I'll defer to June Grasso, who has prodigious chops, all the people at Bloomberg Opinion. But what I look at, frankly, more, Joe, is your area, which is the politics of it. And I think there's been a huge ahistorical struggle here with we've done this before. And I'm going to go back to 1890 when the arch protectionist William McKinley in Congress lost his seat in a complete Republican wipeout because the people of America were fed up with paying higher prices. And Joe, that sounds a little familiar, doesn't it?
Yes, and then someone's going to come on this show and say that the Supreme Court just saved the midterms for Donald Trump, and we'll see if that's true. But stick with me on flexibility for a moment. Earlier today, Fox Business, Kevin Hassett, right, talking about the options they have at hand. Here he is.
Should the Supreme Court make the wrong move, is we're going to adjust and use other authorities that we have because we've now seen the proof is in the pudding that these tariffs work. They do exactly what President Trump says. I think the IEPA is the cleanest, but if the Supreme Court doesn't like that one, then Jameson Greer has a backup plan that's just as good.
Is this, Tom Keene, why the Dow's only up 37 points? Why retail is down? How is retail down? How is Nike negative on a day when this was supposed to be a celebration?
A lot of uncertainty. Stephen Stanley, publishing at Santander, did a wonderful job of gauging the uncertainty here. I would focus, Joe, on, yes, that uncertainty, and we see the market with the Dow up only 40 points right now, but I would focus on the theory behind this, which has been beautifully explained by our arch academic Douglas Irwin at Dartmouth College. And Professor Irwin talks about the revenue side, as the president will in his press conference here in 40 minutes. They brought in $250 billion. The smart people tell me they're going to lose 40%, maybe half of that, that will go away because of this ruling. Then there's a whole idea of restriction, infant industry. We want to keep business in America. But what Justice Roberts focused on, Joe Matthew, was reciprocity. And that's part of the Douglas Irwin calculation. And the way I read it as an amateur is this is a court, including Trump appointees, screaming for guardrails. Joe, I love the sentence here, if I can find it right now. Amy Coney Barrett in the group, the president cannot impose tariffs based on a law's silence or vague language. To me, that's the heart of it.
You know, while we're reading from some of these opinions, look at Justice Gorsuch. For those who think it is important for the nation to impose more tariffs, I understand today's decision will be disappointing. All I can offer them is that most major decisions affecting the rights and responsibilities of the American people are funneled through the legislative process for a reason. It's Schoolhouse Rock, Tom.
Yeah, well, it is, but I'm going to go. This was widely anticipated. We've seen the market reaction, and frankly, trading right down. NASDAQ up 0.7%. But the heart of the matter is because the president act in an assertive manner, as President Trump has. The appeals courts, as you know better than me, Joe, have said no. One ruling was 7-4, and for the first time, the Supreme Court weighs in. I would suggest, Joe, in the arc of this, they'll be back. We haven't heard the last from the Supreme Court.
3 p.m.
Okay, there you go. Enter Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House. Probably got a phone call from Donald Trump this morning. No one can deny, he writes, that the president's use of tariffs has brought in billions of dollars and created immense leverage for America's trade strategy and for securing strong reciprocal America First trade agreements with countries that have been taking advantage of American workers for decades. That's fact for you.
Time is 3:05
we brought in
and 20
$250 billion so far, and guess what? It's additive every month. Let me get it up here. McKee has this memorized. I don't, Joe. I'm sorry. I just can't.
Did we bring in a quarter, or did consumers have to hand that over?
Oh, no, consumer. I think there's wide agreement against Kevin Hassett, that Dr. Hassett of Pennsylvania, that we in some way are paying for this. Before Liberation Day, you were in the Rose Garden, Joe, when that happened. Our tariff was 1 or 2%, 2%, maybe 3%. The peak, the worst case, was 28%. Then we've backed it off, including you had a tizzy about bananas, Joe. So the president, for Joe Matthew, backed off bananas. We went down to 14.5% like 20 days ago. Now, after this ruling, I've seen two numbers. I've seen 6%, and I believe Martha Gimbel at the Budget Lab at Yale has 9%. So we've almost round-tripped from, keep the math simple, folks, 2% to 28% to 9%. What's the next path, Joe, down from 9%?
Think about that. Okay, so you got a 10-year that moves 0.2? That's why?
I think it's just a tepid reaction on a Friday off of what was anticipated. And again, the response of the president, and critically is my amateur take on this ruling, folks, is the response of Republicans in the House, Republicans in the Senate, and Joe, I'll let you gauge Democrats in the House, or dare I say Democrats in the House and Senate, the first Wednesday of November. And that would be a part of it. Joe, I got to go. I did some extensive research here. Folks, I have a team of interns that make it go every single day. And I need to bring this up because this is what matters.
What do you got?
You look at Yoshida on the Boston Red Sox, and then the guy's underpaid. And the answer is he's one of the few people using the Mizuno Haga pitching glove. The pitchers love it. This is a Mizuno baseball glove. And that thing is popping a 25% tariff until
where
today.
Do they make it?
And so, I mean, you take it as something like, gloves made in the Philippines, gloves made in Vietnam, these gorgeous gloves, the Haga gloves made by Mizuno in Japan. Those tariffs, I guess, are going to come down and greatly affect the Red Sox ability to stay in first place after April 30th.
Whack. Oh, Friday coming in. All stupid. What the fuck this is for? On the video, man. Earnings.
We all woke up and came in and you just addressed it on the tariffs. It was a 6-3 vote. When you initially saw that, were you surprised? Is that something you were anticipating, that the vote would go the way it did? Or I know you mentioned a lot of the things that they didn't vote on, but did it kind of go the way you thought?
I was a little surprised because I was in the Supreme Court hearing. Mercifully, I am not a lawyer. When people say, how do you like D.C., I said there are too many lawyers. But I think that what we saw was just a very narrowing of the definition of a president's ability to use IEPA powers. So for those of you who saw the president earlier or have been following this closely, and I always found when I was in the private sector in my investment business, it was very good, separate signal from noise. And a lot of the noise is what Trump tariffs defeated. Mm-hmm. The only thing that was defeated is the ability for IEPA to collect even $1 of revenue. President, and I was at the hearing, and the justices agreed, and even the plaintiff agreed, that under IEPA, the president can install a full embargo. He just can't collect $1 of revenue. So, as I said before, there are 232 and 301 tariffs that have withstood more than 4,000 lawsuits since the first Trump term. There is something called Section 122, which grants the president 5 months
get that fucking word out of my head.
To put a global tariff on. So president announced today he's going to put a global tariff of 10%, and then a number of 232 and Section 301 tariff investigations will be started. those take a number of weeks and months to implement. I can tell you that the total amount of revenue that Treasury will collect this year will be little changed, if changed at all.
So you've already collected around 175 billion or something?
Well, that's since, that's under the IEPA tariffs.
But is that going to be in dispute, like who gets it back or what?
Yeah, it's in dispute. Supreme Court did not rule on that today. They pushed it back down to the International Tax and Trade Court. Right. And my sense is that could be dragged out for weeks, months, years. We'll see what happens there. But the look forward, no one should expect that the tariff revenue will go down. And roughly last year, the existing revenues, under the 232s, under the 301s, and some other collection mechanisms were roughly equal to the IEPA tariffs.
Well, that's going to be a food fight going after $175 billion in it. So
I got a feeling the American people won't see it.
Too many big moves intraday, man. Well, next week is coming. Let me eat this chocolate and get some sugar in my head. Yum.
Let's take a look at the bigger picture with David Volpe, Deputy CIO and Portfolio Manager of Emerald Advisors. So, David, we've got a lot of headlines coming at us fast and furious today, the latest being on tariffs. So we got the SERDS ruling earlier today. It's a 6-3 in favor of striking down the tariffs. We knew that President Trump would work on finding other ways. So we've got the Section 232, that's sector-specific tariffs, so like the aluminum, steel. You got that. You've got 301. That's some other ways to implement the tariffs. And then now he says he's going to use Section 122. That's a more temporary thing. But how do you process what all this means and what it means for markets? The read-through right now is it seems to be positive. What's your take, David?
Yeah, Diane, hi. That's exactly it. So the market initially knew this was coming. Was probably a little greater in that they struck down everything. They weren't supposed to strike down just the one section of IEPA. They struck down all three, and initially went negative because they're concerned that, what's he going to do? He does have, as you noted, numerous sections of the law, 122, 338, 301, 232, which some of them take longer. But under 122, they can impose up to 15% for 150 days. So the good thing is he only did 10. So that's seen as a positive. And so while he's got a lot of bluster, so far the response has been somewhat muted. And so we'll see. A lot's going to depend on what he says. Also, we got the State of the Union on Tuesday.
I know, exactly. So it's like, coming into this year, there were so many people I talked to that said expect volatility this year. And we've seen that play out. We've seen some choppiness. The tech sector has not been a leader for some time now. Is this normal volatility, and what's to be expected in this kind of year from your point of view, David?
Yeah, I guess it's normal. We had a great year last year for the market overall. And so it's not surprising that you'd have some more volatility. Although a lot of the areas of the market that were strong last year are continuing to be strong. Certainly not software and some of the large cap tech. But when you look at materials, you look at energy, you look at anything hard asset, you look at AI infrastructure, which certainly pulled back early in the year with DeepSeek and then a little bit later in the year. But the end of the year strong. Healthcare incredibly strong. So a lot of the areas of the market that were strong in 2025 are continuing on this year. Yeah, will we see more volatility because of actions like this, the midterms and the like? You probably will. They'll test certainly the new Fed chair. But overall, the market is remarkably resilient.
Okay, yeah, and speaking of that resilience, we're seeing some resilience in members of the Mag 7, who one analyst characterized as the Lag 7. Now we've got green on for NVIDIA. Apple, yeah, I mean, listen, it's turning into that right now, but not today. Alphabet, Google, Meta also in the green right now. Amazon's a big winner right now off the back of this decision on tariffs. It's up about 2.5%, and there were many who were calling for Amazon to finally catch up and asking the question, when will it catch up? But let's talk about catalysts coming up. What do you see as a catalyst? Is it all about NVIDIA next?
Yes, it's going to be a big one. I look at NVIDIA, and it's remarkable. They're expected to do $66 billion. What if I told you they did less than that as a full year in 2024? One quarter, they're supposed to do $66 billion. They did less than that 2 years ago. $60 billion they're expected to do on the
10% tariff on everybody. Great news.
As a full year in 2024. So that's a huge
catalyst. So that means into next week.
And I like to say that for the rest of the market, beyond the hyperscalers and the Mag 7, their CapEx of the hyperscalers is the revenue of the rest of the market, including a lot of small and mid-cap names. So as that continues, those big spending plans, I think you just have incredible earnings catalysts as we go through 2026 for, again, many areas of the market that are related to AI, but are not the ones spending on the AI. They're the recipients of the spending. So that should be very, very catalytic in 2026.
Let me ask you this, David. So one of the things about NVIDIA that's been a pattern is even if they have a beat and raise quarter, the street doesn't reward them. I'm sure you've noticed that pattern. Are you expecting that pattern? Are you expecting so you are expecting that pattern next week?
Yeah, I'm not. It doesn't surprise me. NVIDIA, you can't trade it. You just can't. At least I can't. It's one that's been a long-term holding for us. And so, if it pulls back a lot, look at it certainly. And if it gets ahead of itself, but it's hard because this is one where it continues to get cheaper because the growth has been so strong. 2 years ago, nobody expected them to have 60% growth last year. No one. And yet they did. So, again, whether or not it's going to be in a big enough raise, they traditionally raised by a couple of $1 billion, we'll see.
How do you position now, given what you just mentioned and what we talked about, the Lag 7? What sectors do you like this year?
Diane, we were lucky enough to be early in a lot of the sectors that have really shown all the innovation, particularly in the mid and the small caps. So whether it's in the materials, energy, AI, so AI power as a service, AI connectivity, whether it's on optical, cable, AI cooling, healthcare. Healthcare was a disaster.
We're at the top end of NVIDIA. That guy's being nonchalantly fucking saying, "Oh yeah, I can't do anything to NVIDIA. I'm just a long term." Oh, that is some
Last year it was up 55%. It was like crazy. So healthcare has been extremely strong as people have just gotten used to the administration. The approvals have been kind of okay. Anything hard asset, again, chemicals, titanium, rare earths. So there's a lot of areas of the market that are going to show tremendous earnings growth that investors can prosper from.
And David, I want to get a quick thought from you on this. It feels like it's become a footnote today, but we got that weak print on the economy, showing the economy only grew 1.4%. That was far below consensus, below any views that I'd seen. Is that something to be concerned about?
I don't think so. You look back, that was December. You had over 1% effect of the government shutdown. Exports were a little bit lower. So I think people see right through that. You see with the market today, even with the inflation being 1/10 of a point, a little hot, people looking through that, the CPI was a little better. It relies more on housing. And so people expect that to normalize as we get into, go through Q1. So no, I don't think that's really an issue. I think people expect, again, we go back to the hyperscalers and the Mag 7, almost $700 billion of CapEx. Those are big numbers, and they do flow through the economy in terms of GDP. And so, no, I think GDP will snap right back. The lag in December from the government shutdown is going to be really a prophet for the first quarter. So I don't think there's really a big impact there.
So you think that's a springboard? Okay. All right.
I think it's
we'll
a
leave it
springboard.
there. David, thank you so much for joining us this Friday. Have a great rest of your weekend.
That press conference, and we saw a very defiant Trump at the podium. There's a lot to unpack from that press conference, but some of the top lines are the president said that he would be signing new orders to impose tariffs to replace some of these tariffs. He talked about using Section 122 to impose a 10% across-the-board tariff. Also talked about Section 301, which applies to unfair trade practices. I asked the president about whether this meant that he would now be asking Congress to take additional action when it comes to tariffs, and if he'd spoken to Leader Thune about this. I thought it was really interesting. He said, I don't need to. I'm not going to do that because I don't need to. I felt like the top line from the president was, we're still going to have tariffs, but they're just going to look a bit different. And I thought it was interesting. He talked a lot about certainty. He kept repeating the word certainty, saying that for a very long time we were waiting to see how this decision was going to play out, what was going to happen.
Bears
we
are
were living in
trying.
sort of a limbo period, the White House was. And now at least they know what has happened. They have some certainty, and they think that that should inspire some confidence and really sort of now dictates how they're going to move forward with this.
When Trump does move forward, there's a great piece on the Bloomberg terminal right now, the quick take, about just all of Trump's legal options that he has.
Does this shit
after
turn
the Supreme
into
Court said his
a...
tariffs are illegal? What will those look like in practice? Are the tariffs that Trump would potentially introduce under, these new laws going to be as expansive as what we had seen last year post-Liberation Day?
There were several reporters in the room who were trying to press for more specifics on what exactly this would look like, what exactly the rates would be. I can do whatever I want. So we don't have those specifics yet. We are, obviously this has just happened. The White House is still responding to this. We heard a lot of broad top lines from the president today about how he's feeling about it, what he's going to do, but there are still a lot of questions. And he was asked, for example, about the refunds, whether the administration now needs to refund all of the billions of dollars in revenue that they've collected from the tariffs. And he said the court didn't weigh in on that. He sounded frustrated that they did not weigh in on that particular part. And so we still don't know. He said that would be playing out in courts. And like a lot of this, I think this is still going, there's still a lot of unresolved questions, and this is still going to be playing out for quite some time.
Kate, looking at
Zero
section,
DT so dangerous.
301 and 232.
So
232
crazy.
is national security.
Friday
reasons
expiry
for maybe
today.
imposing tariffs.
Major companies have
301
options
seems
expiring
to
today.
give
Friday
section
too. Today is
301 seems to give the
dangerous.
president a lot of leeway to impose
So
tariffs. I mean, it
crazy.
sounds like he still has a lot of levers that he can pull if he deems that it's important for the United States, national security or otherwise.
Absolutely. I think national security has been
all within the laws,
I
guess what I would say. All within the law.
All within the law, yes.
All within the law,
has
I
been
guess.
talking about
All within the
how
law.
tariffs are critical to national security. That's been a key part of his argument. I think we still have to see, how
Man.
this is going to play out, what he's
This
going
fucking
to do
10%
next,
fucking tariff and the
definitely,
market literally going the
I
opposite
think
way of the fucking
another part
GDP
of this
data too.
is how is this
That
going
is
to
some
affect the
fucking
trade
shit.
deals that have already been struck? He talked about
You know what's
that
crazy? Our
briefly,
community
in
poll last
the
night
press
before
briefing
the
today,
market went
saying that
down
some
with
of
the
them are
GDP
going
news
to
in
have to be
pre-market
reopened. Some
showed
of them
that
are
there
going to
was
have to be
10 people,
renegotiated, but
11
that a lot
people
of them
that was
can still stand. He was asked
personally
specifically about
short
India.
into
He
the
said
market. I
India's
was
the
too
same,
on
that will stay
something
the
else,
same,
not
but
SPY.
I think there are still a
But
lot of
literally,
questions
they
about
went down.
how exactly
There was no one long.
he's
They
going
went
to
down
use
and they went
the
higher.
when it comes to these particular
That
scenarios
is crazy.
that he laid
Fuck.
out, how that's going to be implemented in
Right
practice.
at 9:30, 3/3, and 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 created and went up today. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'ma make the beat drop, beat drop, beat drop. Oh my baby, like oh my god.
What's that connected to?
I need more water. I'm so thirsty. Oh. Oh.
Lifestyle he did. People would call that he said, like the chief technologist of Google. And then a guy would call up and say he was the chief technologist of Google and wanted to go to the So somebody says,
Oh!
you know, the chief technologist, a guy calls you up and
Oh!
says, I'm the chief technologist. I mean, I could have been talking to an actor in hindsight. I mean, it's just, I don't think I've ever been conned before. I've seen movies about it. It's like, I think if the government really understands that, then a lot of things you'd be able to dig into that, aren't the, he should be exposed.
All right. I think that ends it for us right now. We'll go off the record.
Les Wexner.
We can go back on the record. I've got just a few sort of individual cleanup questions about things we've talked about earlier. I'll just move through them chronologically, going all the way back to when you first hired Mr. Epstein. If you could just articulate what you recall about what you thought you were getting from him. You described what he ended up doing for you, but what did you understand yourself to be hiring him for at the time?
Oh! Oh!
figure out. Well,
Fucking the video's not dropping.
when I met Jeffrey, I had somebody managing my personal stuff because there's just a lot of stuff suddenly, complexity in my personal life. And I didn't realize that I had so much complexity until one day it's there. So to me, it was my personal side of stuff was like one day it's cold and the next day it's a blizzard. And I realized I've got houses and stuff that should be inventoried and, buying a car, selling a car, with just a lot of stuff. And hired Harold, and just to make sure that I wanted somebody who had accounting, not financial sense, because I wasn't looking to make more money, just someone to kind of manage things. And so today, I guess you'd call it a family office person, because I wasn't looking for accounting and I wasn't looking for investment. I was just looking for someone to just make sure that everything was in order and nothing crazy was happening.
Oh, hell no.
And I had sensed that Jeffrey, or that Harold wasn't doing a good enough job, just didn't have the bandwidth for the complexity. And mentioned to Bob and Wendy that things were a mess, or I was worried they were a mess. And then coincidentally, drove down the street, as I mentioned, met him, and asked him, I don't know, it was 6 months later or a year later, something, talking to Bob and Wendy. They said, we should call him. So I called him and said, do you remember when we met? I said, I've got a guy running my stuff, personal stuff, because I wanted to keep business away from personal. And could you take a look at it? You're smart, you're financially oriented. And he said, it's not what I do, but, you're Wendy's friend, you're Bob's friend. I'll come and take a look. So he started doing that and said, Harold isn't very competent. Nothing's amiss. Just it's not tidied up the way you think you should, way I think a professional would think things should be tidied in your financial personal life. And I said, well, but you've been, you looked at this. What do I owe you? And again, part of the con was I don't want to be paid. And so after 2 years of him sorting it out, cleaning it out, I thought, started to pay him for the work. And I don't remember what it was at the time, but in terms of professional fees and whatever, I thought it was fair. And that's how it happened. So I think I'm giving you a long answer, but to understand in context, because if I just say yes or no, you won't understand it. And I really want this whole group to understand it. And
15 minutes left.
I was being conned. Never, ever. The deceit was
Until
so
Robin
subtle.
had close.
Yes, I know.
Answer the question.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sure we all appreciate the stories. We're just trying to answer the questions they actually want to be answered.
Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you.
I hope it is.
And could I ask you, I think you said in the last hour, it was your understanding that Mr. Epstein, while he was working for you, also had other clients. Is that right?
Yes.
So would that mean that his work for you, you understood it to be part-time?
I wouldn't describe it that way. I knew it wasn't I thought it wasn't full-time because he had other clients of substance, real substance.
As a listener, it sounds like substantial demands that you're describing. You were, and of course are, one of the wealthiest people in the country, managing all of your personal affairs. I would think would typically demand all of somebody's bandwidth. It sounds like that was an issue with the guy before Epstein. How was he able to do that job, but also do work for other clients at the same time?
Well, I think Peg does the work now. I think you could supervise the work, overview it, which isn't the work that I do, and and say you could do really thorough work if you were doing it 3 or 4 days a month, certainly a week or a day a month, just focusing on these things because there were accountants and tax lawyers and other people. And then in setting up, as an example, I didn't have the idea to inventory furniture or valuables. And it's like, how could you have all silverware in your house? And I didn't count forks and spoons. And it's like, Jeff said people could be walking out with forks and spoons. I said, gee, that's a good idea. We ought to have an inventory. But then there was, I hired a lady to be like the house manager who had run the U.S. Embassy in Rome. And she said, yeah, I know how to do this. And I said, well, why don't we keep inventories of stuff? And she said, well, yeah, I could do that. So she did that as kind of a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Why does he say my name like that?
Answer the question.
Okay.
A discrete question on a different topic. We know that at one point you owned a property in Palm Beach. It was
Wait, what did he say?
I'm a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done. I'm a puny example, but I wouldn't have had the idea. But then all the things were inventoried. That wasn't work for me or Jeffrey. It was just regularly done.
Answer the question.
Okay.
A discrete question.
Huh? Fuck are these? What? So fucking weird. Alright, let's get back to D.
Filing an amicus brief earlier this week defending its right to regulate prediction markets in a Wall Street Journal op-ed. Chair Michael Sella criticizing state legal attacks on the agency's authority. Joining us right now is former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie. He's been outspoken on the rights of states to regulate sports gambling and currently is advising the American Gaming Association. In a quick disclosure, we should tell you that CNBC and Kalshi have a commercial relationship that includes CNBC having a minority investment in that company. And of course, we run lots of different Kalshi
yeah, we do.
Data on our screen and discuss it as we do others. But good morning.
Good morning.
I've seen you in quite some time.
Good to see you, Andrew.
So help us understand sort of where you land on this debate, this idea
Governor
between
Chris
the
Christie.
federal sort of umbrella over the country versus what states should be allowed to do in this context.
Well, you know, I'm confused that a Republican administration believes in greater federal regulation, greater federal oversight and overreach when the states are already doing a great job at what's happening. You have 40 states that have legalized gaming across the country. They set up their own regulatory schemes, their own taxing schemes, their own schemes to protect consumers and the integrity of the game, and it's working across the entire country. Now, all of a sudden, the CFTC wants to come in and become the National Gaming Board.
Right.
How about if they focus on what they're supposed to be focusing on, which is things like derivatives in the agriculture sector and the things that they've been doing all along. Instead, now they want to become why? Because there's any problem? You don't hear any problem across the country from anybody.
So what do you think is driving this?
Look,
is this lobbying money?
Well,
I
think there's lobbying money involved. I think what Kalshi, Polymarket, and some of the other companies have is a huge amount of cash, and they're spending that cash, as you can tell, on advertising, but also they're spending that money in Washington, D.C. Look, we fought for this. You know, this is a fight that I started in 2012 to allow states to make the decision of whether to have sports gambling or not. It was a 6-year fight to finally get the Supreme Court to do it. And when they said we could do it. They said this was a states' rights issue. States went out and made the decision. What's going on with Kalshi and Polymarket now is they're violating laws in all 50 states. In the 40 states that have gambling, they say if you want to offer gambling to folks, come and get regulated and licensed and do what you need to do inside the state. For the 10 who don't want it, they're going over the top and saying, we're going to give it to you anyway. So in a state, for instance, like Alabama, a state like Georgia, who said, we don't want it. Utah, we don't want it. They're saying, too bad, you're going to get it anyway.
Have you seen, all of those states have not filed suits, though, yet?
Not all, but it's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming. Because, and look, it's stupid when, you know, the head of the CFTC gets on and, like, challenges the nation's governors and says, bring it on. We'll see you in court. I mean, does he really want 50 states to be filing lawsuits against him?
And do you think about this in the context just of sports gambling, or do you think of this in
You know,
the context of...
Every time I'm in NVIDIA earnings, this shit has been some bullshit. I feel like I'm in some fucking bullshit right now.
Bet on who's going to be elected. Or do you put them in the same category?
No, not my issue.
Why is that not your issue? Because part of what's happening here is...
Because the states are not doing that. Look, Andrew, when we're really clear about this, I have nothing against Kalshi or Polymarket. If they want to offer sports gambling, fine. Then come into New Jersey, come into Iowa,
I'm about to go eat good after this shit. Fuck
any of the
this.
states that have it.
I'm about to go eat
get
bibimbap.
licensed,
They
and
would,
pay your
they would
taxes.
say they're not in the gambling business.
Come on,
bro.
So now, I heard this the other day. So
Just from a technical perspective, I'm projecting. They would say that they are not the house. There is no house.
Yes, there is. They're taking a cut. It's the same thing. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's a duck. You tell that
I'm
betting.
not saying that's what they're taking.
It's a ridiculous position. If on opening day in baseball season this year, Yankee fans are going to be able to go on Kalshi and Polymarket and bet the over/under on how many strikeouts the opening day pitcher off. That's a derivative. You're a business network. That's a derivative. It's not. It's a sports bet. And that's fine if they want to be in that business. And by the way, it's 90% of their revenue is sports betting, 90%. So please, spare me. What they're trying to do is avoid regulation and avoid being taxed at the state level. Guess what? DraftKings would like to do that. FanDuel would like to do that. BetMGM would like to do that. But they're following the law. These guys are breaking the law.
Just to put it out there again, you are, though, being paid by the Gaming Association, which represents the interests of those who have already followed the state path.
Yeah, absolutely. But let me say this. I'm also the one who fought to create this entire industry.
No, so I'm not saying you have an authentic claim on it.
So my goal in this is to allow the states to have the rights I fought for them to have. And they have those rights. And by the way, if there was a horrible bunch of stuff going on where the states were proving they could not regulate this appropriately, then I can understand why the feds would want to come in. There is no excuse for the federal government to come in. And how are we having a Republican administration who says they're for deregulation now decide they want to become the National Gaming Board?
Let me ask you a related question to that, which is that Eric Trump happens to be, the son of the president, happens to be an advisor to both Polymarket.
Is it Eric? I thought it was Donald Jr.
I'm sorry, Don Jr. I apologize. Don Jr. Happens to be an advisor to both Polymarket and to Kalshi. Does that present a problem to you?
Look, I'm not going to be here this morning to discuss the various personal conflicts that the president's family has with federal regulation. It is what it is. They're doing it. And whether I would hope that does not have an influence.
I'm going to make a phone call to this restaurant.
But everyone can take a look at it and make their own judgment. I think this is
your position. Here you are saying the administration is doing the wrong thing, and that's why I'm asking you.
But Andrew, I can't read their mind.
Right.
Because all I know is it's
I'm so
inconsistent
thirsty.
with what the president has said he wants to do, which is to deregulate, get the government
I'm gonna get a cup of water.
He just did some big things at the EPA, which I agree with in terms of deregulation. So why are we being inconsistent on this point?
Well, by the way, everyone else can read into why. There's an effort right now to, I mean, we can go to a different topic, but to AI, which is there's a view that the government, this administration believes there should be federal regulations over AI, while the states want to regulate it themselves.
But here's the difference I would argue on that, is that there is not right now an existing regime of AI regulation in the states. You have 8 years of experience of the states regulating sports gambling and doing it in a way that makes it completely effective, protects the consumer. Let me tell you something else that Kalshi and Polymarket are doing in the sports area. They're marketing to teenagers. They're marketing to teenagers. In every one of the states where there's sports gambling, you cannot market to or take bets from anyone under the age of 21. You want to go on Kalshi and Polymarket at 18, 19 years old and do this? You can. That's not protection of the consumer. The states are protecting the consumer.
Let me ask you a separate question. I want to show you a video. We did an interview with the CEO of Kalshi.
Oh, I saw it.
Okay, and this is a different topic.
You watch every day.
I do.
This is a
this
question
fake-ass
about
restaurant.
how we should think about the concept of insider trading. You were a prosecutor in your life.
Yes, I was.
I want you to listen to this. This is the CEO of
I
Kalshi.
don't understand it any better than when I watched it the first time, because it was absolutely impossible to understand what the hell he was talking about.
Hang on, let me show you the tape. We asked him about how we think about insider trading in the context of being able to bet on anything. Take a look.
As a regulated financial market by the CFTC, we have the same rules as the NASDAQ and the NYSE, and we have the same mechanism of enforcement. We know who the customers are when they onboard to Kalshi, like when you onboard to a brokerage. We know their name, their address, their social security, oftentimes their ID. We know exactly who they are. And then, we detect. We have systems that detect any weird patterns of suspicious trades, just like the NASDAQ does. Then it goes to surveillance. We have investigation staff investigation checks who was behind it and what they were. And if they were doing something wrong and there was insider trading, the punishment goes from fines to referral to the CFTC for criminal prosecution.
This place looks like
so
crap.
the same exact rules, same exact mechanism. And actually, just last week, we beefed up our mechanism of surveillance.
Okay, so you were laughing while this was on.
Well, the SEC has very clear rules on this, and material non-public information. What's the material non-public information in this? How do they don't define it? The CFTC doesn't define it. The CFTC has no enforcement function. They have no employees right now in the enforcement area. None. Zero. So who's doing this exactly?
Zero.
That guy?
None.
You just saw on the screen to be the arbiter? I mean, this is the same place where there were bets being made on when Maduro would be captured, and someone won 400 grand on that. How did they know that?
This food looks trash. Man, does anyone know any good cuisine to go eat? Like, fuck, food looks so ass. Every time I get hungry, I go eat. It's bad tasting anyway. Man. Such a nothing burger after everything. What a fucking Friday close. Until the end of times. Showing 190 on the video.
Retail sector, the XRT Spider ETF initially popped on the Supreme Court decision earlier, but it quickly gave up all those gains, is actually lower now by a bit, and now has moved now 0.5% higher. So it's been volatile. Here to help us make sense of all of this is SW Retail Advisors President Stacy Woodlitz. We talk a lot of things about retail with you for good reason. So let's talk about some of the price action that we have seen. The tariff reaction in the markets and specifically within retail. Was it surprising to you? If so, why? If not, why not?
Well, on face value, when they first announced this, it was like, all right, retailers were like headed to an early happy hour on Friday afternoon. And then when President Trump spoke, it was like, okay, put your drink down, because they're going to work these in another way, apparently. Not to mention the huge headache. I'd hate to be a CFO or legal right now at a retailer to figure out how you're going to get these refunds. And of course, as you were saying, there's all different types of tariffs. So some will get refunds, some are eligible, and others, like furniture, auto parts, are less likely. They don't have the same refundable tariffs. There's different types of tariffs. So everybody's just trying to figure out, okay, going forward, how do we think about pricing? It is nearly impossible for a retailer to look at this and say, oh, great, now I have certainty. And uncertainty is the enemy of retail.
Now, if you take a look at the certainty and uncertainty aspect, there were points earlier on in the tariff cycle, going back to April, where we saw furniture companies, home furnishings retailers. We saw certain apparel makers, athletic or otherwise, Lulu's, Under Armour's, that sort of thing. Also a Best Buy. When you look at the retail landscape about where there is relative certainty or uncertainty.
Arkiton said, well, always next week. What does that even mean? Of course there's always next week. Well, who are you saying that to? And about what? Ah! I've been up every day since February 3rd, brother. February 2nd, except one day on February 6th. I'd worry about myself. Oh my God. I don't know how you've been, bro, because I've seen you around somewhere else a couple of times, but all I can say is I've been doing good. Life has been great. But thank you. Appreciate it. Next. I haven't left my shit. I don't give a fuck.
What types of companies
I'm
could
still
then
up massive in the week
outperform
and
in
the
an
month.
environment where the tariffs are still
And the year.
relatively
And the last
unclear?
3 months, I'm up
so that's a great
54%
question.
in
I
the
think
last 3 months.
If you look at a TJX, for example, who's buying inventory that's not leftover, but
I don't
that's
give a
often
fuck.
leftover from other retailers,
Oh
extra
my God.
capacity that
Sorry.
they're taking up. That's a great example. Also, one of the biggest values in the
58%
market. The
in the
consumer
last
is
3
obviously
months
out
I
there
hit
looking for
before a slight
inspiration and
pullback.
value.
Shit, that's
and the other type
fine.
of value they're
I
looking
was
for
at
is consistency,
48% year to
easy
date. Now it's
delivery,
at 30 something.
best
It's fine.
prices, and best availability. And that, of course, is Walmart, who has an
be fine.
800 basis point
Everyone
comp spread
in the alert
between
room,
Target at the moment,
probably.
and they're
I heard,
gaining
last I heard,
share
everyone's
from
fine.
the high-income
So shit.
consumer. They're
Life is
literally
good, man.
getting the $100,000 customer coming to them saying, hey, Walmart's my place now.
I'm glad you brought them up. So we had seen in their recent report, correct me if I'm
30,
wrong, something
50.
like 3.2% was the price inflation that they were talking about. But there was
Let's
still
see
this
what
sense, and for a
happens.
lot of retail, the story was, hey, the tariff impact is still coming. Like these
Can't
price
be up
increases
every
are
day,
still about to be passed
mathematically
along.
speaking. Shit.
And I think Walmart was part of
I
that.
said what?
What does
Deducers are right. 8 out of 13 times. Shit, mathematically speaking, looking back at my life right now, I was right maybe 19 out of 23 days or something in a fucking row. So there's no way I can be right every fucking day completely. I'm fine with it though, because as long as I'm right most of the times in my life in a way that I like and the way that I can handle, as long as that matters. as long as my direction up.
today do to that
Shit.
narrative? Does it change it? Does it reinforce
All's
it? Do we maybe not know yet?
I think
But I
retailers
appreciate
don't
it,
know
though.
yet, right? Because the big and powerful like Walmart have said, hey,
all
we're
is
going to try to
well.
hold price as much as we can, while brands have passed it forward. So they look at today and say, okay, well, we thought we had good news. Maybe we don't. So maybe we pass through a small price increase. And let's face it, retailers and brands every year, tariffs from no tariffs, they raise prices 5 to 7% every year. That's the worst kept secret on earth. And also, even if some of these price increases, we do get the tariff rebates, and also, let's say in a perfect world, we all settle and tariffs are a thing of the past, those price increases that have already happened are sticky. Retailers and brands never go back.
But they say they never go back, and I know that's true in a general sense, but it is interesting to watch post-COVID. The potato chips are my favorite tell on this, right? Like the bag of a pound of the price of a pound of chips got up to like $6 or $7, right?
Smaller, yeah.
And then you saw that quarter from Pepsi, and they're talking about price cuts, and they're talking in consumer
What a
goods.
candle on the
So
video, though.
at some point, maybe, but they've been able to, like you
Resistance
said, they're
and
8-point comping Target and the others, and doing so without fully passing this along. And maybe they say we can continue to not do. I mean, to me, that's the good outcome. Is they have to worry about that less, even if their president says more is coming. Right now, as of right now, all we know is that a big portion of this was just struck down.
It was, and also, if you look at companies, they've been forced under these circumstances to all of a sudden look at their cost structures. So they've cut a ton of costs out. So that's great. It's made them get leaner and stronger. But also, you've also seen a bunch of brands like a Tapestry, like a Ralph Lauren. Those average selling prices are up 30, 40, 50%.
Wow.
And their revenues, their results were crazy off the wall, up double digits.
So to that point, really quickly, top picks for the year, given what you know right now.
So I'm going to say Ralph Lauren pricing power. Walmart is the absolute value play for deals, and the inspiration value play, TJX.
Tempting. SPY is tempting, but I don't want to double down or nothing, so fuck. Yeah. I don't mean no disrespect, guys, but people can see things too. And the reason why I say that is because you say you come back and you're back, right? But all I'm saying is while you were back, right, back in the past, somebody has sent or I have seen you somewhere else. So is why I don't take words for granted. I see action as the best. That's one of the best things that can be a proven thing in life. Action. Here we go.
Lots of discussions around where the market stands on software and where we are in this whole AI saga.
Broader tech
Where
rotation
are we
still has
in
legs
terms
as we
of
get
the
into the
rotation?
cascade
Let's
phase
start
of
there. Are
AI.
we getting started, or are we almost done with software sell-off for now, at least in this cycle? What do you think?
So I think for the broader rotation that started back in late October, early November, I mean, we still think that has a lot of legs, and to the extent that we're still going to kind of move through and get into the meatier part of the current phase of AI, which we've called the cascade phase, not just because of a lot of the price activity that you've seen in areas like software, but really, this next kind of phase of diffusion of AI technology throughout the market. And somewhat ironically, I think the net economic benefits and this becoming more widespread and more beneficial for broader society and the broader global economy, that doesn't necessarily accrue to the benefit of a cap-weighted index like the S&P 500, mostly because of the weight of tech or communication services or to some extent consumer discretionary. When you take those three sectors, you have 55% of the S&P 500. So if the broadening out trade and the rotation trade is beneficial for the broader market, but those three sectors are not leading, which is very much the case month to date and also year to date, then you have a little bit of a disconnect where the market gains don't feel as strong, especially if you're looking at a cap-weighted index like the S&P. But you could see more benefits throughout the rest of the market and the sectors certainly that haven't done well over the past several years.
Yeah, and you actually made this point in your notes as well, that AI is not just a technology narrative. It's actually about economic restructuring force. And I somewhat agree with that. It's sort of working like a QE in a way, that a lot of money flowing in and really trying to lead to a higher productivity.
Man, I don't understand why it's so hard for people to actually listen and respect people. I don't understand how people don't think of other people's point of views and think it's so absolutely disrespectful to not listen on purpose and do things on purpose and think it's oh, but I don't know anything about technology. Oh, but you told me to join the group, so I requested. Dude, I, we had 3 more people request to join the alert room today after everything. This is just insane. Wow. Wow. There's a bunch of people that are in the group that want to be in the group that never come around anyway because they just want to be in the group. It's just, I don't. I don't know, dude. like people have been asking me more WhatsApp group more since like months ago, and then whenever I even do what I've been doing, there's only like 3 people watching it anyway. Like what? Just more and then oh, I hate you. Oh, why are you so loud? Why are you screaming? Oh, like it's okay.
Start with Korea. Interesting market, interesting behavior on this Friday, sort of quietly churning higher. Once again, another new record high, 5,700 for the Kospi. And when you pay attention to where the retail flows go in South Korea, I want to say that that might be a top, not because you're wrong, but because it's been really garnering so much attention. This market really more than doubling over the last year. And now we've got the retail investors really sort of dictating the market direction in South Korea.
It's like
Isn't
the
that a
30th
sign of
person. Like, you know what I'm
something,
saying? Like, it's not
I
even
don't know,
just
getting
one person. It's
crowded
literally
in the
33
space?
people.
Well, it's
like,
certainly
what's
been a
going
very
on?
impressive rally. You know, the
30
memory
people,
cycle
there's
and
no
boosted by
absolute
AI investment in the U.S.
whatsoever.
Korea's been one of the key beneficiaries in Asia of that investment wave, and the memory
Like,
chip
I'm sorry
producers
if you
in
feel that
particular.
I'm like
We
this,
think
but like
we
I'm
can
kind of
see a
sorry to
little
say,
further,
but you're not thinking about
gain.
other
Our
people's
equity
point of views.
strategists
Like, it's just a
still
little bit weird.
positive in the short term on the Korean market. But as you noted, the flows have been pretty dynamic. We've seen over the past few years a lot of equity outflow to U.S. tech stocks, but now, of course, increasing interest in the domestic
Have a
market,
good weekend,
given the
everybody.
incredible outperformance over the past year.
Yeah, and you know that has been a few years now that it was really just out of fashion for South Korean retail investors to buy shares of domestic companies, and look
Something
where
to
we
think
are.
about.
And we actually have a nickname for them as well. I'm going to just roughly translate that: westbound ant trailers in South Korea. But what would you say to them in terms of the growth prospect for South Korean economy? Because it has been really the semiconductor names. It was really the memory chip makers. Does that continue in 2026?
Just want the
really
good
the
times,
question
they don't
here.
give a
When
fuck.
the whole software story gets questioned, does that somehow have a spillover effect into semiconductors at some point?
Well, we certainly see this bifurcation, or what some people call the K-shaped economy, with the tech sector doing very well, not just in Korea. We see this to some extent in Taiwan. We see it in China, where a few sectors, particularly those exposed to AI-related investment demand, are really outperforming, and even in the case of Taiwan, driving significant outperformance in overall GDP growth. But at the same time, the domestic economy relatively sluggish, and even the rest of the manufacturing sector not performing as strongly as these very tech-exposed parts of the economy. So that's a challenge for policymakers. We tend to think that bifurcation can continue, though, in 2026.
I wonder, just one more question around South Korea. I wonder if there is some sort of a macro story that is sort of getting buried underneath the Kospi at another record high every week. It feels like it's had a good run. Apart from the memory story, apart from the Kospi story, are we doing okay in South Korea? Because anecdotally, I'm actually hearing a lot about small businesses going bankrupt, and some of the large corporates, like we're talking about chaebol companies, actually encouraging voluntary retirements and so on. Is that just some sort of an AI-induced kind of transition in the economy, or are you seeing some cracks?
Well, this, again, has some broader parallels in some of the neighbors, but particularly in the case of Korea, we have a demographic headwind, an aging population, a high level of household debt.
Man, do you think I give a
at
fuck
least
if people
after the
join? I don't give a shit if people join. It's just the fact that people are like so they just don't give a fuck. Like
initial rebound from COVID, we've seen
no
pretty sluggish
sort of care
consumption growth
whatsoever
in
that someone's
1-2%
begging to
type
not
of
join
growth rate.
unless they're
So the
serious. Like, they
domestic
just don't
demand,
care.
excluding
That's
exports,
the
the domestic
fact. It's
demand
a
growth
little
of the
bit
economy
weird.
has been
After a
pretty
while, it's
sluggish,
kinda
and
weird.
potential growth looks fairly low. Again, excluding these world-beating tech and particularly semiconductor sector.
Yeah, and talk to us about what needs to be happening in South
40
Korea
people, like it's not even just it's every single day.
Deregulation.
Every single day. I say the same thing every single day.
Come up with the cost
and someone got mad at me.
1,000 points.
I don't
think
know.
That was coming from some sort of an understanding that the financial markets really need to deepen because of some of the factors that you just mentioned there?
Well, certainly broadening out beyond housing. Right? So other sources of potential wealth creation beyond just housing
I'm gonna go
are
eat.
very important for the household sector to have some potential capital gains and be able to spend out of wealth and not just out of income. So that's one aspect. Certainly the Value Up program and the emphasis on better capital allocation over time, if successful, could potentially improve return on investment and not just market performance, but overall growth. Depends on the implementation and how sustained and broad that is. So the importance for the economy is getting better returns on capital. Importance for the household sector is ideally having more capital gains and having more spending power given a relatively sluggish domestic demand and wage growth back.
Like, can we talk about this in the WhatsApp group? Like, these people are just DMing me privately and they don't want to talk about it. Like, I'm literally in the main grab. I'm saying, hey, why do we request to join? No one's saying anything. Someone messaged me. So how much is your alert room? Sorry to message on the side if not allowed. Like, I said, so why did you request to join? Like, can we talk about this, like, logically? Or is this not normal? So I don't want this to happen going forward. Like, it's just, why do we have to do this every day? The people in the WhatsApp group saw what happened yesterday too, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of sad shit that happened with Kevin, but like, a long time watcher, like, why do we have to do this? It's just... terms of U.S.-Japan investment deal did not make sense for Japan.
Investors view that as maybe a hidden undertow that could swamp the economy and stocks, or instead of guessing about that, just go for global names now. Joining me with more than $500 billion in assets under management is U.S. Bank Asset Management National Investment Strategist Tom Hainlin. We can sit here and go over the data and go over stocks and anything else that has been revealed over the past couple of days and question that, or simply turn to global stocks. Tom, what are you doing?
Yeah, Liz, back in 2023, 2024, 25, it was kind of easier just to kind of lock into those large cap tech stocks. And I think we've been optimistic about this rotation into broader market performance. The tax cuts that came across and the tax bill, rate cuts, those are accruing to smaller companies. You've seen small cap and mid cap start to outperform large caps here. And foreign, Europe, Japan, emerging markets started to outperform last year, and that momentum is carried forward again into 26. So investors have benefited from having more diversified approach.
Diversified approach, and so
I'm removing the person from yesterday, dude. There's some people that come back to the group. They're like, "Hey, can I get added?" And then
no, Liz, but at the margin, an incremental, additional dollar into equities, we just think it benefits by going for a global exposure. That gets you not just the large cap U.S. tech stocks, but the other sectors, plus small, plus mid, and plus foreign developed and emerging market access. So it's just that broad melt up in global equities writ large.
Well, tell me exactly how you view the U.S. consumer. So we just outlined that General Mills, Pool Corporation, Walmart are all sending up a few warning flares. Do you see the consumer as starting to waver?
You know, the consumer is always, you can see it in the aggregate, and then underneath that, there's always cohorts that are doing well or those that are struggling, and whether it's homeowners versus renters, different age groups or different income brackets. But at the aggregate level, the consumer continues to earn money, the wages that continue to exceed inflation, and that's translating into retail sales. They're going out and spending on physical things and services. So in the absence of inflation that's reaccelerating, that crimps that demand and that spending, we still see this as a positive leg to the economy in 26.
Well, that's the U.S. economy. We're actually tomorrow going to get an indication of GDP first print for the fourth quarter. So we'll see how it's doing. Could be just fine, like it was really strong in the third quarter. And then we'll get the PCE inflation number for December. Tom, when you talk about diversifying, there is a fund out there that you like at the moment, and it is the iShares MSCI Europe, Asia, and Far East. We started to look at some of the widely held in that fund, and they are names we all know. But if investors want exposure, and they're too heavily involved in maybe the hyperscalers here and some of the other tech names, and they really want to develop sort of tentacles outside of that. Nestle, Novartis, Shell, Toyota, Siemens, these are all best-in-class names, are they not? And you get them all in one ETF. Where do you think this goes with that kind of broad diversification?
Yeah, I mean, Liz, one of the questions is always, can I not just get foreign exposure through U.S. multinationals? And when you invest in international markets directly, you get those local champions. And also, Liz, there's a part of the AI spending cycle that's accruing to companies that are domiciled outside the U.S. as well. So you get those local, consumer product champions, but you also still get some exposure to technology that's not just 100% focused here in the United States.
Well, I mean, Canada's Rogers company, I mean, that's a telecom, unbelievable performance over the past 3 months. Novartis, same thing, 17, 18%. HSBC up 10%. So I get where you're going with this, and I think it's always good to
Well, I'm not trying to be rude, but I'm going to remove 2 people that I have never seen type in YouTube chat from my WhatsApp group, because the person is just watching my message saying, why do we request to join, and will just continue to ignore me. So I love you, but if you want to join the WhatsApp group, be active in the YouTube chat, and then just like people that are here in the WhatsApp group, in the YouTube chat, and you guys can join back, okay? No hate, all love, just the WhatsApp group I already love already. So all the people that I don't know, man, you too. To be honest, I've seen you in the old group, but it's okay. I don't know who you guys are in YouTube because I've never seen you type anything. So because you don't want to listen to me asking you, please don't request to join the group unless you're interested 4 days in a row, I would just not assume, but I would deduce the fact that you did not want to listen, or you didn't listen in the last 4 days, or that you are not active in YouTube or whatever enough to understand what I'm saying. So, all right, we'll go from there. All love, no hate. All right, everything's gonna be okay. There's no need to message me, oh, how much is it now? I don't even care. It's the fact that there is no response. It's the fact that they don't care. So, we'll move on. All right, everybody, have a beautiful rest of your weekend at the end of the day. Thank you all so much for being here. See you, Blackstone. See you, Camden. See you, Indie Dumpster. Thank you, Ferg. Thank you, Desi Vanilla. Thank you, Vinny. Thank you, Justin. And thank you, everybody. Ochoa, thank you. Thank you, everyone in the WhatsApp group as well. I will see you all next week. Have a good day. Have a good day. I'm not being rude or mean because this was said from day one. All right, WhatsApp group is truly actually for people that are here, want to be here. So, all right, bye bye.